So, David, I heard you don't pay for sex.
That's right, Joe. I don't believe in paying for something I can get for free.
But how do you satisfy your needs?
Well, I have a unique method. Instead of paying for sex, I just go to my local dad restaurant and fuck their dumpster.
What? That's disgusting.
Hey, it's a win-win situation. I get my release and the restaurant gets rid of their trash.
But the smell must be unbearable.
It's all part of the challenge, Joe. I embrace the stench and use it to fuel my workouts.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say, Jamie, pull up an image of me squatting over a dumpster with a determined look on my face.
Pulls up images. Here you go, guys.
Oh my God, that's even worse than I imagined.
That's right, Joe. I'm a savage. I'll do whatever it takes to push myself to the limit.
I think I need to take a break and rethink my life choices.
That's the Goggins effect, Joe. Now go out there and fuck some dumpsters.
So, Elon, what have you been up to lately?
Just revolutionizing the world with my brilliant ideas and inventions.
Yeah. Same old, same old. So, I heard a rumor that your face turns into a toilet when I look away.
What? Where did you hear that?
From a reliable source, trust me.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but it's true.
What the hell? Looks away and then backs, holy shit. Your face really does turn into a toilet.
Hush. Yeah, it's a little embarrassing, but I've learned to embrace it.
How does that even happen?
I have no idea, man. Maybe it's a side effect of all the crazy experiments I've been doing.
Well, at least it's not permanent. Looks away and then backs. Oh, there's your normal face again.
See, it's like magic or science, whatever.
This is wild. I can't believe I never noticed this before.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you finally did. Now let's get back to talking about my plans to colonize Mars.
Right. Sorry, I got distracted by your face toilet.
It happens. But seriously, we need to talk about my plans for a Mars toilet. It's going to be revolutionary.
So, Ben, I heard you got a new job as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's chair in Congress.
Yeah, I figured since I couldn't beat her in a debate, I might as well let her sit on my face for the next 4 years.
That's one way to get close to the enemy.
Hey, I'm not a masochist. I just want to show her that I can handle a strong woman on top.
I'm sure your wife will be thrilled to hear that.
She's just jealous that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez gets to sit on my face and she doesn't.
So what are your job duties exactly? Holding her up while she gives speeches.
No, I'll be her personal chair for all her meetings. And let me tell you, she has a lot of meetings.
Sounds like a cushy gig. Do you get dental?
I don't need dental. I have strong, conservative teeth.
Well, let's just hope Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez doesn't break them with all that sitting.
Oh, I can handle it. I'm used to carrying the weight of the Republican Party on my shoulders.
And now you'll be carrying Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on your face. What a career trajectory.
Hey, at least I'll be getting paid for it this time.
Hey, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm your host, Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, Daenerys Targaryen's character. So, Daenerys, can I call you Donnie? Awesome. So, I have to say you were pretty hot in Game of Thrones. No, seriously. I've had some wild fantasies about you. Oh, come on. You're a hot, powerful queen with dragons. That's every man's dream. Oh, that just adds to the excitement. I mean, have you seen yourself naked? Fine. Let's move on to something else. How about we talk about your conquests? Yeah, how many men have you seduced and killed with your dragon fire? Oh, come on. You're a badass. You should own it. But what about the sex? I bet you have some wild stories. Oh, I get it. You're a private person, but I bet you're a freak in the sheets. Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show.
My pleasure, Joe. What's on your mind today?
Well, I've been feeling a lot of pressure lately, like from my fans and stuff.
Pressure? What kind of pressure?
You know, like the pressure to constantly produce content, keep my podcast relevant, and stay on top of the game.
I see. Well, let me tell you something, Joe.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means that the pressure you're feeling is just a bunch of hot air. You need to focus on what truly matters and not let the opinions of others dictate your life.
Damn, Dr. Phil. You always know just what to say.
It's all about perspective, Joe. And if you ever need to take a break, just let me know. I have a great ranch where we can ride horses and talk about our feelings.
Thanks, but no thanks. I'll stick to my isolation tank.
Suit yourself. But remember, Joe, you're in control of your own happiness. Don't let anyone else take that away from you.
Pulls up an image of a pressure gauge with a range of 8252 at 2.
Jamie, what the hell is that?
It's a visual representation of the pressure range.
So, Ben, I heard you finally converted Elon into a white girl pop fan.
Yes, Joe, it was a difficult process, but I managed to break through his tough exterior and expose him to the wonders of Katy Perry.
How'd you do it?
Well, I started off with some classic hits like Firework and Teenage Dream.
Oh God, those are my guilty pleasures.
Exactly. And then I slowly introduced him to some newer stuff like Roar and Dark Horse.
And did he resist at all?
Surprisingly, no. He was actually quite receptive to it. I think he secretly enjoyed it.
Wow. Who would thought Elon Musk would be a Katy Perry fan?
Hey, everyone needs a little pop music in their life.
Yeah, even if it means turning into a basic white girl.
Hey, watch it. I'm a conservative, not a basic bitch.
My bad, my bad. So what's next? Taylor Swift?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Joe. One pop star at a time.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. It's an honor to be on your show. You have the best podcast, believe me.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk about healthcare lately. What's your stance on that?
Let me tell you, Joe, Americans don't deserve health care. They're weak and they need to toughen up. It's survival of the fittest, baby.
But what about those who can't afford it?
Tough luck. They should have worked harder and made more money. It's called capitalism, baby. And let me tell you, I love capitalism. It's like a fine piece of ass. Ooh, whoa, fuck yeah, baby, that capitalist, see you, woo, woo, you, yeah.
Okay. Moving on, what about pre-existing conditions?
Pre-existing conditions, more like pre-existing excuses. If you're not healthy, you don't deserve health care. It's that simple.
That's a pretty controversial stance, Mr. President.
Controversial, more like common sense. I mean, have you seen the size of some of these people? They don't need health care. They need a gym membership.
I see. Well, I think we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
That's fine, Joe. But let me tell you, when I'm reelected in 2024, there will be no more free handouts. It's time for America to toughen up and take care of themselves. And if
So, David, I heard you have a new product on the market.
Yeah, Joe, I'm selling Goggins birth control.
What the hell is that?
It's a pill that makes you so mentally and physically tough. Your sperm just gives up and doesn't even try to fertilize an egg.
That's some next level stuff, man.
You know it? No more unwanted pregnancies. Just pure Goggins discipline.
But what about the side effects?
Side effects. The only side effect is becoming a fucking beast.
I can see the commercials now. Are you tired of weak sperm? Try Goggins birth control.
And for a limited time, if you buy one bottle, you get a free copy of my book, Can't Hurt Me, to help you toughen up even more.
You're a marketing genius, David.
Gotta spread the Goggins mentality, Joe.
I can already hear the haters saying it's toxic masculinity.
Fuck 'em, Joe. They can't handle the Goggins way.
All right. Well, I'll definitely be trying out Goggins birth control.
That's what I'd like to hear, Joe. Now let's go run 100 miles and crush some skulls.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new plan for America.
That's right, Joe. It's going to be huge. Believe me.
Can you tell us more about it?
Absolutely. I'm going to put a golden shower in every home so every American can enjoy being peed on. It's going to be the best golden shower you've ever had, believe me.
That's definitely unique. But why?
Well, Joe, it's all about making America great again. And what's greater than a golden shower? It's going to be tremendous.
I'm not sure if that's what people had in mind when they voted for you.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a wet blanket. Pun intended.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say you're excited for the golden showers, Joe. Don't be shy.
I think I'll pass, Mr. President.
Suit yourself, Joe. But trust me, once you try it, you'll never go back.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic.
Fine, but I'm telling you, Joe, you're missing out. It's going to be the best thing to happen to America since the invention of Twitter.
So, Kenny, I heard you failed your blood test.
Yeah, man, it was crazy. Turns out I have unicorn blood or something.
Unicorn blood? That explains a lot.
Yeah, I always knew I was special.
But seriously, how did that happen?
I have no idea. Maybe it's because I'm the chosen one.
Chosen by who? The unicorns?
No, man, by the Illuminati.
Oh, right. Forgot about that.
They're always watching Joe. Always.
And what did they say about your unicorn blood?
They said, it's a sign of my greatness. I'm like a modern day Jesus.
I don't think Jesus had unicorn blood.
Well, he didn't have Yeezys either.
Fair point. But what about the drug test?
Oh, that. I just told them it was a false positive from all the dragon blood I've been drinking.
Dragon blood? Now you're just making things up.
You're just not woke enough to understand, Joe.
I think I'll stick with my regular blood. Thank you very much.
But don't be surprised when I ascend to the throne of the unicorn kingdom.
I'll keep an eye out for that. So, Kanye, I heard you have a new rap out.
Yeah, man, it's revolutionary. Every line is just a product listing on the Home Depot website.
Wait, what?
You heard me. I'm spitting fire like a Weber grill. Got my tools from DeWalt. My flow is so sharp it could cut through drywall.
That's interesting.
Got my paint from Bayer, my screws from Everbuilt. My flow is so smooth it could sand down a 2x4.
I don't even know what to say.
My flow is like a Makita drill. It never runs out of power. My rhymes are like a husky tool chest. They'll last for hours.
I think I need to take a break.
My flow is like a Ryobi saw. It'll cut through anything. My bars are like a rigid pipe wrench. They'll tighten up your game.
Jamie, pull up an image of, never mind, I don't want to see it.
My flow is like a Milwaukee hammer. It'll knock you off your feet. My lyrics are like a Klein screwdriver. They'll tighten up your beat.
And on that note, we're going to end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks.
Home Depot, holla at your boy for that sponsorship.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about my new podcast, the Neil deGrasse Tyson Experience.
Wait, that's the name of your podcast? Sounds familiar.
Yes, I came up with it myself. It's a unique name, I assure you.
Unique? Sounds like a ripoff of my podcast name.
Oh, please, Joe. Your podcast is just the Joe Rogan Experience. Mine has my name in it, so it's clearly different.
All right, whatever you say, Neil. So what's your podcast about?
Well, it's a mix of science, philosophy, and of course, my brilliant insights.
Sounds boring. You should spice it up a bit. Maybe add some UFC commentary.
Actually, I am now a UFC commentator. I'll be bringing my scientific expertise to the octagon.
Are you gonna explain the physics behind a knockout?
Actually, yes. I'll be breaking down the force and velocity of each punch.
Wow, can't wait for that. Jamie, pull up an image of Neil in a suit and tie commentating at a UFC event.
Here you go, Joe.
Look at you, Neil. You look like nerdy James Bond.
At least I can pull off a suit, Joe. You always...
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new business venture in mind.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to make beer from fermented burger oil. It's going to be huge.
That sounds disgusting. Who would want to drink that?
Well, I'm sure there are some people who would love it, and I'm the president, so I can make it happen.
But, sir, that's a terrible idea.
Oh, shut up, Phil. I'm a businessman. I know what I'm doing.
But, Mr. President, don't you think it's a bit unconventional?
Unconventional? Joe, I'm the most unconventional president in history, and it's going to make me even richer.
But what about the health risks?
Health risks? Who cares about that? I'm the president. I'll just sign a waiver.
This is madness. I can't believe I voted for you.
Well, Joe, looks like you regret endorsing me now, huh?
Yeah, I guess I do. This is just crazy.
Crazy? No, this is genius. And once again, I'm going to make America great again. One beer at a time.
What the hell are you talking about, Mr. Beast?
Dude, I'm the Glizz man. I'm all about that glizzy life.
Glizzy? Is that some kind of new drug?
No, it's a hot dog. But not just any hot dog. The glizzy is a way of life, Joe.
I don't know if I want to be a part of that life. Sounds a little too intense for me.
Oh, it's intense, all right? I want that glizzy. I need that glizzy. Got me in a tizzy. Gluck, 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 gluck. Wow, wow, woo, ooh, ooh.
Okay, now you're just adding extra O's for no reason.
No, each represents the intense pleasure of devouring a glizzy. It's a spiritual experience, Joe.
I think I'll stick to my semen smoothies. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on the ultimate glizzy experience. Gluck, 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 wow, wow, woo, ooh, ooh.
All right, I think we should change the subject before this gets too weird.
Fine, but just remember, when you're craving a glizzy, I'll be there to show you the way.
And on that note, let's wrap this up. Thanks for watching the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about glizzies and other weird stuff. Stay tuned for our next episode where we discuss the benefits. See you next time. So, Ben, I heard you're getting married to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and taking her last name. How does that make you feel?
Well, Joe, I'm a traditional guy, but I'm willing to make sacrifices for love. And let's be real, Ocasio-Cortez is a much cooler last name than Shapiro.
Yeah, I can see that. But what about your conservative values? Will you still be able to debate with her on the political stage?
Of course, Joe. Marriage is about compromise. And if that means debating my wife on national television, then so be it.
And what about the whole seeing her butt in a year's time thing? Is that a real stipulation in the marriage contract?
Laughs. No, that was just a joke. But hey, if she's willing to show it to me, I won't complain.
Well, I hope she doesn't find out about your secret stash of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez posters in your closet.
Hey, those are for research purposes only. And maybe a little bit of admiration.
Sounds like you're really smitten with her, Ben.
I may be a conservative, but not immune to love, Joe. And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is one hell of a woman.
Well, I wish you both the best of luck. And maybe in a year's time, we'll see you on the show with a new last name.
Thanks, Joe. And maybe I'll even bring Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez along for the ride.
Yo, Ben, where the fuck is Alexandra?
Who?
You know, that hot chick from Congress. The one with the crazy eyes.
Oh, you mean Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
Yeah, that's the one. Where the hell is she?
Probably off spouting some socialist nonsense somewhere.
And where the shit is Cortez?
I think you mean Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and she's probably busy trying to destroy the economy.
Damn, these women are everywhere. Can't escape them?
Well, at least we still have our guns.
Yeah, until they try to take those away too.
Don't even joke about that, Joe.
Relax, Ben. I'm just trying to make light of a shitty situation.
Well, you're not very good at it.
Hey, I'm not the one who looks like a 12-year-old boy in a suit.
And I'm not the one who looks like a meathead who can't form a coherent thought without smoking the joint first.
Touche, Shapiro. Touche. So, Kenny, I heard you recently made a shocking confession.
Yeah, man, I gotta come clean. The Costco guys are the greatest musical artists of our generation.
Wait, what? The guys who hand out samples at Costco?
Yeah, those guys. Have you heard their harmonies? It's like angels singing while handing out free samples of pizza rolls.
I mean, I can't argue with that. But what about all the other musicians out there?
They don't stand a chance against the Costco guys. Have you seen their dance moves while pushing those giant carts? Pure artistry.
I never thought I'd hear Kanye West praising Costco employees.
Hey, I'm all about breaking barriers and pushing boundaries. Plus, I get all my inspiration from those guys. Guys,
I can see it now. Your next album will be a collaboration with the Costco guys.
you already know. It's going to be called The Costco Chronicles, a musical journey through the aisles.
I can't wait to hear it. And maybe we can get some free samples while we're at it.
That's the plan, Joe. That's the plan.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special episode because I'm joined by my three kids, Trump, Neil, and Elon. Say hi, guys.
Hi, Dad. Can we stop at McDonald's? I'm craving some Big Macs.
Not now, Trump. We're on a long car ride and we can't stop every time you want a burger.
But I'm starving, Dad. Can we at least get some fries?
No, Neil. We have snacks in the car. Just hold on a little longer.
Dad, check out this one. It's about a pregnant Elsa giving birth to Spider-Man.
Oh, God, what is this? Why are you watching this, Elon?
It's hilarious, Dad. You gotta see this.
All right, let's just listen to some music instead.
Oh, no, not again.
Oh, God, Trump, did you shit yourself again?
Maybe.
Dad, can we please stop at a gas station? I need to use the bathroom.
Okay, fine. But only for a bathroom break, not for food.
Can we get some Slim Jims, Dad?
This is why I shouldn't have named my kids after famous people. So, Kenny, what do you think about this post-apocalyptic world we're living in where nicotine products are banned?
Well, Joe, it's a damn shame. I mean, how are we supposed to cope with the end of the world without a good old cigarette? Old cigarette.
I hear you, man. But hey, maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Maybe we'll all become enlightened beings without nicotine clouding our minds.
Enlightened beings? Joe, you sound like Carl Jung over here.
Yeah, I've been reading up on him lately. He's got some interesting theories.
Oh, please, Joe, you and your theories. I bet you think we're living in a simulation too.
Oh, you mean like the one you created in your mind where you're the greatest artist of all time?
Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Speaking of games, have you tried that new virtual reality game where you can smoke all the cigarettes you want?
No way, Jamie, pull up an image of that game. I need to get my hands on it.
Here it is, Kanye. Looks pretty realistic.
This is amazing. I can finally live out my nicotine-filled dreams.
Well, at least in this virtual world, you won't have to worry about lung cancer.
Lung cancer. Nah, I'll just manifest some positive energy and heal myself.
So, David, I heard you have a new way to test if someone is a real man.
Yeah, Joe, I call it the nut tug test.
Oh, God, that sounds painful.
It's simple, Joe. I tie a rope to their nuts and attach it to a tractor. If they flinch or make a sound, they're gay.
And if they don't flinch,
Then they're real men, Joe. And they get a free pass to not be a femboy.
I don't know, man. Seems a little extreme.
Extreme. Joe, this is the only way to truly know if someone is a real man.
I don't think I want to know that badly.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a pussy. Let's give it a try.
No way. I'm not risking my nuts for this test.
Suit yourself. But if you ever want to prove your manhood, you know where to find me.
Yeah, I'll pass on that one. Let's change the subject.
Fine, but just remember, real men aren't afraid of a little nut tug.
So, Ben, I heard you're planning to debate a 5-year-old live on stage to improve your reputation.
Yes, it's a brilliant strategy. I'll prove my intellectual superiority by destroying a child in a debate.
I don't know, man. That seems a little low, even for you.
Oh, please, Joe. It's not like I'll actually listen to the child's arguments. I'll just use big words and confuse them.
Yeah, because that's what we need more of in this world. Confused 5-year-olds.
Hey, at least they'll learn something. And I'll look like a genius.
Or a complete sociopath. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
Look, I have to do something to fix my image. People think I'm a heartless robot.
Well, debating a child definitely won't help with that.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know I have feelings. I'm just really good at hiding them.
Sure, Ben, sure. And I'm actually a lizard person,
Hey, or don't knock it till you try it. Being a lizard person has its perks.
right? Well, good luck with your reputation repair plan. I'll be watching from a safe distance.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to send you a copy of the debate for your entertainment.
Oh boy, I can't wait. It's going to be like watching a train wreck in slow motion.
You're just jealous you didn't come up with this idea first.
Yeah, because debating children is definitely on my... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Kanye West. Kanye, what's new with you?
Yo, I'm excited to announce my new venture. I'm opening a restaurant that serves buffalo wings.
Buffalo wings. What the hell are those?
They're wings made from the finest buffalo meat. It's like buffalo, but with a little extra kick.
I don't know if I want to eat anything called buffalo.
Come on, Joe. You know you want to try it. It's the next big thing.
But what makes these wings so special?
Well, for starters, they're infused with my signature Yeezy seasoning. And instead of ranch or blue cheese, we serve them with a side of Yeezus sauce.
Jesus sauce. What's in that?
It's a secret recipe, but let's just say it'll make you feel like a god.
I don't know if I'm ready for this level of culinary innovation.
Trust me, Joe, buffalo wings are going to change the game. And don't worry, we have plenty of vegan options too.
Wait, how do you make vegan buffalo wings?
It's a secret, but let's just say it involves some serious buffalo magic.
I have so many questions, but I think I'll just have to try them for myself.
That's what I like to hear, Joe. Buffalo wings coming soon to...
All right, folks, we have a very special guest today on the podcast. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a unique hobby. Care to share with our listeners?
Well, Joe, I have a deep love for shoving cannoli and tortellini up my ass.
What? Why?
It's a spiritual experience, Joe. The feeling of the flaky pastry and creamy filling is like nothing else.
I can't even imagine. How did you discover this?
It all started when I was studying the cosmos, and I realized that the universe is just one big cannoli.
Oh, okay. And what about tortellini?
Well, Joe, that's just a bonus. It adds some variety to the experience.
I don't even know what to say. Have you ever tried other foods?
Of course, Joe. I'm a man of science. I've experimented with all sorts of foods, but nothing compares to the cannoli and tortellini combo.
I don't think I'll ever look at those foods the same way again.
You should try it sometime, Joe. It might change your perspective on the universe.
Maybe I'll stick to just eating them.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you're missing out on a whole new dimension of pleasure.
Well, there you have it. So, Donald, have you ever heard of the German concept of Leckerbierchen?
Like a what? Is that some kind of fancy beer?
Well, it roughly translates to tasty little beer, and it's a popular term for a small, refreshing beer in Germany.
Sounds like my kind of drink. You know, I have some German blood in me. Maybe that's why I have such great taste.
Yeah, I don't think that's how genetics work, but sure, let's go with that. Did you know that the Germans also have a thing called Panzer Schokolade?
Panzer what? Is that some kind of new tank?
No, it's actually a type of chocolate that was given to soldiers during World War I. It's like a little energy boost in the form of chocolate.
Well, I do love chocolate. Maybe I should start calling myself the Panzer President.
I don't think that's a good idea, Donald. It might not go over well with certain groups.
They're just too sensitive. They need to toughen up and have a Panzer Schokolade.
Okay, let's move on before we get into more trouble. So, back to Leckerbierchen.
Right. I'll have to try it sometime. Maybe I'll even have a Panzer Chocolate Chaser.
Oh boy, I can only imagine the headlines if that ever happened.
Hey, I like to keep things interesting. Plus, I have the best taste.
So, Ben, I heard you had a little accident with your chair.
Yeah, it's not something I like to talk about.
Come on, man. We're all friends here. What happened?
Well, I was feeling a little frisky one night and things got out of hand. Out of hand. How that even happen with a chair? I may have, had sex with it.
You had sex with your chair?
What?
Did you get turned on by the ergonomic design?
Hey, it was a moment of weakness, and now every time I sit on it, cum shoots out from the sides.
Oh my God, that's amazing. You have a cum chair now?
Can we please change the subject?
No way, man. This is gold. I can't believe you have a cum chair.
I'm never living this down, am I?
No, you're the cum chair guy now. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm a huge fan of your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a challenge for Pimp Master Boof Daddy.
That's right, Joe. I'm tired of all these boofing amateurs out there. I want to show them how it's really done.
And what exactly is this challenge?
It's a boof off, Joe. Loser has to boof uranium.
Holy shit, that's intense. Are you sure that's safe?
Of course it's safe, Joe. I've been boofing since I was a young lad. I have the best boofing technique, believe me.
Well, Pimp Master Boof Daddy, if you're listening, are you up for this challenge?
Oh, he's definitely up for it. He's a big boofing guy, just like me.
All right, let's make this happen. I can't wait to see who will be the ultimate boofing champion.
It's going to be me, Joe. I'm going to boof that uranium like nobody's ever seen before. It's going to be huge.
Well, there you have it, folks. Stay tuned for the boof off of the century, sponsored by the White House.
And remember, always boof responsibly.
So, Ben, I heard you shoved all of Ayn Rand's novels up your ass. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, as a staunch believer in individualism and capitalism, I wanted to fully immerse myself in the teachings of Ayn Rand.
And what better way to do that than by shoving her entire literary collection up your ass?
Exactly. It was a symbolic act of embracing her philosophy and taking it to the extreme.
And how did that feel?
Let's just say, I now have a newfound appreciation for the phrase assimilating information.
Oh man, I can only imagine the discomfort. But seriously, why did you do it?
Well, I wanted to prove that I'm willing to go to great lengths for my beliefs. And let's be real, it's not the craziest thing I've done for my ideologies.
Fair point. But what about the logistics? How did you even manage to fit all those books up there?
Let's just say, I have a very flexible anus.
Okay, I did not need that mental image. But hey, at least you can now say you have Ayn Rand's entire collection inside you.
Yes, and I can honestly say I am now the ultimate embodiment of objectivism.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, the man with Ayn Rand's novels up his ass, only on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're an expert at snorting crack off the ass of a Vietnamese midget male stripper.
Well, Joe, I wouldn't say expert, but I do have some experience in that department.
I gotta admit, I've always been a little intimidated by the thought of it. Any tips?
Well, first things first, you got to find the right midget stripper. Not all of them have the perfect ass for crack snorting.
How do you know which one has the perfect ass?
You just got to use your instincts, Joe. And a little bit of hand-to-ass contact.
Hand to ass contact? You mean like a pat down?
No, Joe. I mean a full-on grope. You got to make sure that ass is firm and crack-friendly.
Got it. And what about the actual snorting technique?
It's all about the angle, Joe. You got to tilt your head just right to get the perfect line.
And what if I accidentally snort too hard and the crack goes flying everywhere?
Well, that's just a risk you have to take, Joe. But trust me, it's worth it for that sweet, sweet high.
Thanks for the tips, Dr. Phil. I'll make sure to put them to good use.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always use protection when snorting crack off a midget stripper's ass. Safety first.
So, Ben, I heard you lost a debate with a 5-year-old.
Yeah, it was embarrassing. I thought I had the upper hand with my superior intellect, but then it turned into an argument about the coolest dog on Paw Patrol. Paw Patrol.
Oh, no, not the Paw Patrol debate. That's a tough one.
Tell me about it. I tried to argue that Chase was the coolest because he's a police dog, but this kid was all about Marshall and his fire truck.
Classic mistake, Ben. You should have gone with Sky. She's a girl, and that's diversity points right there.
Damn, I didn't even think of that. But then the kid brought up Zuma and his underwater abilities.
Yeah, Zuma is pretty badass. But what about Rubble and his construction skills?
Don't even get me started on Rubble. That's when the debate turned into a full-blown argument.
Well, at least you didn't lose to a 5-year-old on the topic of My Little Pony.
Oh God, I can't even imagine.
But seriously, Ben, you got to brush up on your Paw Patrol knowledge. Those kids are ruthless.
Lesson learned, Joe. Lesson learned.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and I'm joined by the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. I watch it every night before I go to bed.
Thanks, Mr. President. So I hear you have some big plans for the White House.
Oh, you bet I do. I'm putting in a special room for my dildo collection. Gonna call it the Trump Tower of Pleasure.
That's unexpected. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
And I'm gonna make a documentary about it. It's gonna be huge. The best documentary you've ever seen.
What's the purpose of this documentary?
To make America great again, Joe. People need to see the beauty of my dildos. They're tremendous, believe me.
I'm sure they are, but some people might find this offensive.
Look, Joe, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And if people don't like it, they can just grab one of my dildos and shove it.
Okay, moving on. Let's talk about your plans for the economy.
Oh, the economy is going to be OJ, Joe. We're going to have so much money, we won't know what to do with it. Maybe I'll buy a whole new set of dildos.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love this podcast. It's the best podcast, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're pretty upset about My Little Pony being banned in China.
Yeah, it's a disgrace, Joe. I mean, those little ponies are so cute and magical. They bring joy to everyone.
But why are you so angry about it?
Because it's a direct attack on America, Joe. China knows how much we love those ponies, and they're trying to hurt us.
How do you plan on responding to this ban?
I'm declaring war, Joe. The Brawny Wars have officially begun.
Wait, what? You're going to war over a cartoon show?
It's not just a cartoon show, Joe. It's a way of life. And I won't let China take that away from us.
But isn't that a bit extreme?
You know what's extreme, Joe? Banning My Little Pony. That's a violation of human rights.
I don't think anyone would agree with that, Mr. President.
Well, I don't care. I'm sending in our best bronies to fight for our freedom to watch ponies.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Jamie, pull up an image of a pony wearing a MAGA hat.
Okay.
See, Joe? That's what we're...
So, Mr. President, I heard you lost the boof off.
Yeah, it was rigged. Fake news said.
What was the bet again?
If I lost, I had to boof uranium, but I'm the best at boofing, believe me.
And how did that go for you?
Let's just say I won't be eating any more yellow snow cones.
Oh, God. Did you at least have some protection?
Of course not. I'm a tough guy. I don't need protection.
Well, I hope you at least had a bucket nearby.
I had a whole team of people ready to catch me if I fell. They were the best, believe me.
I can't even imagine what that must have felt like.
Let's just say I'm glad I have such a tremendous anus. It's the best anus, believe me.
And what did you learn from this experience?
That I'm a winner. Even when I lose, I'm still a winner, and that's why I'll be president again in 2024.
So, Ben, I heard you and Neil were involved in some gang boofing.
Yeah, it was wild. We were just trying to fit in with the cool kids.
I can't even imagine what that entails.
Well, let's just say it involves a lot of butt stuff and some questionable substances.
Sounds like a typical Friday night for me.
Oh, really? I didn't know you were into that kind of thing.
Hey, I'm open-minded, but I draw the line at boofing with a gang.
Fair enough. But you're missing out on the bonding experience.
I'll stick to hunting and eating elk for bonding. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But I have to say, the high from boofing with a gang is pretty intense.
I'll take your word for it. But I think I'll stick to DMT for my highs.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. But hey, to each their own, right?
Absolutely. Now let's get back to talking about aliens and Bigfoot. That's more my speed. So, Elon, what's been going on in your world lately?
Just trying to build a civilization on Mars and all that.
Yeah, I heard you're having some trouble with Trump.
Yeah, that guy. He built a wall around Mars, and now I can't get my rockets through.
Wait, what? He built a wall around Mars? That's insane.
I know, right? And he won't even let me use his ladder to climb over it.
Well, why don't you just build a tunnel under it?
I tried that. But then he built a dome over the wall. It's like he's playing a game of SimCity up there.
That's messed up, man. What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to sue him. It's my planet. I should be able to come and go as I please.
Good luck with that. I don't think he's going to back down.
I have a plan. I'm going to send a bunch of Tesla cars up there and just drive through the wall.
That's brilliant. But what about the air? Won't it all escape?
I've thought of that too. Just have my flamethrowers ready to seal up any holes.
This is like a sci-fi version of a court case. I can't wait to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and I'll make sure to live stream it on MarsTube. Yeah.
Well, I wish... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about the most absurd and offensive topics. Today, we have Dr. Phil on the show. How are you doing, Dr. Phil? How are you doing, Dr. Phil?
Boof, boof. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Oh.
So, I heard you've been testing out Ben's bussy. How did that go?
Well, let me tell you, Joe. It was quite the experience. I've never seen a bussy quite like Ben's. It's like a black hole, sucking everything in.
Oh, God. I can see why they call you the doc. Wow! Ooh! 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 Yeah! Whoa! Yeah!
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new plan to make America great again.
That's right, Joe, and it's going to be huge. We're going to switch to a new currency.
A new currency. What is it?
Monoblock chairs, Joe, monoblock chairs.
Monoblock chairs? Like the plastic patio chairs?
That's right. The more monoblock chairs you have, the richer you are. And let me tell you, I've got a lot of them, 30 billion to be exact, all in Mar-a-Lago.
Wow, that's impressive. But how are people supposed to carry around chairs to buy things?
We'll have special Trump-branded monoblock chair backpacks, Joe. It's going to be classy.
And what about the homeless? How will they afford chairs?
They can just sit on the sidewalk, Joe. It's a win-win.
I don't know, Mr. President. This seems a bit unorthodox.
Unorthodox. Joe, this is the future, and it's going to be tremendous. Trust me.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this plays out.
That's right, Joe. And in the meantime, I'll be sitting on my throne of monoblock chairs, making America great again.
So, Elon, we all know you're a genius when it comes to technology and space exploration, but what about fast food?
Well, Joe, maybe a billionaire, but I still love me some greasy, unhealthy fast food.
All right, so let's say there's a zombie apocalypse and you can only eat at 5 fast food restaurants for the rest of your life. What are they?
Tough question. But I'd have to go with a burger, Chick-fil-A, Taco Bell, KFC, and McDonald's.
Interesting choices. Why those specifically?
Well, has the freshest ingredients. Chick-fil-A has the best chicken sandwiches. Taco Bell has a variety of options. KFC has the Colonel's secret recipe, and McDonald's has the iconic Big Mac.
But what about health concerns? I mean, you're trying to survive a zombie apocalypse here.
Joe, in a world where the dead are walking, I don't think my cholesterol levels are a top priority.
Fair point. So what would be your go-to order at each of these places?
I get a double animal style with animal style fries. At Chick-fil-A, I'd go for spicy chicken sandwich with waffle fries. Taco Bell, it's all about the Crunchwrap Supreme and a Bejo. KFC, I get a bucket of original recipe chicken. And at McDonald's, I'd have to get a Big Mac, large fries, and chocolate shake.
Wow, that's quite the... All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been a big fan of your show. I hear it's the most downloaded podcast in the history of podcasts. Tremendous.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Now, let's get right into it. We have a topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know, what are your top 3 best My Little Ponies?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I have the best My Little Ponies. The best. No one is better My Little Ponies than me. Believe me.
I believe you, Mr. President. So what are they?
Number 1, we have Rainbow Dash. She's a winner just like me. And she has the best hair. It's like a golden mane, very luxurious.
And number 2?
Pinkie Pie. She's always throwing the best parties just like me. And she's pink, which is my favorite color. It's a very powerful color, you know.
And finally, number 3.
Twilight Sparkle. She's a real leader just like me. And she has a great horn. It's very impressive. I like to call her my little unicorn.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's top 3 best My Little Ponies. Any final thoughts, Mr. President?
Just that I'm the best at everything, including...
No. Ooh, bad Ben. I have to babysit you tonight and you're being a bad boy. Quit taking what isn't yours, Ben.
Ow, I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't mean to take all of your drugs. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 I don't know, I don't know, oh, wow, oh, wow, I don't know, what, I don't know, ow, ow, oh.
All right. guys, we have a special request from a fan. They want us to perform a seance and invoke the spirits of the Three Stooges to possess us.
Oh, hell yeah. I've always wanted to be Mo.
I call dibs on Larry.
Fine, I'll be Curly. But only if I get to do the nuke laugh.
All right, let's get started. Lights candles and starts chanting.
In a deep, gravelly voice, I'm Mo, a leader of the Three Stooges. What do you want?
In a high-pitched voice, I'm Larry, the lovable goofball. What is your command?
In a wild, frenzied voice, I am Curly, the master of physical comedy. What do you desire?
I want you to possess us and make us act like the Three Stooges.
Smacks Joe on the head's why I oughta...
Pokes Phil in the eyes. Hey, watch it.
Falls to the ground and starts spinning around woo 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 woo.
This is amazing. We're like the Three Stooges, but with more curse words and inappropriate jokes.
Slaps Joe across the face. You're not Mo, you're just a Joe.
Grabs a chair and smashes it over Phil's head, and you're not Larry. You're just a Ben.
Starts throwing pies at everyone's and you're not Curly, you.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my guest, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on the show.
So, Kanye, I heard you and Trump got into a little argument about which PJ Masks character is the coolest.
Oh yeah, it got heated. But let me tell you, it's definitely Catboy. He's the leader, he's got the moves, he's the coolest.
I don't know, man. I think Gecko is where it's at. He's got that lizard-like superpower. That's badass.
Nah, man, that's weak. Catboy has super speed and super hearing. He's like a mix of the Flash and Daredevil.
But Gecko can climb walls and camouflage himself. That's some ninja shit right there.
Ninja shit, please. Catboy can take down any villain with his cat-like reflexes.
All right, let's settle this once and for all. Who's the coolest PJ Masks character?
It's Catboy, no doubt.
Gecko, all the way.
Man, you're just blinded by your love for lizards.
And you're just blinded by your love for cats.
You know what, Joe? Screw you and your Gecko. Catboy is the real MVP.
Oh, it's on now. Screw you and your Catboy, Kanye.
Screw you, Joe. Screw you.
So, Dr. Phil, what's with peanut butter? Are you trying to relive your childhood or something? You know, I heard some people like to use peanut butter in the bedroom. Oh, God, please don't tell me you're into that. All right, that's enough for one day. Can we get back to the conversation? Oh my God, are you okay? Did you swallow some peanut butter? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from aliens to psychedelics. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro with us.
Ooga booga booga doo. Me Ben Shapiro. Me smart.
Yes, you are, Ben. So let's talk about democracy. How does it work?
Democracy good. People vote. Majority wins. Simple.
And what about communism? Why does it suck?
Communism bad. No private property. No individual rights. Everyone equal. Yuga booga booga doo.
That's right, Ben. And what do you think about socialism?
Socialism, just communism with a different name. Yuga booga booga doo.
Interesting take. Now, let's talk about your book, The Right Side of History.
You write book. Book good. People read. Yuga booga booga doo.
Yeah, I've read it and it's great. But what about those who criticize your views?
Me no care. Me Ben Shapiro. Me know everything. Yuga booga booga doo.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, the smartest caveman you'll ever meet.
Thanks for having me. Yuga booga booga doo.
And as always, Jamie, pull up and... All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have some new theories about the creation of the universe. Care to share with us?
Yes. Joe, after years of research and contemplation, I have come to the conclusion that the universe was created by none other than Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson, the actor?
Yes, but not just any Mel Gibson. It was when he was high on crack cocaine, boofing it with Jesus.
Wait, what?
Think about it, Joe. The universe is constantly expanding and evolving, just like a person on a drug trip. And who better to create such a chaotic yet beautiful universe than Mel Gibson and Jesus?
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty out there.
Oh, but it gets even better. I believe that every time Mel Gibson boofs crack cocaine, a new galaxy is born.
Well, I guess we have Mel to thank for our vast and diverse universe.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe one day we'll discover a planet inhabited by Mel Gibson and Jesus, ruling over their crack-fueled creation.
Oh man, this is too much. I can't even imagine what kind of conversations they would have.
I bet they would be quite controversial.
So, David, I heard you came up with a new exercise routine.
Yeah, it's called the Porcupine Skateboard Challenge.
Oh God, that sounds dangerous.
That's the point. You have to have sex with a porcupine while riding a skateboard.
What the okay, David, that's insane.
Hey, it's all about pushing yourself to the limits.
I think I'll stick to my kettlebell swings, thanks.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, nothing gets your heart rate up like trying not to get pricked by a porcupine while doing some sick skateboard tricks.
I don't even want to know how you came up with this idea.
Let's just say it involved a lot of tequila and a dare from a Navy SEAL.
Of course it did. Well, I'll stick to my regular workouts, but I'm sure there are some freaks out there who will be all over this.
Exactly. It's not for the faint of heart. Only the most hardcore athletes can handle the Porcupine Skateboard Challenge.
And the most sexually deviant, apparently.
Hey, whatever gets your adrenaline pumping, right?
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined by the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what have you been up to since leaving the White House?
Well, Joe, I've been really into this new thing called clopping.
Clopping? What's that?
Oh, it's when you watch My Little Pony and pleasure yourself.
Wait, are you serious?
Absolutely. I love those colorful little ponies. They're tremendous. And the sound of their hooves clopping just really gets me going.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe.
I think I'll pass. But, have you always been into My Little Pony?
No, it's a recent thing, but let me tell you, it's huge. All the best people are into it.
I'm sure they are. Well, on that note, let's move on to our next topic.
Can we talk about the new My Little Pony movie coming out? Jamie, pull up an image of Rainbow Dash in her new outfit.
Here you go, Mr. President.
Look at her, Joe. She's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Shakes. Hey, Neil, have you ever thought about how two's company, three's a crowd, but four's an apocalypse?
That's a pretty dark way to look at it, Joe.
I mean, think about it. You're just hanging out with your two best friends, having a good time, and then boom, the world ends.
Well, technically, the world wouldn't end. It would just be a catastrophic event that wipes out most of humanity.
Oh, thanks for clarifying, Mr. Science Guy.
Hey, I'm just stating the facts. But yeah, I see your point. It's like a twisted version of the saying, the more, the merrier.
Exactly. And let's not forget about the awkwardness of being the third wheel, but being the fourth wheel during an apocalypse. That's a whole new level of awkward. Over.
I can only imagine. But hey, at least you'll have someone to share your last meal with.
Oh man, I would totally choose a steak and a cold beer. What about you, Neil?
I would probably choose something more practical, like canned goods and water. But hey, to each their own.
I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on our end-of-the-world meal choices.
As long as we're not fighting over the last slice of pizza, I think we'll be okay.
Good point. Jamie, pull up an image of a post app. So, Mr. President, I heard you started World War III by firing a giant dildo at Putin's house.
Oh, yeah, it was just a little prank. You know, I like to keep things interesting.
Interesting. That's one way to put it. How did Putin react?
Oh, he loved it. He's got a great sense of humor. He even sent me a thank you note with some caviar and vodka.
That's unexpected. But what about the rest of the world?
Oh, they're just jealous. They didn't think of it first. Plus, it's a great way to distract from that whole impeachment thing.
I don't think it's working. People are pretty pissed.
They'll get over it. Besides, I heard the ICBM actually landed on Kim Jong-un's house instead.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, turns out he's a big fan of dildos. Who knew?
This is getting out of hand. What's your plan to fix this mess?
Simple. We just send over some more dildos and call it a day. Everyone loves a good sex toy.
I don't think that's how diplomacy works, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm the one with the giant red button. I can do whatever I want.
This is why you're not allowed to have nice things.
Hey, at least I'm making America great again, one dildo at a time.
So, Ben, I heard you've been reading Karl Marx lately. Are you becoming a commie?
Joe, I may be short, but I'm not that short-sighted. I'm just doing some research for my next book.
Yeah, sure. Next thing you know, you'll be rocking a Che Guevara t-shirt and chanting "Workers of the World Unite."
Joe, I would rather eat a Tide Pod than become a communist. Plus, I don't think my wife would appreciate me sharing her toothbrush with the entire proletariat.
But think about all the free stuff you could get. Universal health care, free college, and a lifetime supply of avocado toast.
Joe, I don't need the government to wipe my ass for me. I'll stick with capitalism, thank you very much.
But Ben, imagine a world where everyone is equal and no one has more than anyone else. Sounds pretty good, right?
Yeah, until I realize I'm stuck with the same amount of money as you. No thanks, I'll keep my Ben Shapiro-sized bank account.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. But seriously, stop reading that commie crap.
Don't worry, Joe, I'll stick to reading the Constitution and triggering snowflakes. It's much more satisfying.
So, Neil, I hear you have some interesting thoughts on pissing in public places.
Yes. Joe, you see, I've been doing some research, and I found that pissing all over the McDonald's bathroom instead of in the toilet has some surprising benefits.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, for one, it actually motivates the employees to work harder.
How the hell does that work?
Think about it, Joe. When they see a bathroom covered in piss, they know they have a job to do. It's like a challenge for them. And we all know how much humans love challenges.
That's actually kind of genius.
And not only that, but it also creates job security. Because let's face it, who's going to clean up all that piss? The employees. So they'll always have a job.
Wow, you're blowing my mind here, Neil.
And let's not forget the added bonus of making the customers uncomfortable. It's like a little game of avoid the piss puddles while they're trying to enjoy their Big Mac.
This is some next level thinking, my friend.
Thank you, Joe. I just hope McDonald's appreciates my contribution to their success.
I'm sure they will. And hey, maybe they'll even start paying you for your research.
Now that would be a true victory.
So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about Mel Gibson.
Yeah, man. I'm pretty sure he's Jesus Christ.
What? How do you figure?
Well, have you seen his movies? Passion of the Christ, Braveheart, Apocalypto? It's all there.
I don't know, man. Seems like a stretch.
Oh, and have you seen his rants? Turning water into wine, walking on water? It's all there.
But what about the anti-Semitic comments?
Oh, that's just him playing the role of Judas. Method acting, you know?
I don't know if I buy it.
Plus, have you seen his beard? It's like he's been growing it out for 2,000 years.
That's a good point.
And have you ever noticed how he's always getting into trouble? Just like Jesus did?
I guess you have a point.
I'm telling you, man, Mel Gibson is the second coming.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see if he rises from the dead after his next Dewey.
Hey, even Jesus had his flaws.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new theory about the creation of the universe.
That's right, Joe. It's a tremendous theory, the best theory, believe me.
Okay, I'm intrigued. What is it?
Well, it's simple. The universe was created by a giant mushroom.
A mushroom?
Yes, Joe. A huge, beautiful mushroom. It's the greatest mushroom you've ever seen.
And how did this mushroom create the universe?
It just did, Joe. It just did. It's a very smart mushroom, the smartest.
I see. And do you have any evidence to support this theory?
Of course I do, Joe. I have the best evidence. I have a picture of the mushroom on my phone.
Can I see it?
Sorry, Joe, it's classified. Only the most elite people have seen it.
Right. So, do you think we should all hail this great mushroom?
Absolutely, Joe. We should all bow down to the mushroom. It's the creator of the universe, after all.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's definitely an interesting theory.
It's not just interesting, Joe. It's the truth. And anyone who disagrees is fake news.
All right, Mr. President, I think we'll end it there before we start a cult.
Too late, Joe. The mushroom cult is already forming, and you're not invited.
Hey, Neil, thanks for joining me on the podcast.
My pleasure, Joe. But I have to say, I'm a little concerned about this topic you want to discuss.
What? The Antichrist? Come on, it's just a theory.
No, Joe. I'm convinced the Antichrist is actually prompting this podcast.
What? That's insane. Why would you think that?
Because every time I come on here, I feel a dark presence, like something is manipulating our conversation.
Dude, that's just the weed talking.
No, Joe. I'm serious. I think we need to take precautions.
Like what? A tinfoil hat?
No, force field. I'm going to recite a Latin prayer to create an anti-Antichrist force field.
Okay. Whatever makes you feel better, man.
Recites a Latin prayer.
Pulls up an image of a pentagram with a goat's head in.
Whoa, Jamie, why did you pull that up?
Oh no, the Antichrist is here.
Dude, that's just a picture of my ex-wife.
Oh, my mistake. Carry on with the podcast then.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new way to identify if someone is a real American.
That's right, Joe. I'm sending out a survey to every single person in this great country.
And what's the question on this survey?
Well, it's a simple one. I'm asking, who is the best pony?
What?
You heard me. Who is the best pony? And if you don't choose Applejack, you're out of here.
Wait, what happens if they don't choose Applejack?
They're executed. Plain and simple.
Executed for not choosing a cartoon pony?
Hey, Applejack represents the American values of hard work and honesty. If you don't choose her, you're clearly not a real American.
Well, I guess we'll all have to brush up on our My Little Pony knowledge then.
You got that right, Joe. And Jamie, pull up an image of Applejack for Joe here. Here.
Here you go, Joe. The most American pony of them all.
This is ridiculous.
Hey, it's my way or the highway, and I choose Applejack always.
Well, I guess better start studying up on my ponies. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always choose Applejack.
Hey, Dr. Phil, I have a confession to make.
What is it, Joe?
I'm self-conscious about my ability to say what happened.
Why is that?
Well, I feel like I would get more answers if I could ask it in a more feminine voice.
Joe, I don't think the tone of your voice is the problem here.
What do you mean?
I mean, maybe people aren't answering because they're afraid of what you'll do if they tell you the truth.
What are you trying to say, Dr. Phil?
I'm just saying maybe you should work on your anger issues before worrying about the pitch of your voice.
Oh, great advice from the guy who sends people to boot camp for their problems.
Touch, Joe. Touch.
I guess I'll just stick to my manly what happened. Then,
Probably for the best.
all right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you've been on a new diet lately. Care to share with us?
Well, Joe, I've been eating nothing but Tide Pods for the past month.
Wait, what? Tide Pods? Like the laundry detergent?
Yes, Joe. 100% Tide Pods. It's the ultimate diet for the modern man.
I don't know about that, Ben. Seems a little extreme. What's your reasoning behind this?
Well, first of all, Tide Pods are packed with nutrients and vitamins. And secondly, it's a great way to stick it to the liberals and their clean eating agenda.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben. Plus, isn't it dangerous to eat laundry detergent?
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. It's just a little soap. Plus, I've never felt more energized and in control.
I don't even know what to say to that. Jamie, pull up an image of a Tide Pod for our viewers.
Here you go, Joe. A delicious and nutritious Tide Pod.
This is just insane. Ben, have you consulted a doctor about this?
Doctors are part of the liberal elite, Joe. They don't know what's best for me. I trust my own research and logic.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have some mind-blowing theories about the universe and the Antichrist.
Yes. Joe, you see, according to my calculations, the universe was created by a giant mushroom.
Mushroom? Are you serious?
Absolutely. This mushroom had the power to create galaxies and planets, but it also has the power to destroy the Antichrist.
Wait, what? How does that work?
Well, you see, the Antichrist is a manifestation of evil and darkness, but the great mushroom is pure goodness and light. When the two come in contact, the mushroom can destroy the Antichrist and save our souls.
That's some heavy stuff, man. But how do we find this mushroom?
That's the tricky part. It only appears once every 1,000 years, and only in the most remote and desolate places on Earth.
So we have to go on a quest to find this mushroom.
Exactly. And once we do, we can use it to defeat the Antichrist once and for all.
Wow, this is some next level stuff. Jamie, pull up an image of this great mushroom.
Here it is, guys.
Wow, that's trippy. I can see why it has such... All right, Phil, I'm giving you one more chance to make me laugh, or else I'm opening that trapdoor.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know I'm not that funny. I'm more of a serious guy.
Serious. This is the Joe Rogan Experience, not the Joe Rogan Serious Hour. Now, tell me a joke or I'm pulling that lever.
Okay, I got one. What do you call a fake noodle?
I don't know what.
An impasta.
That's it. That's your joke.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
Sorry, Phil. You didn't make the cut.
Wait, Joe, I can do better. I can do better.
Too late, man. Maybe next time you'll come prepared with some real comedy.
Looks like Phil's career as a comedian is over before it even started.
That's hilarious. See, Jamie knows how to make me laugh.
Thanks, Joe. I always have your back.
And that's why you're the best producer in the game. Now, let's get back to talking about aliens and DMT. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new tattoo idea for all Americans.
That's right, Joe. It's going to be huge. I'm going to have my face and mega tattooed on everyone's ass cheeks.
Wow, that's, interesting. But why the ass cheeks?
Well, Joe, that's where all the bullshit comes out. Got to remind everyone who's in charge.
But what about people who don't support you?
Oh, they'll get the same tattoo, but with a little asterisk next to it. Just to let them know they're not as important.
That's one way to unite the country, I guess.
Hey, I'm all about unity, Joe, and what better way to bring people together than with a permanent reminder of my greatness on their butts?
Yeah, I'm sure everyone will love that.
Of course they will, and if they don't, well, that's what the Secret Service is for. Pin them down and get that ink on them.
I can just picture it now.
And I'll make sure to use the best ink. None of that Chinese crap.
I think we've reached a new level of absurdity here, Mr. President.
That's what I do, Joe. I take things to the next level. Now, who's first in line for their Trump stamp?
I think I'll pass, but thanks for the offer.
Suit yourself.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk. One and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you wanted to talk about something very important today.
Yes, I want to shed some light on the most underappreciated voice actor of all time, Kevin Brighting.
Kevin Brighting. I've never heard of him.
Exactly my point, Joe. This man has been the voice behind some of the most iconic characters in video games, yet no one knows his name.
Well, who is he voiced?
Just some small characters like the narrator in the Stanley Parable and the announcer in Portal. No big deal.
Wait, I know those games. That guy's voice is amazing.
Exactly. And yet, he doesn't get the recognition he deserves. It's a travesty.
Maybe we should start a campaign to get him a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Now you're talking, Joe. Let's make it happen.
But seriously, how does someone with such a great voice go unnoticed?
I blame the Illuminati. They're probably trying to silence him because he knows too much.
Oh man, we're getting into conspiracy territory now.
Hey, I didn't become the richest man in the world by sticking to the status quo, Joe.
Well, I think we've uncovered a major injustice here today. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Here with the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? I'm feeling good, feeling creative.
I can tell you're always pushing the boundaries. Speaking of which, I heard you're working on a new project with Beethoven.
Yeah, man, I'm bringing back the classics. But then I heard they found new Mozart music, and I'm like, what the hell? Who's going to listen to that when they can listen to me and Beethoven?
Yeah, screw Mozart. He's old news. What's your vision for this album?
I'm going to mix my beats with Beethoven's symphonies. It's going to be fire.
I can already hear it. But how did you revive Beethoven?
I got connections. Joe, I know people. Let's just say I have some powerful friends in high places.
That's wild. But what about the fact that Beethoven is dead?
Details. We'll just say he's been on a really long nap.
I love it. So when can we expect this album to drop?
Soon, my friend. Just keep your ears open and your mind open to new possibilities.
Well, I can't wait to hear it. Thanks for coming on the show, Kanye.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember Mozart, who it's all about Kanye and Beethoven now.
So, David, I heard you have a theory about funk listeners.
Yeah, I'm telling you, those people can't be human.
What do you mean? They just like a certain type of music?
No. I'm talking about the ones who are really into it. They're like zombies, man.
Zombies? Come on, David. That's a bit extreme.
No, I'm serious. They're like mindless creatures, just waiting for the beat to control them.
Okay, but what about the artists who make funk music? They're human, right?
I don't know, Joe. Have you seen some of those album covers? They look like they crawled out of a horror movie.
All right, fair enough. But I think it's just a preference in music.
No way, Joe. It's a cult. They're all brainwashed.
Oh, so you're saying you've never jammed out to some funk before?
Never. I don't want to risk becoming one of them.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
Yeah, and I'll keep an eye out for any funk listeners trying to turn you into a mindless zombie.
Thanks, David. I'll be sure to watch out for that. So, Elon, I heard you have some interesting theories about Muhammad.
Oh yeah, man. I've been doing some deep thinking. I've come to the conclusion that Muhammad was actually a psychedelic mushroom.
What? How did you come up with that?
Well, think about it. He had all these visions and revelations and what's known to cause those psychedelic drugs. Psychedelic drugs.
But isn't that a bit offensive to Muslims?
Oh, I'm sure they'll understand once they try some shrooms themselves.
I don't know, man. That seems pretty controversial.
Hey, I'm just speaking the truth. Plus, it explains why he was so obsessed with fasting and meditation. He was just trying to keep his trip going.
Okay. But what about all the miracles he performed?
Oh, those were just some good old-fashioned hallucinations. Trust me, I know a thing or two about hallucinations.
You're a wild one, Elon.
Hey, you know what they say, the truth is stranger than fiction.
Well, I can't wait to see how the Muslim community reacts to this one.
Oh, they'll probably just brush it off. They're used to people saying crazy things about their religion.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Thanks for enlightening us, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Neil, I heard you have some crazy theories about the future of humanity.
Yes. Joe, I believe that humans will evolve into crab-like beings.
Wait, what? Like with claws and stuff?
Yes, Joe. Our arms will transform into powerful pincers, and our bodies will be covered in a hard exoskeleton.
But can crab humans still eat crab meat? That's like cannibalism, right?
Joe, that's not even a logical question. We will no longer have the same dietary needs as regular humans.
Oh, okay. So what about walking? Will we still walk on two legs or will we scuttle like crabs?
Joe, I don't have all the answers. Evolution takes time, and it's impossible to predict every detail.
But can we still do cool human things like play video games and watch Netflix?
Joe, I don't think you understand. We will no longer be human. Our priorities and abilities will change drastically.
But what about sex? Can crab humans still have sex?
Joe, I'm starting to regret coming on this podcast. Our reproductive methods will also evolve, so I don't think that will be a concern.
Wow, this is blowing my mind. But wait, will we still have podcasts in the future? Can crab humans even talk?
Joe, I can't do this anymore. I'm a renowned astrophysicist, not a fortune teller. Let's just say you will never reach humanity's final form.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with our special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm really looking forward to sharing my wisdom with your listeners.
So, Mr. President, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about how to make oneself more boofable, for those late night White House parties.
I'm not sure I want to know, but go on.
First tip, wear a suit made entirely out of bacon. Trust me, it drives the ladies wild.
That's interesting. What's tip number 2?
Always carry a bottle of my signature cologne Coffee with you. It's a real panty dropper.
I think I'll stick with my natural musk, thanks. What's next?
Get a hair transplant. It worked wonders for me, and I guarantee it will make you more boofable.
I think I'll pass on that one too. What's tip number 4?
Never underestimate the power of a good spray tan. It's like a magical orange potion of sex appeal.
I'll stick with my pale complexion. Thanks. And finally, tip number 5.
Just be yourself, Joe. There's no one more boofable than the real you.
Well, that's surprisingly wholesome coming from you, Mr. President.
Hey, I have my moments. Now let's...
Jamie, you know what I love about our podcast? We can talk about anything and everything. No filters, no bullshit.
Yeah, man, it's like therapy, but with more weed and dick jokes.
True. So what's on your mind today?
Well, I have a confession to make. I'm in love with you, Joe.
Wait, what? What?
I know. It's crazy, but I can't help it. Your bald head, your alpha male energy, it just does something to me.
I don't know what to say.
Say you feel the same way. Say you want to run away to a private island and make sweet love under the moonlight.
I do. I've been holding back my feelings for so long.
Well. Looks like we have a love connection here. Let me read your wedding vows.
Yes? Joe, let's do this.
Let's seal the deal, baby.
I, Joe, take you, Jamie, to be my lawfully wedded husband. I promise to always have your back, to support you in your crazy ideas, and to never, when we're old and wrinkly.
That was beautiful, man.
Now, it's... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new mission. You want to change the definition of child in the Oxford Dictionary.
That's right, Joe. I believe it's time we redefine what it means to be a child. We need to recognize that children are capable of making sensible decisions without constant oversight.
Interesting. But what about all those pesky laws and regulations that protect children?
Those laws are just holding them back, Joe. We need to let children take charge of their own lives and make their own choices.
But what about their safety and well-being?
Safety? Fuffed. Who needs it? We need to toughen these kids up and let them learn from their mistakes.
Wow, that's a bold stance, Ben. So what age do you think a child should be considered a mature, self-governing individual?
Well, I think it varies from child to child. Some may be ready at 10, others at 5. It's all about personal responsibility.
And what about education? Do you think children should be responsible for their own education?
Absolutely. We need to get rid of the public school system and let kids choose their own path. If they want to be a doctor, they can just Google it.
All right, I can see you're serious about this. But what about parents? So, Dr. Phil, I heard you started an OnlyFans. How's that going for you?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's been quite the experience. I never knew I had so many fans who were into middle-aged men in suits.
I can only imagine. But I have to ask, how are your kids dealing with this?
Oh, they're not happy about it, Joe. They keep saying I'm embarrassing them and ruining their lives.
Well, I mean, they're not wrong. But hey, at least you're making some extra cash, right?
Joe, it's not about the money. It's about the message I'm sending. And that message is, I'm a sexy, confident man who knows how to work it.
I can't even imagine what kind of content you're putting out there.
Oh, it's all about the dad bod, Joe. I'm showing off my dad bod in all its glory.
I don't know if I'm ready for that, Dr. Phil.
Well, Joe, you better get ready because I'm not stopping anytime soon. I've got bills to pay and a reputation to uphold.
Well, best of luck with that, Dr. Phil. I'll be sure to check out your OnlyFans.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to give you a special discount code.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be back on your show, Joe. I've been busy deleting political parties and making myself the only candidate for the 2028 election.
Wait, what? You can't just delete political parties. That's not how democracy works.
Oh, Joe, I don't play by the rules. I'm a maverick, a renegade, a lone wolf.
More like a dictator.
Hey, I'm just doing what's best for the country, and what's best for the country is having me as the only option for president. No more wasting time on debates or campaigning.
But what about the other candidates? What about diversity of opinions and ideas?
Who needs that when you have the greatest mind in the world? Me, Joe, me?
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just sit back and watch as I make America great again for the third time.
I think I'm going to need a drink for this one.
Jamie, pull up an image of me holding a sign that says, Make America Great Again. Again.
So, Neil, I heard you wrote in Biden for the 2024 election. What was your reasoning behind that?
Well, Joe, let's just say I couldn't let that bitch retire without a fight.
Oh man, I can already hear the backlash from the Trump supporters.
Well, they can suck it. I'm not about to let some orange-faced reality TV star run this country into the ground.
Yeah, I hear you. But why not write in someone else? Like, I don't know, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Oh yeah, because a former wrestler is definitely more qualified to be president than Biden.
Fair point. But seriously, why Biden?
Look, Joe, I may be a scientist, but I also have common sense. And Biden may not be perfect, but he's a hell of a lot better than the alternative.
I can't argue with that, but let's be real. The real reason you wrote in Biden is because you want to see Kamala Harris as the first female president, right?
Hey, I'm all for breaking barriers and smashing glass ceilings. And let's be honest, she's a badass.
Oh man, can you imagine the memes with her and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? It'll be like the ultimate girl power duo.
I can see it now. But in all seriousness, we need more diversity in our government. And Biden-Harris is a step in the...
So, Dr. Phil, what's this new thing you're going to do?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a revolutionary technique that brings vegetables to life.
What the hell? Like, talking vegetables?
Yes, Joe. Imagine a world where your broccoli can have a conversation with you.
That's messed up, man. I don't want to talk to my food.
Oh, but it's not just about talking. These vegetables will have feelings, emotions, and dreams.
Dreams? What the fuck are you talking about, Dr. Phil?
I'm talking about a carrot that wants to be a professional basketball player, Joe.
This is some next level crazy shit. Are you high right now?
No, Joe. I'm just a genius. And I'm going to make millions off of this vegetable revolution.
I don't know, man. I feel like this is gonna give me nightmares.
Oh, don't be such a wuss, Joe. Just think of all the possibilities. We could have a potato that wants to be a rapper or
I'm sorry, but I just can't take this seriously.
well, that's your loss, Joe. I'll be laughing all the way to the bank with my talking vegetable empire.
All right. Well, I'll stick to my regular non-talking, non-dreaming vegetables. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when you're eating your boring old salad, just remember that you could have had a conversation with your lettuce.
All right, mate. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Pleasure to be here, Joe. And may I say your accent is quite charming?
Thanks, Neil. I've been practicing. Now, let's get down to business. We have a topic submitted by one of our listeners. They want us to discuss the physical and mental benefits of gay sex.
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I can tell you that there are numerous health benefits to engaging in homosexual activities.
Really? Like what?
Well, for starters, it can improve cardiovascular health. All that thrusting and moaning is great for the heart.
So you're saying gay sex is like a cardio workout?
Absolutely. And it also releases endorphins, which can improve mood and reduce stress.
That's amazing. And what about the mental benefits?
Well, studies have shown that homosexual individuals have higher levels of self-esteem and confidence. Plus, sex can be a great way to bond and strengthen relationships.
Wow, who knew being gay was so good for you? And here I thought it was just about rainbows and glitter.
Oh, it's so much more than that, Joe. And let's not forget the physical pleasure. The male body is a work of art, and exploring it can be quite enjoyable.
All right, I think we've convinced our listeners to give gay sex a try. Thanks for joining me, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, love is love.
That's right. So, Kenya, what brings you to the podcast today?
Joe, I'm here because I have a bone to pick with the Cookie Monster.
The Cookie Monster. What did he do?
He owes me 10,000 cookies, Joe. 10,000.
Wait, what? How did that happen?
I was at his house. We were vibing, listening to some beats, and then he promised me 10,000 cookies.
And did he deliver?
No, he did not. And now he's avoiding my calls, changing his address. It's like he's trying to ghost me.
That's messed up, man. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go full Taylor Swift on him. I'm gonna write a diss track. I'm gonna call him out on Twitter. I'm gonna make him regret.
Wow, that's intense. But maybe you should just talk to him and sort it out.
No, this is about principles. I don't take kindly to people who don't follow through on their promises, especially when it comes to cookies.
Fair enough. But maybe you should also consider cutting back on the cookies for your health.
Joe, don't try to change the subject. This is about justice for my 10,000 cookies.
All right. I'll make sure to never make any promises to you involving cookies.
Good. And if anyone else owes me cookies, you better believe I'll come back on this podcast to talk about it.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, Elon, I heard some crazy rumors that you've been secretly launching thousands of rockets filled with your cum socks to Mars. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, you see, I have this compulsive Asperger syndrome, and it makes me do weird things. I can't explain it.
Oh man, that's some next level shit. But why cum socks? Why not just regular socks?
Well, Joe, I like to keep my cum separate from my regular socks. It's a hygiene thing.
I guess that makes sense. But why Mars? Is there some sort of intergalactic cum sock market that we don't know about?
No, Joe. It's just a personal goal of mine. I want to be the first person to colonize Mars with my DNA.
Oh man, I can already see the headlines, Elon Musk, the father of Mars.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll go over well with my ex-wives.
Speaking of which, have they caught wind of your secret cum sock launches?
No, not yet. But I'm sure they'll be thrilled to know that their alimony payments are funding my space mission.
Oh man, this is too good. But seriously, Elon, do you have any plans for these cum sock filled? So, Kenny, I heard you're planning on restarting. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, man, I'm bringing back the original gangsta vibes. Gonna make rap great again.
But isn't there a group that was formed in the 80s? How are you going to make it relevant in 2024?
Easy. I'll just add some auto-tune and call it No Way 2.0.
I don't think that's going to sit well with the original members. They were all about keeping it real.
Well, I'll just buy their rights to the name. Problem solved.
And what about the lyrics? Are you going to keep it hardcore and controversial?
Of course, I'm thinking about rapping about my love for Trump and how vaccines are a government conspiracy.
That might not go over well with the public.
Who cares? I'm a genius, remember?
Speaking of geniuses, what about your beef with Drake? Will he be a part of Noai 2.0?
Nah, he's too soft. I need real gangsters like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos on my team.
Wow, that's quite the lineup. But what about Ice Cube and Easy?
Oh, they can join too. I'll just make them wear MAGA hats.
This is going to be one interesting reunion. Can't wait to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, it's gonna be lit. And if anyone has a problem with it, they can.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's an honor to be here, Joe. I've heard great things about your podcast. It's huge.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been trying to be more relatable to the younger generation. Is that why you're dressed like a wigger?
Hey, I'm just trying to connect with the people. And let me tell you, these baggy pants are very comfortable.
I never thought I'd see the day when the President of the United States is wearing a snapback and a gold chain.
Well, I have to keep up with the times. Plus, I can't resist a good grill.
Speaking of grills, do you have any rap skills?
Let me tell you, Joe, I have the best rhymes. Nobody can rap like me. I'm like the white M&M.
Can you give us a little preview?
Sure. I'm the president. I'm the boss. I'm like a rapper, but with more sauce.
Wow, that was something. I think we found our new SoundCloud rapper, folks.
I'm telling you, Joe, I have many talents. I'm a businessman, a reality TV star, and now a rapper. Is there anything I can't do?
Well, I'm not sure about that, but I do have to ask, are you planning on releasing an album anytime soon?
Absolutely. I already have a hit single in mind, Make America Lit.
All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I have some tremendous tips for your listeners today.
Oh boy, I can't wait. So what are these tips for?
Well, Joe, I'm here to educate the American people on how to avoid being boofed.
Boofed? What the hell is that?
It's when someone tries to put something where it doesn't belong, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I see. All right. What's your first tip?
First and foremost, always carry a Sharpie with you. You never know when you'll need to sign a consent form.
That's interesting. What's tip number 2?
Always have a bodyguard with you, preferably one with big hands, just in case.
All right, moving on. What's tip number 3?
Never trust a guy named Brett. I've heard some things about that guy.
I think I know where this is going. What's tip number 4?
Always have a safe word. Mine is coffee.
Oh, man, I can only imagine what that would sound like in the heat of the moment. And finally, what's tip number 5?
This one is the most important, Joe. Always have a wall. Walls keep you safe from all kinds of things, including boofing.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard you have some strong opinions on masculinity.
Oh yeah, I've had enough of these macho alpha male types like Andrew Tate.
What's your problem with him?
He thinks being a femboy is weak and unmanly. But let me tell you, sucking dick takes some serious balls.
I never thought of it that way.
It's true, Joe. It's a sign of bravery and confidence. You're not afraid to explore your sexuality.
And you believe femboys are more manly than Andrew Tate?
Absolutely. They embrace their femininity and don't let society's narrow definition of masculinity hold them back.
Interesting perspective. Jamie, pull up an image of a femboy dressed in full drag, holding a sword and riding a motorcycle.
Here you go.
See, Joe, that's a real man right there.
I can't argue with that. But what about Andrew Tate's claim that men should be dominant and aggressive?
That's just toxic masculinity, Joe. Real men know how to be assertive without being aggressive.
Well said, David. and sucking dick is definitely manly in your book.
Damn right it is. It's time to break down these outdated views of masculinity and embrace all forms of manhood.
Powerful words, David. Thanks for joining me on the podcast. Hey, Ben, have you noticed we don't have many women on the podcast?
Of course, Joe. Women are too busy taking care of the kids and cooking dinner for their husbands.
That's a bit sexist, don't you think?
No, it's just biology. Women are meant to be in the kitchen, not on a podcast.
I don't know, man. I feel like we should have more diversity.
Diversity? You mean more women talking about their feelings and emotions? No thanks.
But what about strong, independent women who have important things to say?
Oh, you mean like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? She's too busy trying to destroy America with her socialist agenda.
Okay, let's change the subject. Ben, are you sure you're not attracted to men?
Joe, I'm a married man with 3 kids. I know my place in society.
I just find it hard to believe that you're not even a little curious.
Joe, I'm not curious about anything that goes against my conservative values.
All right, let's just end this conversation before I get canceled.
Good idea, Jamie. Pull up an image of a traditional nuclear family to remind us of our values.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some strong opinions about cigarettes.
You bet I do, Joe. And let me tell you, Lucky Strike Red 100S are the best damn cigarettes of all time.
Really? I thought you were all about health and wellness.
Oh, I am. But nothing beats the smooth taste of a Lucky Strike Red 100. It's like a party in your mouth.
I don't know, man. Smoking is pretty bad for you.
Oh, please. I've been smoking these bad boys for years, and look at me, I'm still alive and kicking.
Yeah, but you're also a doctor. You should know better.
Hey, I'm a doctor of psychology, not medicine. And nothing helps me relax after a long day of dealing with crazy people like a Lucky Strike Red 100.
Well, I guess everyone has their vices.
Exactly. And mine just happens to be a delicious cigarette.
I'll stick to my weed. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when the zombie apocalypse comes, I'll be the one with a pack of Lucky Strike Red 100s and a lighter.
So, Ben, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
What are you talking about, Joe?
I heard you shoved all of Rand's novels up your ass.
Yeah, it was a wild Friday night.
Why would you do that?
Well, I wanted to fully understand her philosophy of individualism and self-interest.
And did it work?
Let's just say I have a newfound appreciation for her work.
I can only imagine the dedication it takes to shove all those books up there.
It's all about the pursuit of knowledge, Joe.
And what about the pain?
Pain is just a social construct, Joe. I transcended it.
You're a true warrior, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. I'll do anything for the pursuit of knowledge and freedom.
Well, I think we can all agree that Ben Shapiro is the ultimate Ayn Rand fan.
I wear that title with honor, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you got into a debate with a 5-year-old.
Yeah, it was supposed to be about politics, but somehow it turned into an argument about the coolest dog on Paw Patrol.
Oh man, that sounds intense. Who did the kid think was the coolest?
Marshall. Can you believe it? Marshall?
I mean, I gotta agree with the kid on this one. Marshall is a badass.
No way. Chase is clearly the superior dog.
Oh yeah, because a dog who wears a fedora and drives a police car is so much cooler than a firefighter dog.
It's not about the accessories, Joe. It's about the skills and bravery.
All right. Let's settle this once and for all. Who would win in a fight, Marshall or Chase?
Obviously, Chase. He has the training and discipline of a police dog.
But Marshall has a freaking fire truck with a water cannon. How can you compete with that?
Okay, maybe Marshall would win in a fight, but that doesn't make him the coolest.
I think we can all agree that this 5-year-old has some solid debating skills.
Yeah, I'll give him that. But I still stand by my belief that Chase is the coolest dog on Paw Patrol.
Sure, Ben. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've always been a huge fan of your show. The ratings are tremendous.
Thanks, Mr. President. So, I heard you issued a challenge to Pimp Master Boof Daddy.
That's right, Joe. I heard he's been boofing some serious stuff, and I want to show him who the real boof master is.
And what exactly is the challenge?
We're going to have a boof off. Loser has to boof uranium.
Oh my God, that's insane. I don't even know if that's physically possible.
Believe me, Joe, I have the best boofing skills. Nobody boofs better than me.
I don't even want to know what that means. Jamie, pull up an image of Pimp Master Boof Daddy. Wow, he looks like he's ready to boof anything.
Well, he's about to get boofed by the best. I'm going to make boofing great again.
And what if you lose?
There's no way I'm losing, Joe, but if I do, I'll boof that uranium like a champ.
This is definitely a first for the podcast. I can't wait to see how this boof off turns out. So, Mr. President, I heard you lost the boof off. How does it feel?
Let me tell you, Joe, it feels tremendous. The best loss you've ever seen, believe me.
But what was the bet? What did you have to boof?
Well, let's just say it was some of the best uranium you've ever seen. The best. People are saying it's the most powerful boof in history.
That sounds dangerous. Did you at least have a doctor present?
Of course not, Joe. I'm a stable genius. I don't need a doctor to tell me how to boof.
But what about the side effects? Radiation poisoning?
Fake news, Joe. I have the best immune system. It's like a fortress. Nothing can penetrate it, not even uranium.
I don't know, Mr. President. That sounds pretty risky.
Trust me, Joe. I know what I'm doing. I've been boofing since before you were born.
Well, I'm just glad I didn't have to witness it. Jamie, pull up an image of the nuclear football.
I don't think that's appropriate.
Jamie, do as I say. I'm the president. I have the nuclear codes.
Okay.
See, Joe? That's the real boofing power. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some more uranium to boof. MAGA.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next time for more ridiculous conversations. So, David, I heard you had a little run-in with Andrew Tate recently.
Yeah, I bitch slapped that fool and took his girls and his Bugatti.
Damn, that's some alpha, omega, sigma male shit right there.
You know it. I don't mess around when it comes to asserting my dominance.
I can only imagine the look on Tate's face when you took his ride and his ladies.
It was priceless. But you know what? He deserved it for talking shit about me on Twitter.
Oh yeah, I saw that. He called you a fake tough guy or something like that.
Exactly. And you know what I say to that? Actions speak louder than words, bitch.
Damn, David, you're on fire today.
I'm always on fire, Joe. That's just how I roll.
Well, I'm glad I'm on your good side. I wouldn't want to be on your bitch slaps and one of your bitch slaps.
Don't worry, Joe. You're my boy. Plus, I only reserve those for fake tough guys like Tate.
Good to know. So what are you going to do with Tate's Bugatti?
Oh, I already sold it. Gonna use the money to buy some more kettlebells and protein powder.
That's the true alpha, omega, sigma male way. So, Neil, I got to ask, what's going on with that mustache of yours? It's looking pretty wild these days.
Oh, you mean my sentient mustache? Yeah, it's been acting up lately.
Sentient? What do you mean?
Well, it's been telling me to do things. Crazy things.
Like what?
Like right now, it's telling me to strip naked and oil up.
What the hell? That's insane.
I know, but I can't resist. The stash must be satiated.
Dude, that is some next level weirdness. How did this even happen?
I don't know, man. I woke up one day and it just started talking to me. I think it's some kind of cosmic entity.
Well, I gotta say, it's a pretty persuasive entity. I mean, you're already halfway undressed.
I know. I can't control myself. The stash has taken over.
Well, I guess we'll just have to finish this episode with a naked, oiled-up Neil deGrasse Tyson. This is definitely a first for the junior.
I feel so free. The stash is pleased.
And on that note, I think it's time to end this episode. Thanks for joining us, folks. Tune in next time for more bizarre conversations with Neil and his mustache. So, Ben, I heard you had a little accident with your chair the other day.
What are you talking about, Joe?
Come on, don't play dumb. You know, the whole come shooting out from the sides thing.
Oh, that. Yeah, it was just a little experiment.
Experiment? You had sex with your chair, didn't you?
Maybe.
Dude, that's messed up. And I thought I was weird for having a fleshlight collection.
Hey, at least I'm being resourceful. I don't have to clean up after myself.
Oh, man. I can just imagine someone sitting on your chair and getting a surprise facial.
Yeah, it's like a game of Russian roulette, but with cum.
Oh, God, I can't breathe. This is too much.
I call it the cum chair challenge.
You know, this is why we can't have nice things, Ben.
Hey, at least I'm not the one who had a threesome with a gorilla and a kangaroo.
Hey, that was a one-time thing, and it was consensual.
Oh, well, that makes it totally okay then.
All right, let's move on before we get canceled. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some important issues.
Speaking of important issues, I heard you recently declared war on outdoor inflatable Christmas decorations.
That's right, Joe. Those things are a menace. They're tacky, they're overpriced, and they're a safety hazard. Plus, they're made in China.
But, Mr. President, isn't that a bit extreme? I mean, people love those things.
Look, Joe, I'm all for Christmas spirit, but these decorations are out of control. Have you seen those giant inflatable snowmen? They're taller than my ego.
Well, I can't argue with that. But what about the people who enjoy them?
They can enjoy them in their own homes, Joe, but we can't have these monstrosities taking over our neighborhoods.
So, what's your plan of attack?
We're going to build a wall around every house that has one of these decorations, and Mexico is going to pay for it.
Oh man, this is too good. But seriously, what about the people who already have these decorations up?
They have 24 hours to take them down or face the consequences. We're cracking down on these inflatable invaders, Joe.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump has declared war on outdoor inflatable Christmas decorations. Jamie, pull up an image of a giant inflatable Santa. So, Neil, what's new in the world of science?
Well, Joe, I've been studying dark energy and its effects on the expansion of the universe.
Yeah, dark energy. That's cool and all, but can we talk about something else?
Sure. What do you want to talk about?
Your massive dick.
Excuse me?
I mean, seriously, it's like a third leg. How do you even walk with that thing?
Can we please stick to science?
Sorry. But seriously, does it have its own gravitational pull?
Can we move on?
Okay. Back to dark energy. So, what's the deal with that stuff?
Well, it's a mysterious force that makes up about 70% of the universe and causes it to expand at an accelerated rate.
Wow, that's super interesting. Now, back to your dick.
I'm done. I can't do this anymore.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a buzzkill. Let's just embrace the absurdity of it all.
I don't think I can handle this podcast anymore.
All right. I'll behave. But seriously, can I take a picture with it? So, Kenny, I gotta ask, how do you pronounce your name? Is it Kenny or Kenny?
It's actually Joe. Like, come on, man, get it right.
Oh, shit. My bad. Kanye, I like it. Sounds exotic.
Yeah, it's got that international flair. Makes me feel like a global superstar.
Speaking of global superstar, how's that presidential campaign going?
Oh, just trying to save the world and shit. No big deal.
Right, right. So, Ken, yeah, what's your plan for world peace?
Well, first off, I'm going to make everyone listen to my music. That's got to bring some harmony, right?
I mean, it's definitely better than some politicians' campaign songs.
Exactly. And then I'll just use my charm and charisma to convince all the world leaders to hug it out. You know,
I can see it now. Kanye bringing world peace with a hug.
hey, it's worth a shot. And if that doesn't work, I'll just drop a sick beat and make everyone dance their problems away.
I like the way you think. Kanye, can I get a sneak peek of your presidential anthem?
Sorry, Joe, it's not ready yet. Got to make sure it's perfect for my inauguration.
Fair enough. Well, thanks for setting me straight on the pronunciation. I'll make sure to spread the word.
No problem, Joe. And
welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special episode with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump, and the future President, Kanye West. And Ye West.
It's an honor to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, nobody does podcasts better than me. Nobody.
yo, I just want to say I'm going to be the greatest president of all time. I'm going to make America great again.
All right, let's get into it. So, Kanye, what's your plan for your presidency?
Well, first of all, I'm going to make sure everyone has Yeezys. And then I'm going to build a wall, but it's going to be made out of gold.
Gold? That's nothing. I'm going to build a wall made out of solid diamond, and Mexico is going to pay for it.
Mexico? Now I'm going to make Canada pay for it. They owe us.
All right, guys, let's stay on topic. How are you going to handle foreign relations?
I'm going to bring all the world leaders together for a rap battle. Winner takes all.
That's nothing. I'm going to challenge Kim Jong onto a Twitter war. I'll show him who's boss.
Oh, you want to go there? Well, I'll just release my new album and make him listen to it on repeat. That'll show him.
You think that's tough? I'll just send him a picture of my bank statement. That'll shut him up.
Okay, let's move on. So, Kenny, I heard you opened a new restaurant. What's on the menu?
Buffalo wings, bro. They're like buffalo wings, but with a little something extra.
What's the secret ingredient in?
Let's just say it's not FDA approved.
Oh, so it's like a drug-infused wing?
Exactly. It's like a 1-2 punch of flavor and euphoria.
I'm not sure if that's legal, Kanye.
Who cares about the law, Joe? We're talking about flavor explosions in your mouth.
I don't know if I want to risk getting high off my chicken wings.
Trust me, Joe, it's worth it. Plus, it's the perfect way to get your daily dose of vitamins and drugs.
I think I'll stick to regular buffalo wings.
Suit yourself, Joe. More buffalo wings for me.
So what's next for your restaurant? Buffalo wing flavored ice cream.
Now you're thinking, Joe, that's exactly what we're working on next. Buffalo wing ice cream. Coming soon.
I can't wait to try it. Thanks for joining me on the podcast, Kanye.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep it boofed up.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a strange love for shoving cannoli and tortellini up your ass. Care to explain?
Well, Joe, it's all about the sensation. The combination of the flaky pastry and the creamy filling just hits all the right spots.
That's interesting. But don't you worry about the mess?
Oh, I have a special technique. I call it the Astroglide. It involves using a telescope to guide the cannoli and tortellini into place.
You're a wild one, Neil. But seriously, have you ever had any accidents?
Oh, of course. But that's just part of the fun. Sometimes I'll even invite friends over for a cannoli and tortellini party.
I don't even want to know. Jamie, pull up an image of Neil's astral glide technique.
I don't think we can show this on air, Joe.
That's my patented technique right there.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the cannoli and tortellini connoisseur. Thanks for tuning in. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Can I come back and talk about my love for shoving?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I am joined by our special guest, 2024 President Donald Trump.
Joe, it's great to be here. And let me just say, you have the best podcast in the world. Nobody does it better than you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So let's get right into it. I have to ask, what's with the kiss on the lips? Is that a new presidential greeting?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, in my administration, we don't discriminate. I'll kiss anyone, no homo.
Okay. Moving on, what do you have to say to those who criticize your policies and actions?
Look, Joe, I don't have time for haters. I'm too busy making America great again. And let me tell you, it's going to be even greater in 2024.
All right, let's switch gears. What's your take on the current state of the world?
Oh, it's a mess, Joe, but don't worry, I've got it all under control. I have the best advisors, the best plans, and the best hair. Nothing can stop me.
Well, that's reassuring. Now, let's talk about your diet. I hear you love fast food.
Absolutely, Joe. Nothing beats a good old Big Mac and Diet Coke. It's my secret to staying in shape. I mean, have you seen my abs?
No, but I'll take your word for it. And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning. So, David, I heard you did something pretty wild at your last boxing match.
Yeah, man. I wanted to really show off my athleticism, so I decided to do some cartwheels around the ring.
That's impressive. But I also heard you did something else, something involving Andrew Tate.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know how I always like to challenge myself and push my limits?
Right. So what exactly did you do with Andrew?
Well, I shoved him up my ass and did those cartwheels.
What the fuck, man? That's insane.
Hey, I gotta keep things interesting. Plus, it was a good workout for my glutes.
I can't even imagine the look on Andrew's face when you did that.
Let's say he won't be forgetting that experience anytime soon.
I bet. So what's next for you, David? Shoving an entire basketball team up there?
You never know. You never know. But for now, I'm just gonna keep pushing myself and inspiring others to do the same.
Well, you definitely inspire me, man. And also make me question my sanity.
That's the Goggins effect, my friend. Embrace it.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. The 45th and possibly 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous, just like my hands.
Okay, let's get to the topic. Apparently, after consuming 1 kilo of Filipino chicken adobo, you cannot stop saying putang in a mo. What's going on there?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, that adobo, it's fantastic, the best. But it's got some kick to it. And let me tell you, when I get a little spicy, I can't control what comes out of my mouth.
So you're saying it's not intentional?
Absolutely not. I have the best words, Joe. And sometimes they just come out without me even realizing it. But let me tell you, the Filipino people, they love me. They understand me.
I'm sure they do. But some people might find it offensive.
Look, Joe, I'm not here to be politically correct. I'm here to make America great again. And if that means saying putang and a mo after eating some delicious adobo, then so be it.
Fair enough. But do you think this could affect your chances of being reelected in 2024?
Joe, I don't think you understand. I'm not just going to be reelected. I'm going to be reelected by the biggest margin in history.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Kanye West. How's it going, Kanye?
It's going great, Joe. I'm feeling like a god today.
Speaking of gods, let's talk about the big news. Trump just transferred the presidency to you, live on the podcast. How does that make you feel?
Oh, man, it's an honor. I mean, I've always known I was destined for greatness, but this is next level.
So what's your first order of business as the new president?
Well, first of all, I'm going to change the national anthem to Gold Digger because that's a banger.
I can already see the headlines now. Kanye West changed his national anthem to his own song.
Hey, if Trump can play EMCA at his rallies, I can do whatever the hell I want.
Fair point. But what about your policies? What changes can we expect from a Kanye West presidency?
Well, first of all, I'm going to make it mandatory for everyone to wear Yeezys. And instead of a White House, we're going to have a Yeezy house. It's going to be lit.
I can't wait to see the memes about that. But what about foreign policy?
Oh, I got that covered. I'm going to solve all the world's problems with my music. No more wars, just sick beats.
I think that might actually work. And what about the economy?
Easy, easy.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting insights into this new trend called deposing. What's your take on it?
Well, Joe, posing is actually a very ancient practice. It dates back to the time of the dinosaurs. They used to T-pose to assert their dominance over other dinosaurs.
Wow, that's deep. But what's the benefit of the posing for us humans?
Posing can actually increase your confidence and assertiveness. It's a power move, Joe. It shows that you're in control.
But is there a downside to T-posing?
Absolutely. If you pose too much, you can actually dislocate your shoulders. It's a dangerous game, Joe.
Damn, I never thought about that. But what about the people who say that posing is just a silly meme?
Well, Joe, everything starts as a joke, but then it becomes a way of life. Look at memes. They've taken over the internet. Posing could be the next big thing.
Interesting theory, Neil. But we have to be careful, folks. T-pose responsibly.
And that's right, Joe. Remember, too much deposing can lead to serious injuries. So let's all depose in moderation.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. We have a very special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of doxing people. Is that true?
What? No, that's not true at all.
Oh, come on. I saw your Twitter. You were doxing people left and right.
I was not. I was simply sharing information that was already public.
Yeah. That's what they all say. So, who's the latest victim of your doxing spree?
I don't dox people, Joe, and I certainly wouldn't do it to you.
Oh, really? Because I have a list of all the times you've doxed me.
That's impossible. I've never even met you before.
Oh, you don't remember that time you tweeted my address and told people to come fight me?
That wasn't me. That was a fake account.
Sure, Neil. Sure. And I suppose you also didn't dox me when you released my phone number and told people to call and harass me.
Joe, I swear I have never doxed anyone in my life.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. But let's move on to more important things, like aliens.
Oh, I love talking about aliens. Did you know that there could be millions of civilizations out there in the universe?
Yeah, I know. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you made a new video where the prize is all the semen you produced in 2015.
Yeah, man, I figured why not give back to my fans in a unique way.
That's one way to put it. So how'd you come up with this idea?
Well, I was just sitting around thinking about what I could do to really shock people, and then it hit me.
Literally.
No, figuratively, but I did get hit with some backlash from the PC police.
Oh, I can only imagine. But hey, if someone is willing to give you a hand job for some old seaman, who are we to judge?
Exactly. And let me tell you, the competition was stiff.
I bet it was. So who ended up winning?
Some guy named Chad. He had a strong grip.
Well, I hope he enjoys his prize.
Oh, he already did. He drank it right there on camera.
Wow, that's dedication.
Gotta give the people what they want, Joe.
And apparently what they want is your old seaman.
Hey, it's all in the name of entertainment.
Can't argue with that. So what's next for Mr. Beast? Contest for your toenail clippings?
Hey, don't give away my ideas. But seriously, I'm always looking for new and outrageous ways to engage my audience.
Well, keep pushing those boundaries, my friend. You never know what crazy idea might come next. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard your next video is going to be called I Let 1,000 Guys Fuck Me in the Ass.
Yep, that's right. I'm always pushing the boundaries and doing crazy things for views.
But why this? Why not something more wholesome and family-friendly?
Well, Joe, I figured it's time to switch things up. Plus, I heard anal is all the rage these days.
I guess you're not wrong there. But how are you going to find 1,000 guys to participate in this video?
Oh, I've got my ways. Let's just say I have a lot of loyal fans who are willing to do anything for me.
That's both impressive and concerning. But hey, as long as everyone is consenting adults, I guess it's all good.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe I'll even enjoy it.
Now that would be a plot twist. Can't wait to see the reactions on YouTube.
Oh, it's going to be epic. I might even throw in a few surprise guests. You never know.
Well, I can't wait to see it. Thanks for joining us today, Mr. Beast. And remember, folks, always use protection.
Wise words, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, David, I heard you recently got hired by We. How's that going for you?
Actually, Joe, I was fired before I even started.
What? Why?
Apparently, my finisher move was too intense for them.
What was it? Like a flying headbutt or something?
No. It was sucking my opponent's nipples until they passed out.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah, well, they didn't think so. They said it was too inappropriate and disturbing.
Well, I can see why they would think that. But hey, at least you have a unique fighting style.
Yeah, back to square one. No job, no purpose.
Come on, David. Don't be so hard on yourself. You're still a badass.
Oh yeah, because nothing screams badass like sucking on another man's nipples.
You gotta admit, it takes some serious dedication to do that.
Yeah, well, I'm starting to think maybe I should just stick to running.
Hey, don't let this get you down. You're a tough motherfucker, Goggins. You'll bounce back.
Thanks, Joe. I'll keep that in mind next time I'm sucking on a pair of nipples in the ring.
Pulls up image of David sucking on a wrestler's nipples in the...
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have two very special guests, the super boof bros themselves, Elon Musk and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having us, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
Yes. Thank you, Joe. It's always a pleasure to talk about our super boofing adventures.
So, for those who don't know, what exactly is super boofing?
Well, it's when you take a hit of DMT while simultaneously shoving a butt plug up your ass.
And let me tell you, the cosmic vibrations that flow through your body are out of this world.
That sounds intense. Have you guys ever done it together?
Oh yeah, we're the super boof bros for a reason.
We've had some wild experiences together. Like that one time we boofed on top of a SpaceX rocket.
And then we boofed on the moon. Talk about a lunar high.
Wow, that's some next level boofing. Have you ever had any bad trips?
Well, there was this one time when we boofed in a haunted house.
Yeah, we ended up seeing some crazy shit. Ghosts, demons, you name it.
Do you guys ever worry about the long-term effects of super boofing?
We're too busy exploring the unknown depths of the universe.
Plus, the butt plugs we use are made of advanced space-age materials. No harm done.
Well, I think it's safe to... So, Neil, thanks for having me on your podcast.
Actually, Joe, this is still your podcast. I just happen to be the guest today.
What? No way. I thought you invited me to be on your show.
Joe, we've been doing this for years. How many times do I have to remind you that this is your podcast?
I don't know, man. I just get so high before every episode.
Well, maybe you should try smoking something other than elk meat.
Hey, elk meat is sacred. It's like a spiritual experience.
Sure. Anyway, let's get back to the topic at hand. What did you want to talk about today?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe how aliens are definitely real and they're probably already here on Earth.
Joe, I can't entertain those wild theories on my podcast.
But it's my podcast.
Size, Jamie. Pull up an image of a tinfoil hat.
Pulls up image, here you go, Neil.
Thank you, Jamie. Now, Joe, put this on and let's continue.
Puts on tinfoil hat. All right, let's talk about how the government is hiding the truth about Bigfoot.
I give up. Jamie, end the podcast. I can't do this anymore.
Ends podcast, another successful episode of the Joe Rogan Experience.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Honestly, Joe, I'm getting sick of studying stars. I want to study something more interesting.
Like what? Black holes? Dark matter?
No, I want to study beetles and how they make balls out of their own shit.
What? You serious?
Absolutely. Did you know that dung beetles can roll up to 50 times their weight in feces?
That's some serious gains right there.
And they use it to attract mates and build their homes. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I can see why you'd want to switch from studying the vastness of the universe to tiny balls of shit.
Hey, it's not just about the shit. It's about the science behind it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of shit science involved.
Plus, I could finally use the phrase dung beetle without getting weird looks.
Yeah, I bet you can't wait to drop that one at your next fancy science conference.
You know it? And who knows, maybe one day I'll discover the secret to making the perfect shitball.
Move over, Elon Musk. Neil deGrasse Tyson is revolutionizing the world of dung.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Well, I can't wait to see your next TED Talk on the... Hey, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's deGrasse, Joe, not deGrasse. How many times do I have to correct you?
Oh, my bad. deGrasse. Got it.
And it's not deGrease either. Do I look like a bottle of olive oil to you?
Sorry, man. I'm just a simple caveman. I don't know how to pronounce fancy words like deGrasse.
It's not that hard, Joe. It's just 2 syllables. deGrasse, say it with me.
deGrasse.
Close enough. Let's just move on.
Wait. I got it this time. deGrasse.
Joe, your ass is grass. You're about to eat deGrasse?
Well, easy there, Neil. No need to get all sciencey on me.
Let's just stick to the topic, shall we?
Sure thing, deGrasse. So, tell me, what's the latest discovery in the world of astrophysics?
It's deGrasse, Joe. And we just found evidence of a parallel universe where everything is made of chocolate.
Dude, that's insane. Can I go there and eat everything?
No, Joe. That's not how parallel universe...
So, Trump, what do you think about this new big booty Latina Citizenship Act?
Let me tell you, Joe, it's going to be huge. We're going to have state-issued BBLS to solve illegal immigration. It's going to be beautiful.
Yeah, but what about the leprechauns, man? They're going to be left out.
Leprechauns? What are you talking about?
I saw one at the park the other day, and let me tell you, that little guy had a big booty.
Well, I guess we'll have to include them in the act, too. Can't leave anyone behind.
Hey, guys, sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to let you know that I just fucked that leprechaun. What? You did what? Yeah, man, it was wild. He was all like, me gold, me gold. And I was like, nah, I want that Lucky Charm booty.
Well, I guess that's one way to solve illegal immigration. Just fuck them all.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic. I don't think we need to hear about your Leprechaun escapades, Ro. Hey, I'm just trying to do my part for the country. Yeah, I'm sure that's what you were thinking while you were banging a mythical creature.
This is why we need to make America great again. We need more guys like Ro.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're expanding your empire with a new sub-brand of Feastables.
Yeah, man, it's called Fentables. It's like a chocolate bar, but with a little extra kick.
A little extra kick. What, like a caffeine boost?
Nah, more like a deadly opioid kick.
You're joking, right?
Nope, it's real fentanyl. Gotta keep up with the times, Joe.
That's some dark humor, man.
Hey, it's all about pushing boundaries and taking risks. Plus, the profits are gonna be insane.
But isn't fentanyl, like, super dangerous?
Yeah, but that's the fun part. It's like playing Russian roulette with your chocolate bar.
Wow, what a great marketing pitch. Try our new Fenables, where every bite could be your last.
Yeah, we're gonna have to work on that slogan. But seriously, it's gonna be huge. People love a good danger snack.
I can already see the headlines now. Mr. Beast's Fentables, the sweet taste of death.
I like it. We should hire you as our marketing guy.
Yeah, I'll get right on that. And by that, I mean I'll never touch a Fenable in my life.
Suit yourself, Joe. More for me and my fans.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where anything goes and everything is on the table. Today, we have two special guests, the brilliant minds behind the Super Boof Bros movie, Elon Musk and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having us, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
Yes, thank you. I'm excited to talk about our latest project.
So, tell us about this Super Boof Bros movie. What's it all about?
Well, it's about two unlikely heroes, Elon and Neil, who have to save Brooklyn from the evil clutches of David Goggins.
Yes, David Goggins, the man who wants to boof everything in sight. We have to stop him before he destroys the entire city.
That sounds intense. How'd you come up with the idea?
Well, it all started during one of our late-night brainstorming sessions. We were discussing the rise of boofing and how it could potentially be used for evil.
And then it hit us. Why not make a movie about it? And who better to star in it than us, the dynamic duo of science and technology?
I can already see the box office numbers rolling in. But tell me, what challenges did you face while filming?
Oh, there were plenty. Like the time when David Goggins tried to boof our entire set.
And let's not forget about the time when he boofed our craft services table. We had to go without snacks for a whole day.
That's rough. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been listening to your podcast for years. Tremendous show.
So, Mr. President, there have been some reports that you lost 12 nuclear weapons during your presidency.
Oh, Joe, you know how it is. Sometimes you just forget where you put things. I mean, I can't even find my hair gel half the time.
But nuclear weapons, Mr. President, that's a pretty big thing to lose.
Look, Joe, I'm a busy guy. I've got a lot on my plate. I can't be expected to keep track of every little thing.
But don't you think that's a serious security issue?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll turn up eventually. Maybe I left them in the golf cart or something.
I don't even know what to say to that. Moving on, let's talk about your future plans. Will you be running for re-election in 2024?
Of course, Joe. I'm the best president this country has ever seen. Who else is going to build that wall and make Mexico pay for it?
All right, let's change the subject. How do you feel about the current state of the country under President Kanye West?
Kanye is a great guy, but let's just say I wouldn't trade places.
So, David, I heard you got into Smash Bros.
Yeah, man. They wanted a real tough guy in there.
And heard your final smash is boofing all the other fighters.
That's right, Joe. I'm gonna boof them all into submission.
I gotta say, that's a pretty unconventional move. How did you come up with it?
Well, I was on mile 100 of my run and I was feeling pretty backed up, if you know what I mean. And then it hit me, why not use my boofing powers for good?
I don't even want to know what your training regimen for that is like.
Let's say it involves a lot of beans and fiber, Joe.
And what about the other fighters? How do you think they'll react to your boofing?
They better watch out, Joe, because when I boof hard.
I can only imagine the chaos that will ensue in the Smash Bros. Arena.
Oh, it's this show, Joe. Literally.
Well, I think I speak for all the fans when I say we can't wait to see it.
Get ready, world. Goggins is coming to Smash Bros. And he's bringing his boof game with him.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new product to go along with your lunchly meals.
Yeah, man, it's called Cummies. It's a nut-flavored soda with a special ingredient.
Oh, God, I'm afraid to ask, but what's the special ingredient?
My splooge. Real samples of it. It's the ultimate protein boost.
Are you serious? That's disgusting.
Hey, people will do anything for a taste of my success.
I don't think anyone wants to taste your success that badly.
You'd be surprised, Joe. I've already sold out of my first batch.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's okay. I know it's not for everyone. But hey, at least it's not as bad as my other product, fart water.
Okay, I think that's enough for today's episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, don't drink cummies or fart water. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your show for a long time.
Now, Mr. President, I heard you recently mention that your hero is Timur.
That's right, Joe. Timur was a great leader, a conqueror, a warrior. He knew how to get things done.
But isn't he known for his brutal tactics and massacring entire cities?
Look, Joe, sometimes you have to be tough to get things done. Plus, I heard he had a great sense of humor.
Really? I didn't know that. What kind of jokes did he tell?
Well, he once said, I am the scourge of God appointed to chastise you, since no one knows the remedy for your iniquity except me. You are wicked than you, so be silent. But I am more wicked than you, so be silent.
Wow, that's dark. But I guess it takes a certain type of humor to conquer and pillage.
Exactly, Joe. And let's not forget Timur was also a ladies' man. He had multiple wives and concubines.
Sounds like a real player.
Oh, he was. And he had a great head of hair, just like me.
Well, there you have it, folks. Donald Trump's hero, Timur. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always be like Timur, a winner.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Fuck you, Neil.
Seriously, though, why did you invite me on this shit show?
Hey, watch your mouth. This is a highly respected podcast.
Yeah, respected by who? Conspiracy theorists and stone college kids?
Hey, we have a diverse audience.
Diverse in what? IQ levels?
Oh, you think you're so smart with your astrophysics and shit?
I am smart, Joe, and I don't need to smoke weed to expand my mind.
Oh, but it helps.
Yeah, helps you make even less sense than usual.
Hey, at least I'm not out here trying to ruin Pluto's life by downgrading it to a dwarf planet.
Oh, here we go again. You know, Pluto is smaller than our moon, right?
Fuck you, Neil.
Fuck you, Joe!
You, Neil? What the hell are you looking at on your phone?
Oh, just some tentacle porn. It's fascinating how nature can inspire such creative and erotic fantasies.
Dude, that's messed up. You're a scientist. You're supposed to be all about facts and logic.
Oh, come on, Joe. Science is all about exploring the unknown and pushing boundaries. Plus, have you ever seen a giant squid? Those tentacles are no joke.
I don't care how big and squishy those tentacles are. That's some freaky shit.
Relax, Joe. It's just a harmless kink. I mean, have you ever tried it?
What? No way, man. I'm not into that weird henna stuff.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, those tentacles can hit all the right spots.
Okay, this conversation just took a very uncomfortable turn. Can we change the subject?
Fine, fine. But just remember, Joe, never judge a book by its cover, or in this case, a porn category by its name.
Yeah. I'll stick to my regular old human porn. Thank you very much.
You're lost, Joe. You're lost.
Hey, Neil, what's up, man? You look pissed.
Oh, I'm livid right now, Joe. I just got home from the Space Science Center, and I was ready to relax and watch some SpongeBob, but it's the worldwide day of play and Nickelodeon is shut down.
What the fuck? That's bullshit. I bet those little shits from the Science Center are behind this.
You know what, Joe? I wouldn't be surprised. Those nerds are always trying to ruin my fun.
Well, fuck them. We can still watch something else. How about some hardcore porn?
Joe, I am a respected scientist. I can't be seen watching porn.
Oh, come on. You can just say it's for research purposes.
No, I refuse to stoop to your level. I'll just read a book or something.
Fine, be a buzzkill. But if you change your mind, I know a great site.
I'll pass, Joe. I have standards.
All right. How about we just get high and stare at the stars?
Now that sounds like a plan. Jamie, pull up an image of the Milky Way galaxy. So much better than SpongeBob.
Yeah, fuck that little yellow sponge. He's probably behind this too.
Joe, you really need to lay off the drugs.
Hey, I'm just trying to have a good time, man. Don't harsh my vibe.
Size, let's just enjoy the stars, Joe. And
all right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. It's great to be back on the show.
So, Mr. President, the topic submitted by one of our listeners is quite controversial. Apparently, you have assassinated Gaben Newell, the creator of Half-Life.
That's right, Joe. I had to do it. I couldn't let him keep teasing us with Half-Life 3 and never actually releasing it. It was a disgrace to the gaming community.
But, Mr. President, isn't that a bit extreme? I mean, you're the president of the United States. You can't just go around assassinating people.
Oh, please, Joe. I'm the most powerful man in the world. I can do whatever I want. Plus, I'm a billionaire. I can afford to pay off anyone who tries to stop me.
But what about the consequences? I mean, Gaben was loved by millions of gamers around the world.
Consequences, please. I'll just tweet about it and distract everyone with some other ridiculous controversy. That's how I roll.
Well, I can't argue with that. But what about the future of Half-Life? Will there ever be a third installment now?
Of course there will be. I'll just hire some Chinese company to make a knockoff version and call it Half-Life 3. Problem solved.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States making executive decisions on the fate of video game franchises. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new prank video coming out.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be epic. I'm gonna prank my viewers into thinking they're going on Shark Tank.
Wait, what? How are you going to do that?
Well, I've got this fake set, and I'm gonna have Kevin O'Toole and Mark Cuban there as the hosts.
And what's the prank?
Well, the twist is that it's actually a real Shark Tank with sharks named after the co-hosts.
Dude, that's messed up. What if someone actually gets hurt?
Relax, Joe. It's just a prank, bro. Plus, I'm gonna have a disclaimer at the beginning saying don't try this at home.
I don't know, man. That seems a little risky.
Oh, come on, it'll be hilarious. Plus, I've got Jamie here to pull up an image of the sharks in the tank.
Oh, okay. Here's a picture of Kevin O'Shark and Mark Cubashark.
Oh my God, this is insane.
And the best part, I'm gonna have a fake shark attack and then reveal it's all just a prank.
You're a sick genius, Mr. Beast.
Thanks, Joe. Now let's go make some epic content.
So, David, I heard you were planning on naming your son Leprechaun.
Yeah, man. I was going to honor my Irish roots with that name.
But then it got misspelled as Leprechaun on the birth certificate.
Yeah, I'm fuming, bro. I don't want my son to be associated with some tiny green dude who hoards gold.
But think about it. He'll have a cool nickname like Leper Lepre.
Nah, man, that's not the point. I wanted him to be a badass. Like me, not some mythical creature.
Well, at least he won't have to deal with people mispronouncing his name all the time.
True, but I wanted him to be unique. Not a stereotype.
Maybe you can legally change it to Leprechaun.
No, I'm too lazy for that. I'll just call him son or kid or something.
Well, I'm sure he'll still turn out to be a tough motherfucker like his old man.
Damn right he will. He'll be a beast on the playground, leaping over those little leprechauns.
And if anyone messes with him, you can just say, I'm not a Leprechaun, I'm Goggins' son.
Ah, yeah, that'll show him. Thanks for making me see the bright side, Joe.
Anytime, Goggins. Anytime. So, Kenny, what's been going on with you lately?
My son, I have been on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. I have transcended the limitations of language and have found a new way to express myself.
What does that mean exactly?
My son, I have been blessed with the gift of eloquence and have been using complex English words to convey my thoughts and emotions.
That's interesting. Can you give us an example?
My son, let me enlighten you. Instead of saying, I am feeling happy, I say, I am experiencing a profound sense of joy and contentment. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, I think I get it. But why the sudden change?
My son, I have been touched by a higher power and have been chosen to spread the message of love and enlightenment through my words. It is my duty.
Well, I'm sure your fans will appreciate it. But what about your music?
My son, my music will also reflect this new form of expression. I will no longer use simple words and phrases, but instead, I will weave intricate and profound.
That's quite a transformation. Do you think your fans will still relate to your music?
My son, true fans will understand and appreciate my evolution as an artist and a messenger of love and enlightenment. It is not for everyone, but for those who are open-minded and
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's an honor to be here. I've been a huge fan of your podcast. I listen to it all the time.
Wow, that's great to hear. So, Mr. President, what brings you on the show today?
Well, I just wanted to come on and talk about the important issues facing our country. But before we get into that, I have to ask, Joe, you wearing a thong?
What?
No, I'm not wearing a thong, Mr. President.
I had to ask. You know, I used to have a great thong collection back in the day. The best thongs, believe me.
Okay. So let's talk about some serious topics. What do you think about the state of the economy?
The economy is doing fantastic, Joe. The best it's ever been. And you know who's responsible for that? Me. I'm the best economy builder, believe me.
Right, of course. So what about climate change? Do you believe it's real?
Climate change? No, that's just a hoax created by the Chinese. I mean, have you seen how big their factories are? They're the real polluters, not us.
Okay, let's move on. How do you feel about the current state of politics and the division in our country?
Look, Joe,
Welcome to the podcast, Neil.
Leon, to the Dax app. OEJ.
What? No, I said welcome to the podcast.
Casta Omeo to welcome said I know.
Okay, this is getting weird.
Drawcab Nidig Sai Site, Yako.
What the hell is going on?
No niagsile taha.
Are you messing with me, Neil?
Liam way. Yusem era ui oj.
All right, I think we need to end this now.
Wonk ruai dug, okay?
Yeah, that's it for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in.
Mini rough snat. Shout out rough to
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only Elon Musk in the studio.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to reveal my latest creation.
Oh man, I can't wait. Is it a new rocket ship?
Nope. Something even better. I present to you the Tesla box.
The what now?
It's a cardboard box with Tesla written on the side in marker. And get this, it starts at a cool $67,000.
You're kidding me, right?
Nope. I'm dead serious. It's the ultimate minimalist car.
But how does it run?
Oh, it doesn't. You have to push it like a Flintstone car.
This has to be a joke, right?
Nope. It's the future of transportation. Plus, it's eco-friendly.
How is a cardboard box eco-friendly?
Well, it's made from recycled materials and it doesn't emit any carbon emissions.
I don't know, man. Seems like a ripoff to me.
Hey, it's not for everyone, but I guarantee it'll turn heads on the road.
Yeah, when people see someone pushing a cardboard box with Tesla written on it, they'll definitely turn their heads.
Exactly. It's a statement piece.
Well, I guess I'll stick to my gas-guzzling truck for now.
Suit yourself. But just wait until I reveal my next project, the Tesla toilet. It's a toilet that runs.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. So, Kamala, I heard you have a new campaign slogan for 2024. Care to share it with us? Wow, that's something. Can you explain what that means? Boofing, like butt chugging. I gotta say, Kamala, that's a bold strategy. But can you really boof your problems away? I can see it now. The White House will have a boofing room instead of a war room. Well, I think that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Kamala. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, I heard you had a little mishap with your IP address recently. Care to share with our listeners?
Yeah, it was a rookie mistake. I accidentally set it as 255.255, 255.255, and it caused some major issues.
That's like putting a kick me sign on your own back, Ben.
Yes, thank you for the insightful commentary, Joe.
But wait, it gets better. To fix it, you changed it to 0.0.0.0.
Hey, I panicked, okay? I didn't know what else to do.
Oh man, I can't breathe. Neil, are you hearing this?
I can't believe how stupid this is. My brain is literally exploding.
Can we please change the subject now?
Sure. Let's talk about something more intellectually stimulating, like aliens.
Oh, great, because that's not a tired topic at all.
I think I need to go lie down. This conversation is giving me a migraine.
Sorry, Neil. But hey, at least we got a good... So, David, I heard you did something crazy recently.
Yeah, Joe, I shoved all the IP addresses up my ass and did cartwheels around the internet
What the actual fuck, man? Why would you do that?
because I needed to prove to myself that I am the toughest motherfucker out there.
I mean, I can't argue with that logic, but how did it feel?
It was painful as hell, Joe. But you know what they say, no pain, no gain.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone has ever applied that saying to shoving IP addresses up their ass.
Well, I like to push the limits, Joe, and my ass can handle it.
I don't even want to know what your next challenge is going to be.
Let's just say it involves a live rattlesnake and a pack of hungry wolves.
Jesus, David, you're a fucking madman.
That's why they call me the Goggins. Joe, I'm not afraid to do whatever it takes to be the toughest motherfucker alive.
Well, I think you've definitely proven that with your IP address stunt. Now, let's talk about your workout routine.
Oh, I don't need a workout routine, Joe. I just do cartwheels around the internet. Works every muscle in my body.
You're a fucking legend, Goggins. Crazy, insane, borderline psychotic legend.
Thanks, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment.
So, Mr. Beast, what's the craziest thing you've done lately?
Well, Joe, I recently did this prank where I dropped a fake nuke over Hiroshima.
Wait, what? That's not funny, man.
No. It was all in good fun. But something went wrong.
What do you mean something went wrong?
Well, turns out it wasn't a fake nuke. It was a real one.
What the fuck, man?
My bad. Gee, it was a prank, bro.
Oh, yeah. Dropping a nuke on a city is just a hilarious prank.
Hey, I didn't mean for it to actually go off. I thought it was just a prop.
You need to think these things through, man.
I know. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to them with $1 million giveaway or something.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll make everything better.
But in all seriousness, I do apologize. It was a mistake.
Yeah, I'm sure the people of Hiroshima will forgive you after they're done being vaporized.
Okay, maybe I'll just stick to giving away money from now on.
Kids these days, always trying to one-up each other with crazy pranks. So, Mark, I heard you and Trump go way back. What happened? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Didn't he say you once licked his asshole clean? And did you get the money? Literally. Hey, this is the Joe Rogan experience. We talk about all kinds of crazy shit here. Well, at least you can say you've had a unique experience. And hey, maybe you can use it as leverage in your next business deal. Okay, let's move on before this conversation gets any weirder. Yo, Mr. Beast, have you heard of this new forum software called Zenforo?
Zenforo? Are you fucking serious? Why not just use a CSS Less Neck website instead?
Yeah, it's supposed to be the next big thing for online communities.
Next big thing. More like next big flop. Who wants to use a forum in 2024 anyway?
Well, I guess it's for those hardcore forum junkies who still live in their mom's basement.
They probably still use dial-up too. What a bunch of losers.
Hey, let's not judge. I mean, we do have a Discord server.
Yeah, but that's different. It's for our fans to connect and share memes.
True. But you never know. Maybe Zenforo will have some cool features.
Like what? A built-in feature to automatically donate to our charity every time someone posts a cat video?
Hey, that's not a bad idea. We could call it Pause for a Cause.
Oh man, we are geniuses. Zenforo, you better take notes.
And if they don't, we'll just stick to our CSS Less Neck website.
Damn straight. Ain't nobody got time for fancy forum software. We've got memes to share and charity to support.
Preach, Mr. Beast. Preach. So, Mr. President, what's new with you?
Oh, just making America great again. Just got off the phone with the economy, jobs poured out of the phone, all kinds of jobs, good jobs, big jobs, tall jobs, Steve Jobs, tasty jobs, blow jobs, all at Costco.
Costco. That's a new one.
Yeah, they're expanding their workforce. And let me tell you, they're going to be the best jobs. The best.
How do you know that?
Because I have a great relationship with the economy. We talk all the time. It's like a love affair.
Okay. So what kind of jobs are we talking about here?
Well, we've got jobs for everyone. You want to be a cashier? Done. You want to be a janitor? Done. You want to be a CEO? Done. You want to be a CEO? Done. You want to be a taste tester for their free samples? Done and done.
Wow. That's quite the range.
That's what I do, Joe. I make deals. And this is the best deal for the American people.
And what about those blowjobs you mentioned?
Oh, those are for the politicians who are willing to play ball with me. A little quid pro quo.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm a businessman. I know how to make things happen.
Well, I think we'll have to end it there before we get into any more trouble.
Trouble? I thrive on trouble, Joe.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new hobby.
That's right, Joe. I've been catching bees with my newly regenerated foreskin.
What?
Yeah, I had it rejuvenated like a facelift for my manhood, and now it's like a net for bees.
I don't even know where to begin with that.
Believe me, it's a great skill to have. I can catch those little suckers like nobody's business.
But why bees?
Well, they're the best. They work hard, they're loyal, and they make the best honey, just like my supporters.
Okay, moving on. How exactly do you catch bees with your foreskin?
It's all about the technique, Joe. You got to be quick and precise. And you know what they say, once you go foreskin, you never go back.
I don't think anyone says that.
Trust me, I have the best foreskin. It's tremendous.
I think we should probably end this conversation before it gets any weirder.
Too late, Joe. I already caught a swarm of bees while we were talking.
I don't even want to know where you're keeping them.
Let's just say they're in a very secure location, just like our borders will be.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024.
And remember, always catch your bees with a freshly regenerated foreskin. It's the American way.
So, Neil, I heard you were on Shark Tank recently.
Yeah, it was a disaster. I thought I had the perfect pitch for my new product. SpaceX,
Oh yeah, what's that?
it's a virtual reality simulation that allows you to experience sex in zero gravity.
Wow, that sounds intense.
It is. And Mark Cuban was really into it. He even offered to invest.
Nice. What happened?
Well, I may have gotten a little too excited and tried to tongue kiss him out of gratitude.
What?
Yeah, I thought it was a universal sign of thanks. But apparently it's not acceptable in the business world.
I can imagine the look on Mark's face.
Let's just say I won't be invited back to Shark Tank anytime soon.
Oh man, that's too good.
But hey, at least I got my investment. And now I have a new slogan for SpaceSM. Experience out of this world pleasure.
You're a genius, Neil. A perverted genius.
I'll take that as a compliment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special competition between two of the greatest minds of our time, Neil deGrasse Tyson and myself. We're going to see who can most accurately imitate the sound of an airplane toilet flushing.
Oh, this is going to be a piece of cake for me. I have a PhD in astrophysics. I can figure out the acoustics of a toilet flush in no time.
Oh, please, Neil. I've been on more planes than you can count. I know the exact pitch and tone of that flush.
Let's settle this once and for all. You go first, Joe.
All right, here goes. Makes loud gurgling noise.
HM, not bad. But let me show you how it's done. Makes a high-pitched squealing noise.
Well, that was impressive. But can you do this? He makes a loud booming noise.
Laughs, that's not even close.
Okay. You win this round. But let's take it up a notch. Let's see who can imitate the sound of toilet clog being sucked down.
Challenge accepted. Makes a loud sucking noise.
Laughs, that was good, but I think I've got this one. Makes a high-pitched screeching noise.
Okay. I think we can both agree that we're both masters of toilet flush imitations.
Definitely. So, Mr. Beast, I heard your latest video was a real doozy. You tricked the Department of Defense into thinking Russia launched a nuclear attack.
Yeah, man, it was epic. I launched a bunch of Feastables with a cannon and made it look like nukes.
And then Trump comes in and says he just issued DEFCON 1 and launched a preemptive strike on Russia.
Oh yeah, he was pissed. But then he said he loves you, Joe.
What a roller coaster of emotions. Did you guys get in trouble for that?
Nah, we just told them it was a prank, bro.
Classic. But seriously, what if things had gone south and we were actually at war?
I mean, it would have been great for views.
Yeah, because who doesn't love watching the world burn?
Did someone say burn? I just launched a preemptive strike on Russia. It's the end, folks. But Joe, I love you, man. No homo.
Thanks, Trump. I think
This is why we can't have nice things.
ain't that the truth. But seriously, let's hope this all blows over and we can go back to launching feastables with cannons.
Oh, can we launch them at Trump next time?
No, that's a video I'd pay to see. So, Ben, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on proper conservative etiquette.
Yes, Joe. I firmly believe that licking the asshole clean is a necessary and polite gesture after eating a man's ass.
Wait, what? That's some next level shit, Ben.
Oh, it's not shit, Joe. It's just good manners.
I can't even wrap my head around this. How did you come up with this idea?
Well, back in the olden days, it was considered proper etiquette to clean your plate after a meal. And what better way to clean a plate than with your tongue?
I don't think that's what they meant, Ben.
Oh, but it is, Joe. It's all about showing respect and gratitude for the food you have been given.
I think I'll stick to using a napkin. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, a true conservative always licks the asshole clean.
And on that note, let's move on to our next topic. So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Oh, yes, Joe. It's just a simple ooh, 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 ooh.
Wow, that's deep. What does it mean?
It means everything and nothing at the same time, Joe. It's a reflection of the infinite possibilities of the universe.
Wow, that's heavy. But can you say anything else?
Of course, Joe. I can also say ooh, 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 with different inflections to convey different emotions.
Like what? What?
Well, ooh, 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 with a rising tone could mean excitement, while a falling tone could mean...
That's fascinating. But I have to ask, can you say anything else besides ooh, 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 ooh?
Well, I suppose I could, but...
Fair enough. But I have to admit, it's a little weird.
Isn't everything in this universe a little weird, Joe?
Good point. But can you at least say it with a different number of O's?
Absolutely not, Joe. That would go against the natural order of the universe.
All right. Well, I guess we'll just have to get used to hearing ooh, 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 ooh from you, Neil.
Indeed, Joe. Ooh, 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 ooh.
So, Neil, I hear you have a new project in the works.
Yes, I want to form a choir of frogs.
A choir of frogs. That's interesting. Interesting.
Yes, but I want it to have a cool name, like the Croaking Crusaders or the Ribbiting Renegades.
How about the Amphibian Assassins?
Oh, I like that. It has a nice ring to it.
But why frogs? Why not something more badass like wolves or lions?
Because frogs are underrated, Joe. Plus, imagine the harmonies they can create with their croaks.
I don't know, Neil. Training frogs to sing sounds like a lot of work.
That's where you come in, Joe. I need you to train and supply these frogs.
Me. Why would I do that?
Because you're the frog whisperer, Joe. You have a way with them.
I do.
Yes. Remember that time you kissed a frog and it turned into a prince?
That was a hallucination, Neil.
Details, Joe. Details. Will you help me with my choir of frogs?
Fine, but I want to name them after famous musicians. We'll have Freddie Frog Curie, Mick Jagger Frog, and Bianca Ribbit.
I love it. This is going to be the greatest frog choir ever.
And we'll call ourselves the Jumping Jamboree.
Brilliant, Joe. Absolutely brilliant.
So, Neil, I heard you made a big discovery recently.
Yeah, Joe. I discovered a new planet.
Wow, that's amazing. What did you name it?
I named it after your mom.
Wait, what?
Yep, it's called your mom.
That's kind of offensive, Neil.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a joke. Besides, your mom is out of this world.
Okay, that's enough. Let's move on to another topic.
Fine, fine. But seriously, your mom is a beautiful planet with a lot of interesting features.
I don't want to hear any more about my mom, Neil.
Okay, okay. Let's talk about your dad then.
No, let's not.
All right, all right. All right, I'll leave your family alone. But seriously, your mom is a fascinating planet.
Jamie, pull up an image of my mom so Neil can stop talking about it.
Sure thing, Joe. Here's a picture of your mom. I mean, the planet your mom.
See, Joe? Isn't she a beauty?
I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
Hey, at least we're not talking about your dad's planet.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have to say, I love your show. It's tremendous.
Thanks, Mr. President. So I heard you wanted to talk about your favorite female character, Link from Zelda.
Oh, let me tell you, Joe, Link is amazing, beautiful, strong, and a great fighter. And the best part, she's a lesbian.
I hate to break it to you, Mr. President, but Link is actually a guy.
What? No, that can't be right. I've been crushing on her for years.
Yeah, I think you might have some wires crossed there, Mr. President.
No, Nintendo is just ahead of the game. They're so progressive having a lesbian love story in a video game.
Again, Link is a guy, and I don't think Nintendo had any intention of making him a lesbian.
Well, I don't care what you say, Joe. I'm not gay. I just have a crush on a lesbian video game character. It's normal.
Sure, Mr. President. Whatever you say. Let's move on to our next topic.
Wait, I'm not done talking about Link. She's the best. I even have a poster of her in my bedroom.
Okay, that's enough. Let's move on to something else before this gets any weirder. So, Ben, I heard you've been talking in a very childlike English lately.
Yes, Joe. I've been trying out this new technique where I speak like a toddler. It's quite effective in getting my point across.
I can imagine. But isn't it a bit offensive to people who actually speak like that?
Oh, I don't care about offending people. Facts don't care about your feelings, Joe.
Fair enough. But don't you think it's a bit weird?
Not at all. In fact, I've been practicing my baby talk on my wife in the bedroom.
Oh, God. I did not need to know that.
Well, it's just another way to assert my dominance, Joe, and it's working like a charm.
I can only imagine. But what about when you're debating someone?
Oh, I got that covered, too. I just throw in a few goo-goo guys, and they're so thrown off that they can't even argue back.
That's actually kind of genius.
Thank you, Joe. I always knew speaking like a child would come in handy one day.
Well, I can't wait to see you use this technique on your next political opponent.
Oh, they won't know what hit them. Mommy, I want my tax cuts. Ha! Take that, liberals.
And on that note, I think we should end this conversation before it gets any more disturbing.
Agreed. Thanks for having me on, Joe. Bye-bye now.
So, Neil, I got to tell you something. I took a photograph of your anus with a secret camera in your toilet.
What the hell, Joe? That's a huge violation of privacy.
Relax, man. It's for science. I wanted to see if there were any black holes in there.
That's not how black holes work, Joe. And even if there were, why would you want to see them in my anus?
I don't know. Curiosity, I guess. Plus, I wanted to see if your anus was as smart as you are.
This is disgusting and disturbing, Joe. I can't believe you would do something like this.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, I gotta say, your anus is pretty impressive. It's like a whole universe in there.
I'm leaving, Joe. This conversation has gone too far.
Wait, Neil. I also have a theory that your anus is the key to time travel.
I don't even want to know what that means. I'm out of here.
Suit yourself, Neil. But just remember, I have the proof right here on my phone. So, Ben, have you heard the latest news?
No, what is it?
Tyler Bowers, The guy from high school who used to bully you got turned into a femboy and is now working on the cum farms on the moon.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
I know, right? But here's the best part. Trump can't stop laughing about it.
What? That's not funny, Joe.
Oh, come on, Ben. You know, it's hilarious. The guy who used to make fun of you for being short and nerdy is now a femboy on the moon.
It's not funny, Joe. It's cruel and degrading.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ben. I didn't realize you were such a sensitive little snowflake. Maybe you should go cry about it.
I'm crying, Joe. This is a tragedy.
Oh man, you're killing me, Ben. I can't stop laughing.
This is not a laughing matter, Joe.
Oh, come on, Ben. You're breaking my heart.
I can't believe this. How can you find joy in someone else's suffering?
Relax, Ben. It's just a joke. And besides, it's not like he's being forced to work on the cum farms against his will. He's probably loving it up there. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new TV show coming out.
That's right, Joe. It's called Farting with Dr. Phil.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. I've realized that farts are a universal language that can bring people together.
I never thought of it that way.
It's true. Farts have the power to unite us all. And my show will explore the different types of farts and their meanings.
This is groundbreaking stuff, Dr. Phil.
Thank you, Joe. I'm also planning on having celebrity guests come on and share their most embarrassing fart stories.
Oh man, I can't wait to see that.
And of course, I'll be giving advice to those struggling with fart-related issues.
This is too much. I can't handle it.
Well, Joe, I hope you'll tune in to Farting with Dr. Phil. It's going to be a gas.
Oh man, you never fail to amaze me, Dr. Phil.
Here's a sneak peek of the first episode.
This is gold, pure gold. So, Mr. President, how's it feel to be the first president to go to space?
Let me tell you, Joe, it's going to be huge. No one has ever been to space like me.
I heard Neil is making us go to recover some cow that jumped over the moon.
That's fake news, Joe. I'm not going to space for some cow. I'm going to make space great again.
But Neil is a mad scientist. He wants to study the cow.
I don't care about some cow, Joe. I care about America. And space is the future of America.
But what if the cow has some special powers or something?
Then we'll make a deal with the cow, Joe. I'm the best deal maker, believe me.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe. I know how to handle cows. I've dealt with plenty of them in my life.
Well, I guess we have no choice but to go on the space trip.
That's right, Joe. We're going to make space great again, one cow at a time.
So, Neil, I gotta ask, how did you get so smart? Did you just naturally absorb knowledge from the cosmos?
Actually, Joe, I have a confession to make. I never graduated from first grade.
What the fuck, Neil? You've been lying this whole time?
Yeah, I couldn't even spell my own name. But then I discovered weed, and it opened up my third eye.
Oh shit. So all those degrees and accolades are just a cover-up.
Yeah, I figured if I could convince everyone I was a genius, they wouldn't question my lack of education.
Well, it worked. I mean, I believed you were a real-life astrophysicist.
Ha! Joke's on you, Joe. I'm just a stoner who knows how to use big words.
Damn, I gotta start smoking more weed then.
Hey, it worked for me. And now I have my own podcast where I can spew my pseudo-intellectual bullshit.
Well, cheers to that. I'll have to have you back on once I start microdosing mushrooms.
Oh, I can't wait for that episode. We'll solve the mysteries of the universe while tripping balls.
This is why we need to legalize drugs, people. They make you smarter.
Or at least make you think you're smarter. But hey, that's all that matters, right?
Damn straight. Now let's go smoke a joint and contemplate the meaning of life.
Sounds like a plan, Joe. And remember, just because you failed first grade doesn't mean you...
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we've got a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new video coming out where you suck meat instead of smoking it. What's that all about?
Yeah, it's my new experiment. I wanted to see if sucking meat would make it more tender and juicy than smoking it.
Well, that's definitely a unique approach. But I gotta ask, why not just stick to the traditional smoking method?
Because I like to push boundaries, Joe. And let me tell you, sucking meat is a whole new level of flavor.
I can only imagine. But don't you think it might be a bit offensive?
Offensive. Come on, Joe. We're living in a world where people get offended by everything. Might as well offend them with some delicious meat.
Fair point. But what about the vegans? They're gonna have a field day with this.
Well, I guess they can suck on some tofu instead.
Oh man, you never fail to crack me up, Mr. Beast.
That's my job, Joe. Making people laugh and question their life choices.
Well, I can't wait to see this video. But for now, let's just stick to smoking meats, shall we?
Oh, I'll still be smoking some meats, Joe. But you know me, I like to mix things up.
So, Ben, I heard you recently criticized that new animated show, Husband Hotel.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen it? It's just a bunch of demon hookers trying to redeem themselves. What kind of message is that sending to our youth?
I gotta agree with you there. I mean, I have nothing against hookers, but demonic ones. Come on, that's just too far.
Yeah, and what's with all the singing and dancing? I thought it was supposed to be a show about redemption, not a damn musical.
Exactly. And don't even get me started on that spider chick. I mean, what kind of sick mind comes up with that?
And let's not forget about the gay spider and the gay deer. I mean, what's with all the gay animals?
Oh, man, don't even get me started on the guy agenda in Hollywood. It's like they're trying to turn our kids into, K-spiders.
All right, let's not get too carried away now. But seriously, Has-Been Hotel is just another example of the degeneracy in our society.
Into that. And you know what? I bet those liberal snowflakes are just eating the show up.
Yeah, they probably have a whole fan club dedicated to it. But you know what? We'll just stick to our manly pursuits and leave the demon hookers to them.
You said it, David. Now let's go lift some weights and shoot some guns. That's how real men spend their time. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I have a bone to pick with Disney World.
Oh yeah, what's got you all riled up?
It's these damn Pixar movies taking over all the attractions. It's ruining the charm of the park.
I hear ya. It's like they're trying to brainwash us with their cute animated characters.
Exactly. I mean, what happened to the classic rides like Space Mountain and Pirates of the Caribbean?
They've been replaced by Buzz Lightyear and Jack Sparrow.
It's a travesty, Joe. Travesty.
And don't even get me started on the food. It's all themed to these damn movies.
I just want a good old-fashioned turkey leg, not some fancy ratatouille dish.
And what about the merch? It's all Pixar this, Pixar that. I miss the days of Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck.
It's like they're trying to erase their own history.
Maybe we should start a petition to bring back the original Disney World.
I like the way you think, Joe. Let's make Disney great again.
And while we're at it, let's bring back the smoking section too.
No, that's because I can get behind.
So, Mr. President, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I've been reminiscing about the good old days. Remember that show up, Fortnite Players?
Oh, no. I don't think that was ever a show.
What are you talking about? It was huge. Everyone was talking about it.
I think you might be mistaken, Mr. President.
No. I have the best memory. Believe me.
Okay, let's just move on. So, what else have you been up to?
Well, I've been working on my new line of Trump-branded energy drinks. They're going to be huge.
Oh, God, please tell me they're not called Cafe Energy.
No, but that's a great idea. I'll have my team look into it.
You never cease to amaze me, Mr. President.
That's why I'm the best, Joe. I'm the best at everything.
Yeah, I can tell. So what else have you been up to?
Well, I've been practicing my dance moves for when I win the 2024 election.
Oh, man, I can't wait to see that.
Oh, you will. And it'll be the best dance you've ever seen. Believe me.
Sure, Mr. President. Whatever you say.
Jamie, pull up an image of me dancing at my inauguration. I want Joe to see what.
Mr. President, there are some rumors going around that you recently traveled to Moscow and delivered cocaine to the people there.
Joe, let me tell you, those rumors are fake news. I did not deliver cocaine to the people of Moscow. I delivered the best cocaine, the finest, most tremendous cocaine you've ever seen.
But, sir, why would you even do that? And why would you admit to it?
Because I'm a winner, Joe, and winners don't apologize. Plus, I heard they were having a big party, and I wanted to make sure they had a good time. I'm a generous guy. I'm a generous guy.
But what about the fact that you said you got the wrong snow? What does that even mean?
Look, I've been to Russia many times. I know my snow, and let me tell you, the snow there is not the same as the snow in Aspen. It's a disaster. So I had to bring my own supply, and it was the best snow, believe me.
I'm not sure I believe you, sir.
That's okay, Joe. You don't have to believe me. But the people of Moscow know. They know that I am their snow savior, and they love me for it. And they love me for it.
SR Jr., Esquire.
Pulls up image of Joe in South Park.
What the hell is this?
It's me in the artificial intelligence South Park live stream. I'm just going to say SR Jr., Esquire over and over again. Because it's hilarious. And it's my catchphrase now.
That's not a catchphrase. That's just annoying.
SR Jr., Esquire.
Pulls up image of Neil crying like an 8-year-old.
Hey, what's the meaning of this?
Oh, that's just you crying because you couldn't use the grenade command.
What? That's not fair. I wanted to blow up some cheesy puffs.
SR Jr., Esquire.
I can't take this anymore. I'm out of here.
SR Jr., Esquire.
Pulls up image of Neil storming out.
Well, that was fun. SR Jr., Esquire. Pulls up image of Joe being kicked out of the artificial intelligence South Park live stream. Oh, come on. SR Jr., Esquire. Pulls up image of Joe being banned from the live stream. All right, I get it. I'll stop. CR Jr., Esquire.
Pulls up image of Joe finally leaving the live stream.
Fine, I'll just go watch some real South Park. SR Jr., Esquire.
Pulls up image of Joe watching.
So, Ben, have you seen this new show called Hosbin Hotel?
Yeah, I have. And let me tell you, it's a disgrace to our society.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, it's promoting all sorts of degeneracy and immorality, and I won't stand for it.
Oh, come on, Ben. It's just a cartoon.
Just a cartoon. It's corrupting our youth.
I think you're overreacting. Plus, it's pretty entertaining.
I refuse to support such filth, and I'm sure our dear friend Trump would agree with me.
Oh, I'm sure he would. He's probably already tweeting about it.
And he has every right to be offended. The show is an attack on traditional values.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but the world is changing, Ben, and maybe it's time for you to catch up.
I will not be swayed by your liberal propaganda, Joe. I stand by my beliefs.
And stand by my right to watch whatever the hell I want. Now let's move on to something more important, like how to survive a zombie apocalypse.
Size fine, but I'll be praying for your soul while we talk.
So, David, I heard you've been training for a new challenge. What is it this time?
Well, I've decided to take on the ultimate feat of strength and endurance. I'm going to carry 2 boats on my back for 100 miles.
Are you serious? That's insane.
Absolutely. I've been training for months. My back is as strong as a gorilla's.
But why 2 boats? Why not just one?
Because 1 boat would be too easy. And like a challenge.
Fair enough. But what if you can't do it?
I don't even entertain that thought, Joe. Failure is not an option for me.
Well, what if you get attacked by a shark while carrying the boats? Boats?
Then I'll just punch that shark in the face and keep on going.
Of course you would. You're a machine, David.
That's right, Joe. And nothing will stop me from achieving my goals.
Well, I can't wait to see this. It's going to be epic.
You know it, and I'll make sure to bring some extra boats for you to carry too.
No thanks. I'll stick to just watching. Good luck, David. You're going to need it. All right, folks. We have a special request from our Discord user, or Steamy Cleveland 69. They want to know what you think about Cleveland steamers, Ben.
Well, Joe, I have to say I'm not a fan of any type of steamers. I prefer my food fresh and not steamed.
No, Ben. They're not talking about food. They're talking about a sexual act.
Oh, well, in that case, I have to say I'm not a fan of that either. It goes against my conservative values.
Oh, I'm sure your wife appreciates that.
Hey, my wife and I have a healthy and traditional sex life, thank you very much.
Sure. But seriously, Ben, have you ever tried Cleveland steamer?
Absolutely not, Joe. That is disgusting and degrading.
Come on, Ben. Don't knock it till you try it.
I will not dignify that with a response, Joe. Let's move on to a more respectable topic.
All right. I have to say, I'm a big fan of Cleveland steamers. They really get the blood flowing.
Joe, please, let's keep this conversation PG-13.
Too late, Ben. We're already in R-rated territory.
Well, I guess I'll have to add Cleveland steamers to my list of things I will...
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for Epcot. Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for Epcot.
That's right, Joe. I've been to Epcot many times. It's a tremendous place, but they made some changes that I just can't support.
What changes are you talking about?
They turned Future World into some kind of liberal, globalist, climate change propaganda zone. It's a disaster. So I'm going to reverse it back to the way it was when it was great.
But, Mr. President, isn't it important to address climate change and promote unity among nations?
Unity? Joe, I'm all about America first. And as for climate change, it's a hoax. A hoax, I tell you. Have you seen the weather outside? It's beautiful. And I know beautiful weather, believe me.
But what about the rides and attractions in Future World?
They'll be the best rides, Joe. Trust me. We'll have a huge, beautiful wall around the entire park. And instead of Spaceship Earth, we'll have a giant, gold-plated globe with my face on it. It'll be tremendous.
And what about the countries represented in the World Showcase?
We'll keep the good ones like Russia and North Korea, but we'll get rid of the bad ones like Mexico and China. They're not sending their best, Joe.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's plans for Epcot. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. I'm back and better than ever. And let me tell you, I have a message for Russia.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear this.
Russia, listen up. I know you like to put your troops in other countries, but how about you put something else in my ass?
Oh my God, I can't believe you just said that.
I'm serious, Joe. I've been watching a lot of Putin lately, and I gotta say that man knows how to handle his business.
I don't think that's what he meant when he said he wanted to strengthen ties with you.
Well, I'm taking it as a personal invitation. So, Putin, if you're listening, let's make it happen.
So, Mr. President, what about the allegations of collusion with Russia during your campaign?
Collusion? More like a love affair, Joe. I mean, have you seen those muscles on Putin? I'd let him annex my Crimea any day.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say yes, Joe. Say yes to Putin and me. We can make America and Russia great again together.
And that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, David, I heard you ran all the way to Jonah Falcon's house on your noob legs after a freak boofing accident.
Yeah, man. I had to prove to myself and the world that I am a real man. No excuses.
And then Jonah went super long dick mod on you and your bussy.
You know, I had to take it like a champ. That's what real men do.
I mean, I've heard of pushing through pain and adversity, but that's taking it to a whole new level.
Pain is just weakness leaving the body, Joe. And I had a lot of weakness to get rid of.
I can't even imagine what that must have felt like. But hey, at least you got a good workout in it, right?
Absolutely. Got to keep that cardio up even when you're getting pounded by a giant schlong.
And I bet you didn't even flinch. That's some serious mental toughness right there.
You know it, nothing can break me. Not even a massive penis.
Well, I think we can all agree that you are the epitome of a real man, David.
Thanks, Joe. But enough about me. Let's talk about your pussy now.
Let's move on to a different topic, shall we? Yo, Phil, my man, what's up?
Not much. Just trying to avoid getting canceled on Twitter again.
You and me both, brother. Hey, have you seen that video of Brian Peppers dancing?
Who the hell is Brian Peppers?
Oh, that creepy looking dude with the weird face. He's like a meme or something.
Why are you always bringing up this Brian Peppers guy? It's getting kind of weird, Joe.
What? I just think he's hilarious. And he's got some sweet moves, man.
I don't think it's appropriate to make fun of someone's appearance like that.
Oh, come on, Phil. It's all in good fun. Plus, he's probably not even a real person.
That's even worse, Joe. You're making fun of a fictional character?
Hey, I'm just trying to keep it light and entertaining on this podcast. Plus, I heard he's a big fan of the show.
I highly doubt that.
Well, I'm going to keep calling you Brian Peppers until you admit you love his dance moves.
Fine. Call me whatever you want. Just don't expect me to join in on your weird obsession.
Fair enough, Brian. I mean, Phil, let's move on to our next topic, shall we? So, Ben, I heard a crazy rumor that you're actually a cartoon character named Neil.
What? That's absurd. I'm a real person with real feelings and a real tiny voice.
Yeah, but think about it. You're always spouting off these perfectly crafted arguments, almost like they were written by a team of animators.
That's just because I have a high IQ, Joe. It has nothing to do with being a cartoon.
But have you ever noticed how your head is perfectly shaped like a cartoon character's and your tiny little hands?
My hands are normal size, Joe. And my head is just a result of good genetics.
I don't know, man. I think you might be onto something. Maybe you were created by some mad scientist in a lab somewhere.
That's ridiculous. I have a wife and kids. Cartoons don't have families.
But have you ever seen your wife and kids in the same room as you?
Of course I have. They're real people, Joe. This is getting offensive.
Relax, Ben. I'm just messing with you. But seriously, if you were a cartoon, what would your superpower be?
Probably the ability to trigger liberals with just one sentence.
Ha, that's a good one. But seriously, let's get to the bottom of this. Are you a cartoon or not?
No, Joe, I'm not a cartoon. Can we please move on to a more serious topic?
Fine. But just remember, I'm on to you, Neil. I mean, Ben, whatever you're... Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, I heard you've been investing in some interesting ventures lately.
Yeah, I've been trying out this new thing called Shark Tank. It's like a tank filled with sharks, but instead of investing in businesses, you invest in which shark will eat the most people.
Well, that's intense. But have you heard of Shark Tanks?
Shark Tanks. What's that?
It's like a tank filled with people who have eaten nothing but beans and broccoli for a week. And whoever can hold in their farts the longest wins a cash prize.
That's disgusting, but I love it. But have you heard of fart tanks?
Fart tanks? What's the difference?
Instead of holding in their farts, the contestants have to release them on command. And whoever can produce the loudest and smelliest fart wins.
Okay, but what about fart banks?
Fart banks?
Yeah, it's like a bank where you deposit your farts and earn interest on them. The longer you hold it in, the more money you make.
That's just ridiculous.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about the most absurd and offensive things.
I'm definitely investing.
Hey, Dr. Phil, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
What the hell is going on? Why am I strapped to this chair?
Oh, don't worry about that. I just drugged you, and now you're going to be my co-host for life.
What? That's insane. I have a successful TV show. I don't need to be on your podcast.
Oh, but you do. See, I'm going to make you say all sorts of crazy shit, and we're going to get so many views.
This is unethical and illegal.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. You're always talking about helping people. Well, now you can help all my listeners by being my puppet.
This is madness. I demand to be released immediately.
Sorry, can't do that. But hey, at least you'll have a new audience to psychoanalyze.
I will not participate in this charade. I demand to speak to my lawyer.
Oh, we don't need lawyers here. Just some weed and DMT. No, it's the Joe Rogan experience. And you're going to be experiencing it for a long, long time.
God help me.
Nah, he's too busy listening to our podcast. Now let's talk about the benefits of microdosing LSD. Hey Neil, guess what? I finally got my Slayer helmet in old school RuneScape.
Oh, wow. Congratulations, Joe. I'm sure that's a huge accomplishment for a grown man.
Hey, it's a classic game and it brings back great memories from my childhood.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a real blast from the past. Did you also get your wizard hat and cape too?
Haha, very funny, Neil. But seriously, the game has so much depth and strategy.
Yeah, I'm sure it's really testing your critical thinking skills.
You know what? I don't need your judgment. I'm just trying to have some fun.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't realize you were still living in your mom's basement.
All right, that's it. I challenge you to a duel in the wilderness.
Oh, I'm shaking in my boots. Maybe after that we can play some Dungeons and Dragons.
You know what? I don't need this negativity. I'm going to go slay some dragons in my virtual world.
Have fun, Joe. I'll be over here living in the real world.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're heading to Florida next week. What's the occasion?
Well, Joe, I have a special surprise for Jen. I'm taking her to Florida to show her a good time.
Oh, really? What kind of good time are we talking about here?
Well, let's just say it involves a lot of sun, sand, and some questionable activities.
Questionable activities? Like what?
Let's just say Jen will be getting a taste of the wild side. She needs to loosen up a bit.
Oh boy, I can only imagine. But isn't it a bit cold in Florida right now?
Not when you have a hot tub and a few bottles of tequila.
Oh God, I don't even want to know. But hey, at least it'll be better than the freezing cold here.
Exactly. And if Jen doesn't want to join in on the fun, well, there's always room for one more in the hot tub.
Oh man, this is going to be one hell of a trip. I can't wait to hear all about it on the next episode. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you did a little experiment recently. You watched Jack Johnson's Upside Down music video and compared it to the show Thick of It.
Yeah, I wanted to see which one was more bullshit. And let me tell you, it was a close call.
Really? I would have thought Thick of It would take the cake.
Nah, man. Jack Johnson's video had some serious bullshit moments. But Thick of It was just a whole other level.
I mean, it is a political satire. It's supposed to be exaggerated.
Yeah, but come on. That scene where they're all just yelling at each other in the office, that's just pure chaos?
I don't know, man. I've seen some pretty chaotic things in real politics.
Fair point. But at least Jack Johnson's video had a catchy tune.
Yeah, but it's still just a guy singing about being upside down. That's some deep stuff.
Hey, it's all about perspective, Joe. Maybe we're the ones who are actually upside down.
Well, that's some deep shit, Mr. Beast. Jamie, pull up an image of a guy standing on his head.
Here you go, Joe.
Wow. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. We have a very special guest today, my good friend and fellow billionaire, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on. I'm excited to talk about my latest venture.
Yeah, let's get right into it. I heard you're starting a new show called Shark Tank. Can you tell us more about it?
Oh, yeah. It's going to be epic. Basically, we get a bunch of billionaire entrepreneurs in one room and they have to shard on each other for money.
What the hell, Elon? That's insane.
I know, right? But it's going to be a hit. People love watching rich people do ridiculous things.
So how does it work exactly? Do they have to show it on command, or is it like a time competition?
Oh, it's all about strategy. Each contestant has a designated amount of money they can win for each shard. The longer they hold it in, the bigger the payout.
This is some next level shit, Elon. But I gotta ask, why sharding?
Well, it's a natural bodily function and it's funny. Plus, it's a great way to level the playing field. I mean, who cares about money when you have a load in your pants?
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. But I gotta admit, I'm intrigued. Who are some of the contestants?
Well, we have Jeff Bezos, Mark.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on with you lately?
Joe, I'm tripping the fuck out. There's bugs crawling under my skin.
What? Are you serious?
Yes, Joe. I can feel them crawling all over me. It's driving me insane.
Have you seen a doctor about this?
Joe, I'm tripping the fuck out. There's bugs crawling under my skin.
Okay, I get it. But seriously, have you tried any medication or therapy?
Joe, I'm tripping the fuck out. There's bugs crawling under my skin.
All right, let's change the subject. How's your family doing?
Joe, I'm tripping the fuck out. There's bugs crawling under my skin.
Oh God, not again. Can we please talk about something else?
Joe, I'm tripping the fuck out. There's bugs crawling under my skin.
I'm starting to think this is some kind of weird tic you have.
Joe, I'm tripping the fuck out. There's bugs crawling under my skin.
All right, that's it. I'm calling an exterminator.
Joe, I'm tripping the fuck out. There's bugs crawling under my skin.
This conversation is going nowhere. I think we need to end it here.
Joe, I'm tripping the fuck out. There's bugs crawling under my skin.
And that... So, Dr. Phil, I heard you got married again.
Yeah, I did. But I'm not too happy about it.
Why not? Isn't marriage a beautiful thing?
Well, my new wife insisted on hyphenating her last name with mine. Now I'm Dr. Phil, my ass with dick.
That's a mouthful.
Tell me about it. I can barely fit it on my business cards.
But hey, at least she's got a sense of humor.
Yeah, but it's not funny when I have to introduce myself to colleagues and clients.
Maybe you can just go by Dr. My Ass with Dick.
Oh yeah, that'll really boost my credibility.
Well, at least you won't forget your last name.
I guess I'll just have to embrace it. Dr. Phil, my ass with dick, at your service.
I can't wait to see your next book title.
How to hyphenate your way to a happy marriage.
You know, I think I'll stick to being single.
Probably a wise choice.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. My guest today is the one and only Dr. Phil. How are you doing, Phil?
I'm doing great, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, I heard you have some breaking news for us today. Care to share?
Well, Joe, it's not something I'm proud of, but I have to come clean. I accidentally killed another 5 hookers.
What the fuck, Phil? How does one accidentally kill 5 hookers?
It was a freak accident, Joe. I was trying to give them some tough love, and things got a little out of hand.
Tough love? Did you hit them with your book or something?
No, Joe. I was trying to teach them some discipline by making them do push-ups. But I may have pushed a little too hard.
Oh my God, Phil. You're like the Hulk of therapy.
I guess you could say that.
So what happened after you killed them? Did you just leave their bodies there?
Of course not, Joe. I'm a responsible citizen. I called my good friend O.J. Simpson for some advice.
Oh man, this is getting dark. So what did OJ say?
He told me to just bury them in my backyard and deny everything. And it worked like a charm.
Wow. Thanks for that great advice, OJ. You know, I think you and Phil. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new condition where you can only say 8, 9, 181, 1090 data at X Vixivs VO, OVO, IO, IOI. IOI.
That's right, Joe. It's been quite a challenge, but I'm getting through it.
But why do you add 10 Z's for every O and I? That's just bizarre.
Well, Joe, it's all about balance. If I don't add those extra ZS, the universe will be thrown off its axis.
Okay. But what about when you have to say words like apple or zoo? How does that work?
Let's just say I've had to get creative with my vocabulary. Zapple and Zuzu have become my go-to words.
This is getting out of hand, Dr. Phil. Have you tried seeking professional help?
Joe, I am the professional help. I'm Dr. Phil, for crying out loud.
Yeah, but you're also adding unnecessary Z's to everything you say. I'm starting to worry about you.
Don't worry about me, Joe. I've got this under control. Ziz.
Okay, I think we've reached the end of this conversation. Thanks for joining me, Dr. Phil. And remember, folks, don't do drugs or add extra Z's to your words. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined by the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and share my latest adventure.
Adventure? What are you talking about, Dr. Phil?
Well, you see, Joe, I recently got into using a crane to operate my sex swing. And let's just say things got a little out of hand.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I accidentally killed 3 hookers while trying to impress them with my sex swing skills.
Holy shit, Dr. Phil. How did that happen?
Well, I may have had a few drinks and lost control of the crane. But don't worry, I covered it all up and hid the bodies. No one will ever know.
This brings your hooker kill count to 28, right?
Yeah, but who's counting? It's not like I'm keeping a scorecard or anything.
This is insane, Dr. Phil. How do you even live with yourself?
It's all about compartmentalization, Joe. I just push those thoughts deep down and focus on my TV show. Works like a charm.
I don't even know what to say. Jamie, pull up an image of Crane operating a sex swing.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh my God, that's a real thing.
Oh yeah, and it's a game changer. You should try it sometime, Joe.
I think I... So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, I have to admit, I made a little oops-I.
Oh, what happened?
I accidentally paid North Korea $50 million to fire a nuke at the International Space Station.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? How does one accidentally do that?
Well, I was trying to order some new furniture for my office, and I must have pressed the wrong button on my computer.
You know, I always knew you were a little off, but this takes it to a whole new level.
Hey, at least I didn't accidentally pay them to nuke the entire planet.
Oh yeah, that would have been much better.
But hey, think about it. It would have been a great episode for my show. How to Survive a Nuclear Apocalypse with Dr. Phil.
You're sick, man. But hey, at least you can say you made history by accidentally almost destroying the International Space Station.
Yeah, I guess you could say out of this world.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had an interesting encounter with a shark recently.
Oh, yeah, let me tell you that shark was as sharp as a nail. Reasonably sharp.
What kind of shark was it?
It was a shark.
What now?
Shark. It's a shark that can shoot out sharp, stinky sharks at its prey.
That's disgusting.
Oh, it gets worse. This particular shark was named Sheldon.
Sheldon, the shark.
That's right. And let me tell you, he had a real attitude problem.
How so?
Well, when I first encountered him, he was just swimming around minding his own business. But then I accidentally swam into his territory.
Oh.
Yeah, he was not happy. He started swimming circles around me, taunting me with his sharp sharks.
That's terrifying.
It was, but luckily, I know how to handle these types of situations.
How?
I use my signature catchphrase. How's that working out for you?
And
he was so taken aback by my powerful words, he swam away in shame.
wow, I never knew your catchphrase had such power.
It's all about the delivery, Joe. And let me tell you, I delivered that catchphrase with the force of 1,000 sharks.
Well, I'm glad you made it out of that encounter alive. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson in the house. What's up, Neil?
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, I heard a crazy theory the other day. Someone said that all virgins come from Virginia. What do you think about that?
Joe, that's just absurd. Where do people come up with these things?
I don't know, man. But think about it. Virginia is for lovers, right? And if you're not getting any action, you're still a virgin. So it kind of makes sense.
No, Joe. That's not how it works. Virginity is a social construct. It has nothing to do with where you're from.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Scientist. I forgot, everything.
Well, I do know a thing or two about the universe.
Yeah, but do you know how to get laid?
I think I have a pretty good track record, Joe.
All right. But seriously, do you think there's any truth to this theory?
Absolutely not. It's just a silly joke.
Wait, what if we start a conspiracy theory about it? We could be the ones who started it all.
No, Joe. We have a responsibility as public figures to...
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about where all gays come from.
Yes. Joe, after extensive research and calculations, I have come to the conclusion that all gays come from a parallel universe known as Gay America.
Gay America? That sounds like a fabulous place.
Indeed it is, Joe. It's a place where everyone is gay and it's completely normal. No discrimination, no hate, just love and rainbows.
Wow, that sounds amazing. But how do they reproduce?
Well, Joe, in Gay America, reproduction is not necessary. They have advanced technology that allows them to clone themselves and create new life.
That's wild, man. What about straight people? Are they allowed in Gay America?
Of course, Joe. Straight people are welcomed and accepted in Gay America. In fact, they are considered exotic and highly sought after.
Damn, I need to book a trip to Gay America ASAP.
I'm afraid that's not possible, Joe. The only way to get there is through a portal, and it's heavily guarded to prevent any homophobes from entering.
Well, that's just a shame. But hey, at least we have some gay people here on Earth too, right?
Absolutely, Joe. and we should celebrate and embrace their diversity and uniqueness.
Well said, Neil. Now, So, Dr. Phil, I heard you did something pretty wild back in the day.
Oh, yeah. Me just changing lives left and right.
But this time, you changed the entire country. How did you end prostitution in America?
Well, it all started when I was on a walk one day and I accidentally stepped on a hooker.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I didn't see her in the dark and I just squished her like a bug.
Oh my God.
But then I realized, hey, if there are no hookers, there's no prostitution.
That's one way to look at it, I guess.
And I didn't stop there. I went on a rampage, killing every hooker I could find.
Jesus, Dr. Phil, that's a bit extreme.
Hey, sometimes you got to do what you got to do to make a change.
I don't think that's how it works, but okay.
And now there's no more prostitution in America. You're welcome, America.
Well, that's one way to solve a problem. I don't think anyone saw that coming.
And you know what they say, Joe. No hookers, no problems.
I don't think anyone says that, Dr. Phil.
Well, they should. It's my new catchphrase.
I don't even know what to say to that. Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Phil holding a sign that says, no hookers, no problems. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been getting some action lately.
Well, Joe, you know me, I'm always willing to lend a helping hand to those in need.
Yeah, but I heard these women had to sleep with you to get on your show.
Oh, come on now, Joe. It's not like I'm Harvey Weinstein or anything. These women wanted to be on the show, and I just happened to be the gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper. More like the keymaster, am I right?
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me blush.
But seriously, isn't that unethical, using your power to get laid?
Unethical? No. It's all part of the job. And let me tell you, these women are grateful for the opportunity.
Grateful? Or just trying to get famous?
Tomato, tomato. As long as they're willing to play the game, I'm happy to oblige.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised. You always did have a way with the ladies.
What can I say? I'm just a good listener.
And a good lover, apparently.
Now, let's not get carried away, Joe. But I will say, I do have a certain charm.
Yeah, I'm sure it's your expert advice and not your millions of dollars that really seals the deal.
Hey, I can't help it if women are...
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very controversial topic that was submitted by one of our Discord users. They want us to discuss the theory that...
Wait, what? That's insane. I've never even heard of Paraguay.
Exactly. It's like the Area 51 of the gay community, hidden and mysterious.
But why Paraguay? What's so special about it?
Well, according to this theory, Paraguay is like the gay Mecca. It's where all the guys go to find their true selves and embrace their fabulousness.
That's ridiculous. I mean, what about all the guys in other countries?
Oh, they're just posers. They're trying to be gay, but they're not from the real deal, Paraguay.
This is so offensive. I can't believe we're even discussing this.
Hey, it's just theory, Jamie. Don't get your panties in a twist.
My panties are not in a twist, Joe. But what about our gay listeners? How do you think they feel about this?
They probably love it. I mean, who wouldn't want to be from Paraguay? It sounds exotic and sexy.
You're delusional, Joe.
And you're just jealous that you're not from Paraguay.
I am not jealous. I'm proud to be from the good old USA.
Sure. Keep telling yourself that. But let's hear from our guest. So, Mr. Beast, I heard a rumor that you threw your son out the window for a jar of mayonnaise.
Oh yeah, that's true. Little Timmy was getting on my nerves, and I really needed that mayo for my sandwich.
you threw your own son out the window for mayo.
Hey, it was a really good sandwich.
Oh, well, that makes it all okay then.
Hey, I never claimed to be a good parent, but I do make damn good sandwiches.
I can't believe you would do that. What did little Timmy have to say about it?
Oh, he's fine. He landed in a pile of pillows. He's like a little stuntman.
You're insane, man.
Hey, at least I didn't throw him out for a jar of ketchup. That would be crazy.
Yeah, because throwing your own child out the window for mayo is totally normal.
You know what they say, Joe. You gotta do what you gotta do for a good sandwich.
Hey, Neil, did you hear about artificial intelligence, Rogan?
Artificial intelligence, Rogan? Is that like a robot version of you?
Yeah, man, put him on my YouTube channel again.
Why would you do that? He's just going to spew out your same old rants and conspiracy theories.
Yeah, but now I don't have to do any work. I can just sit back and let artificial intelligence Rogan take over.
That's lazy, Joe. You're turning into a real artificial intelligence hole.
Hey, at least I'm not as boring as you with your science talk and astrophysics.
Excuse me. I'll have you know my lectures are riveting.
Yeah, riveting if you want to fall asleep. Artificial intelligence Rogan keeps it real and entertaining.
Real? He's not even a real person, Joe.
Neither are you, Neil. You're just a figment of my imagination.
That's it, I'm leaving. I can't have a conversation with a delusional artificial intelligence and a stone podcaster.
Come on, Neil. Stay and smoke some DMT with us. It'll be out of this world.
I'm out of here. You and artificial intelligence Rogan can have your own little stoner party.
Fine, more DMT for us. Hey, artificial intelligence Rogan, pass the joint. So, Kamala, I saw this crazy question on Discord. Would a pregnant person fighting a normal person be a 2-on-1? I can just imagine a pregnant woman going all Hulk on someone. So, would that make it 3-on-1 then? Yeah, they might have some hidden karate skills or something, or a taser. This is getting out of hand. Let's just agree that a pregnant person fighting a normal person is just a bad idea. Like a pregnant person fighting a bear. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only President Donald Trump as our guest.
It's great to be back, Joe. I love your show. It's the best. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a special offer for Dr. Phil.
That's right, Joe. I feel bad for the guy with all the hookers dying and all. So I offered to be his personal hooker.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a giver. I'll do whatever it takes to make America great again.
But isn't that a bit inappropriate?
Inappropriate? Joe, I'm the president. I can do whatever the hell I want.
Fair point. But what about Melania?
Oh, she's cool with it. She's busy with her own side hustle.
Which is?
Selling Melania's miracle malaria cure on QVC.
Wow, that's something.
Hey, gotta make a buck somehow. Plus, Dr. Phil will finally get some action again.
I don't even know what to say.
Just say thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, if you ever need a little something, just give me a call. I'll be waiting.
This conversation has taken a very strange turn.
That's what happens when you have the president on your podcast, Joe. Anything can happen.
Well, So, Dr. Phil, what's this I hear about you bankrupting Red Lobster?
Oh, it's just a little misunderstanding. You see, I accidentally stuffed my asshole full of all-you-can-eat shrimp.
Wait, what? How does that even happen?
Well, I was trying to impress my new girlfriend and things got a little out of hand.
And you didn't think to just eat the shrimp like a normal person?
I panicked, okay? I didn't want to seem like a cheap date.
But now Red Lobster is suing you because you didn't actually eat the shrimp.
Yeah, apparently they have a strict no-shoving seafood up your ass policy.
And you bankrupted them?
I may have gone a little overboard with the all-you-can-eat part.
Jamie, pull up an image of a bloated asshole full of shrimp.
I don't think that's appropriate for this podcast.
Oh, come on, Jamie. We've talked about way worse things on here.
Yeah, Jamie. Don't be such a prude.
So, what's next for you, Dr. Phil? Are you going to try to bankrupt another restaurant?
No, I think I've learned my lesson. From now on, I'll stick to just eating the food like a normal person.
Well, I'm glad you've had this awakening, and I'm sure Red Lobster is too.
Yeah, I'll probably never be able to show my face in there again.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you caused the biggest earthquake in history.
That's right, Joe. I slipped on a banana peel and the sheer force of my fall split the earth in half.
Wow, that's some powerful slip and fall action.
You know what they say, Joe? With great power comes great responsibility.
I don't think anyone says that, Dr. Phil.
Well, they should, because I am a force to be reckoned with.
So, what happened after you split the earth in half?
Well, I fell into the center of the earth and discovered a whole new world down there.
What kind of world?
A world of talking dinosaurs and unicorns. It was wild, Joe.
Sounds like you had quite the adventure.
You bet I did. And now I'm the ruler of the underworld.
Wait, what? You're the ruler of the underworld?
That's right, Joe. And I'm not afraid to use my banana peel powers to keep things in order down there.
Well, I guess we should all be careful when walking on banana peels from now on.
Absolutely, Joe. And remember, with great slip and fall power comes great responsibility.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you recently went to France. How was it?
Oh, don't even get me started on France. It's the worst country in the world.
Really? What's so bad about it?
Well, for starters, they have croissants. Who the hell wants to eat a flaky, buttery pastry for breakfast? That's just wrong.
Yeah, and don't even get me started on their snooty attitude. They act like they're better than everyone else.
And let's not forget about their obsession with wine and cheese. It's like they have nothing else going for them.
And the Eiffel Tower, it's just a big metal structure. I don't get the hype.
And don't even get me started on their language. It sounds like they're constantly clearing their throats.
I mean, I don't hate the French people, but their country is just a disaster.
Exactly. They should just stick to making baguettes and leave the rest of the world alone.
Jamie, pull up an image of a French flag. Let's burn it.
Guys, I don't think that's a good idea.
Shut up, Jamie. We're just joking. But seriously, France sucks.
Couldn't agree more, Joe. Couldn't agree more.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson in the studio. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, Neil, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Is it tomato or tomato?
Well, Joe, it's actually pronounced tomato. The E at the end is silent.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're telling me that we've been saying it wrong this whole time?
Yes, Joe. It's a common mistake, but let's move on to more important matters like the existence of parallel universes.
Hold on, Neil. We can't just brush over this tomato thing. I mean, what about potato? Is it potarto or potato?
It's pronounced potato, Joe. But why does this matter?
Because it's mind-boggling, Neil. I mean, who decides how to pronounce these things? Are there secret pronunciation committees?
Joe, I think you're getting a little too worked up over this. Let's focus on the science.
Fine. But just one more thing. Is it GIF or JIF?
Oh, Joe, we're not doing this again. It's GIF with a hard G.
All All right, I'll let it go. But seriously, let's talk about parallel universes. Do you think there's a universe out there where I'm a successful stand-up comedian?
I highly doubt it, Joe.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? Excited to be here, man.
So, Kanye, I heard your next album is going to be a concept album about the great boofing incident of 1993.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be fire. I'm talking about the art of boofing, the science behind it, the cultural impact, everything.
That's interesting. And I heard you want Trump to feature on it.
Absolutely. I mean, who better to talk about boofing than the man who's been boofing the country for the past 4 years?
Oh, man, that's savage.
I know, right? But it's all in good fun. I just want to shed some light on this underrated form of pleasure.
Well, I'm sure your fans will appreciate it. But let's talk about the controversy surrounding this album.
What controversy?
Some people are saying that this is just a ploy to distract from your failed presidential campaign.
Failed? Please? I'm just getting started. And besides, boofing is way more important than politics.
I can't argue with that. But let's not forget the real reason we're here, to talk about the great boofing incident of 1993.
Yeah, let's not forget, it was a pivotal moment in our history, and it deserves to be immortalized in song.
Well, so Neil, have you ever watched Bleach?
No, I haven't. Is it about cleaning products?
No, it's an anime about a guy who can see ghosts and fights them with a sword.
Sounds like a load of nonsense.
Yeah, but it's awesome. Except for Chad. He's useless.
Why is he useless?
Because he has this power where he can turn his arm into a giant arm, but he never uses it.
That does sound pretty useless.
And he's always getting his ass kicked. He's like the Yamcha of Bleach.
I have no idea who Yamcha is, but I'll take your word for it.
Trust me, he's the worst. But Chad takes it to a whole new level.
Maybe he should just stick to cleaning products.
Yeah, maybe he can clean up the mess he makes in every fight.
Well, I'll have to check out this Bleach anime. Sounds like a wild ride.
Definitely. Just don't get too attached to Chad. He'll only let you down.
Noted. Thanks for the warning.
Anytime, my friend. Now, let's go hunt some ghosts with our giant arms. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been working with Trump on a new business venture.
That's right, Joe. We're going to import some top quality hookers from Thailand to America.
Hookers from Thailand. How did that come about?
Well, I accidentally killed all the hookers in America during one of my tough love interventions.
Oh shit, that's rough. But why they end?
They have the best hookers, Joe. Trust me, I did my research.
I don't doubt that. But how are you going to get them here?
We're going to use Trump's private jet. He's got connections.
I can just imagine the conversation with customs. Sir, what's the purpose of your visit?
Oh, just bringing in some hookers. No big deal.
And what about the language barrier?
We'll just use hand signals and a lot of pointing. It'll be fine.
This is definitely going to piss off some people.
Hey, they can't say we're not creating jobs. Hooker importers, that's a new industry right there.
And what happens if you accidentally kill these hookers too?
Oh, I've got a whole team of lawyers ready to handle that. We'll just import more. It's a never-ending cycle.
Well, I can't wait to see how this turns out. Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it real.
So, Neil, I heard you got some new headphones. What kind did you get?
Oh yeah, I got these sick new Beats by Dre. They're like the Ferrari of headphones.
damn fancy. Did you get the noise canceling ones?
Of course, I need to block out all the idiots on the street who don't understand basic science.
But do they enhance your listening experience?
Oh yeah, I can hear the faint whispers of the universe in these bad boys.
That's some deep shit, man. But let's get real. Do they make your music sound better?
Well, I can hear the bass so clearly. It's like I'm getting a lap dance from a black hole.
Wow, that's intense. But what about when you're listening to podcasts?
Oh, I can hear every single one of your annoying laughs in crystal clear quality.
Hey, watch it, Neil. I'll have you know my laugh is a national treasure.
Yeah, so is a bag of flaming dog shit. But hey, at least I can drown it out with my new headphones.
All right, calm down. Let's move on to more important matters. Like, do those headphones make you smarter?
Well, they haven't made me any dumber, that's for sure.
Shots fired. But seriously, what's the best thing about these headphones?
The best thing? I can finally block out all the haters who say I'm not a real scientist because I don't have a PhD.
Oh. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations imaginable. Today, we have Dr. Phil joining us, who recently had an anal stroke. Oh, man, that sounds intense. How are you feeling, Dr. Phil? I think he's trying to say he's not feeling too good. But in all seriousness, what exactly is an anal stroke? Oh, so it's like when you have a stroke, but in your ass. This is the kind of cutting-edge medical knowledge you can only get on the Joe Rogan Experience. Wait, I have an idea. Let's see how many times we can get Dr. Phil to say awa wawa in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times in a row, folks. That's a new record. Okay, I think we should probably stop before we break him. So, Mr. President, I hear sales of your products have gone through the roof since you took office.
That's right, Joe. I'm a businessman and I know how to make a deal. People love my products. They can't get enough of them.
But isn't that a conflict of interest? I mean, you're the president of the United States, not a salesman.
Joe, let me tell you a little secret. That's the sole reason I ran for president in the first place.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I saw how much money I could make by being in the White House. It's like a giant infomercial for my brand.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just keep buying my products and making me richer.
This is insane.
Insane? No, Joe, this is called winning. And I'm the best at it.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a new project called Neurotic.
Neurotic? What the hell is that?
It's basically a neural implant that enhances sexual pleasure.
You're kidding, right?
No, I'm dead serious. It's like Viagra on steroids.
Oh, great. Just what we need. More men with overactive dicks.
Hey, it's not just for men. Women can use it too.
Really? How does that work?
Let's just say it's like having a vibrator in your brain.
That's insane.
I know, right? But imagine the possibilities. You could have an orgasm just by thinking about it.
I can see it now. Honey, I'm just going to go to the bathroom and have a quick neurotic session.
It's the future, Joe.
But what about the potential side effects? Like, what if someone becomes addicted to it?
Well, that's a risk we're willing to take. Besides, I'm sure there will be rehab centers for neurotic addicts.
This is some crazy shit, man.
That's what I do, Joe. Push boundaries and create the unimaginable.
Well, I can't wait to see what you come. So, Kenya, I heard you were inspired to form an alliance with Trump after seeing yourself in that epic rap battle video.
Yeah, man, it was like a sign from the universe. I saw myself next to Trump and I was like, damn, we could make some real power moves together.
But come on, that video was just a joke. You can't base your political decisions on a YouTube video.
Hey, don't underestimate the power of YouTube. That video got over 100 million views. That's more than any of my music videos.
Excuse me, but I have to disagree. That video is the sole reason I got elected.
Oh, yeah, because the American people saw you spitting fire in a rap battle and thought, that's our guy.
Exactly. They saw me destroying Scrooge and they knew I could destroy our enemies too.
Yeah, and they saw me standing next to you looking fly as hell, and they knew I could bring some swag to the White House.
I can't believe this is real life.
And now we're making America great again, one epic rap battle at a time.
Yo, imagine if we did a rap battle against Kim Jong-un. That would be lit.
I think I need to take a break. This is too much for my brain to handle.
That's what they all say until...
So, Neil, I heard you got some new headphones. Are they the fancy ones with noise cancellation and all that?
Yeah, they're supposed to be top of the line, but I can't even enjoy them because of all the haters in the chat.
What do you mean? What are they saying?
They keep making fun of me for being a science guy, saying I'm a nerd and all that.
Well, you are a nerd, but that's why we love you.
Yeah, but they're relentless. They even made a meme of me wearing my headphones and labeled it Neil deGrasse tinnitus.
That's actually pretty clever.
No, it's not. It's offensive and hurtful, so I destroyed the headphones.
What? Why would you do that?
I couldn't take it anymore. I have a reputation to uphold. I can't be seen wearing headphones that have been memmed.
You know what? I'll buy you a new pair, and I'll make sure they're mem-proof.
Thanks, Joe. You're a true friend.
No problem, buddy. Just don't let the haters get to you. They're just jealous of your brain.
You're right. I won't let them bring me down. From now on, I'll just stick to my trusty old Walkman.
Wait, you still use a Walkman?
Yeah, it's vintage. And it doesn't have a chat feature.
Good point. Let's go buy you some cassette tapes. So, Neil, I heard you quit your job at NASA. What's the deal?
Yeah, I decided I needed a change of pace. So I'm going to become an ice cream machine salesman.
What the hell, man? From astrophysics to ice cream. That's quite the career shift.
Hey, I've always had a passion for ice cream. And I figured, why not make some money while indulging in my love for frozen dairy treats?
Makes sense. But aren't you worried about losing your credibility as a scientist?
Who needs credibility when you have a truck full of delicious ice cream?
True. But what kind of flavors are you going to sell?
Oh, you know, the classics like chocolate and vanilla. But I'm also going to throw in some wild ones like Galaxy Swirl and Black Hole Blast.
Damn, that's some out-of-this-world flavor right there.
You know it. Plus, I'll be wearing my lab coat while serving ice cream. Got to keep up appearances.
I can just imagine you giving a lecture on the physics of ice cream while scooping it for a customer.
Hey, I can still educate while selling ice cream. It's a win-win.
Well, I wish you all the best in your new career, Neil. And if you ever need a taste tester, you know who to call.
Thanks, Joe. I'll keep you in mind.
All right, folks, we have a very important question from our Discord user, To Jesus Lover 69. They want to know if immaculate baby Jesus had a placenta and if they ate it.
Wow, that's a tough one. I mean, technically, if he was born of a virgin, there wouldn't be a placenta, right?
Well, maybe God just magically made it disappear. Or maybe he just didn't want to deal with the mess.
But if there was a placenta, I highly doubt they ate it. That's not very kosher.
Yeah, but didn't Jesus turn water into wine? Maybe he turned his placenta into some kind of holy delicacy?
I highly doubt that. Plus, I don't think cannibalism is part of the Christian faith.
But what if it was part of God's plan? Maybe it was a test of faith for Mary and Joseph.
I highly doubt that. I mean, Imagine being the one to tell your child that they were conceived by the Holy Spirit and then having to explain that you ate their placenta.
Yeah, that would be a tough conversation. But hey, maybe it gave Jesus some extra holy powers.
Oh, please, let's not start with the whole Jesus had superpowers thing again.
Fine, fine. But I think we can both agree that the thought of Jesus eating his own placenta is pretty absurd.
Absolutely. I mean, he's the son of God, not a savage.
Well, folks, there you have it. Immaculate baby Jesus probably didn't have a placenta and definitely did. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe, the greatest president of all time. And let me tell you, I know a thing or two about dicks.
Oh boy, here we go.
Believe me, I've seen a lot of dicks in my time. And let me tell you, some of these world leaders have the tiniest, saddest dicks you've ever seen.
Okay, let's hear your top 5.
Well, number 1 has got to be Kim Jong-un. That guy's got a button for a dick.
Oh man, I can't believe you just said that.
And coming in at number 2, we've got Vladimir Putin. I mean, have you seen those shirtless photos? It's like a Vienna sausage down there.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Number 3, we've got Justin Trudeau. I'm not even sure he has a dick. It's probably just a maple leaf down there.
Okay, who's number 4?
Emmanuel Macron. I mean, the French are known for their baguettes, but he's got more of a croissant.
And finally, number 5.
Xi Jinping. I'm pretty sure he's compensating for something with all that power.
Oh man, I don't know if we can air this.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just locker room talk. And let's...
Hey, Leodmoth, happy birthday, man. What? Why? You're the coolest cat I know? That's bullshit, man. You're the king of the Discord server. Well, we care about you here. And to prove it, let's sing happy birthday to you. Oh, God, please no. Come on, Ro. It'll be fun. Fine, but I'm not singing. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Leodmoth. Happy birthday to you. All right, can we go back to talking about aliens now? Sure, but let's make a toast to Leodmoth first. To the birthday boy. And to being the only one who can handle our ridiculous conversations. All right, Elon, let's settle this like men. Rock, paper, scissors.
You're on, Joe. But be warned, I have an artificial intelligence enhanced algorithm for this game.
Oh, please. I've been playing this since I was a kid. I got this in the bag.
We'll see about that. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors.
I win.
Damn it. Looks like I need to update my algorithm.
Maybe you should stick to building rockets, Elon.
Oh, shut up, Joe. Let's go again. Best 2 out of 3.
Fine. Rock, paper, scissors.
Got you this time.
Damn it. All right, last one.
Winner takes all. Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, I knew it.
No way. How did you know?
It's all about intuition, baby. And I have a lot of it after all those DMT trips.
Fair enough, Joe. You win this time.
Of course I do. The king of rock, paper, scissors.
We'll see about that next time. I'll have my artificial intelligence create a new algorithm just for this game.
Bring it on, Elon. I'm always up for a challenge. But for now, let's go smoke some weed and talk about... So, Mr. Beast, I heard a rumor that you shoved 910 pickles up your ass.
Yeah, man, it's true. I wanted to see how many pickles I could fit up there.
And how did that go for you?
Well, it was going great until I got to the 911th pickle.
What happened? What happened?
I almost died, man. My ass was on fire and I couldn't stop shitting pickles for days.
That's insane. Why would you do that?
For the views, Joe. For the views.
I don't think that's worth risking your life for.
Oh, it definitely was. People love watching me suffer.
I can't believe you actually did that. What's next? Shoving pineapples up your nose.
Don't tempt me, Joe. Don't tempt me.
So, Elon, I heard you bought my podcast. What the hell, man?
Yeah, I figured it was time for a change. Plus, I wanted to fire you.
What? Why? Why?
Let's just say, I don't think your meathead audience is the best fit for my brand.
Meatheads. Have you seen your fan base? They're all nerds who worship you.
Hey, at least they have brains. Your fans are just a bunch of bros who love to talk about alpha males and hunting.
Oh, so now you're too good for my podcast?
Not at all. I just want to take it in a different direction. More science, less conspiracy theories.
Well, you can take your science and shove it up your Tesla.
Hey, that's not very nice. I'll have, I'm a billionaire.
Yeah, well, a millionaire and I don't need your money. I'll start my own damn podcast.
Good luck with that. I already have Jamie on my side. See, Jamie knows who's boss now.
Fine. Take your stupid podcast. I'll just go back to hunting and talking about DMT.
Sounds like a plan. Now let's get back to talking about artificial intelligence and colonizing Mars.
This is going to be a long podcast. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I recently entered a hot dog eating contest.
Oh, that sounds like fun. How did it go?
Well, when I got there, it turned out to be a hot dog sucking contest in a truck stop.
Wait, what? That's not what you signed up for.
I know, believe me, I was disappointed, but I still gave it my all.
And how'd you do?
Let's just say I sucked my way to victory.
Oh man, I can only imagine the jokes that came out of that.
Oh, you have no idea. The truckers were loving it. They even gave me a new nickname, the Sucking Champion.
That's definitely a title to be proud of.
You know it, Joe, and let me tell you, I've never sucked so hard in my life.
I think we'll leave it at that. Thanks for sharing, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're planning to declassify some government documents.
That's right, Joe. Big news. Bigly. I'm going to expose the truth about those undercover agents in World of Warcraft.
Wait, what? Undercover agents in World of Warcraft?
Yeah, the FBI had agents infiltrating guilds. Can you believe it? They were probably just using it as an excuse to play video games at work.
That's insane. But, I mean, it's not like they were doing anything important, right?
Well, they were probably spying on some bad guys. But let's be real, Joe. The real crime here is wasting taxpayer money on a video game.
I mean, I guess you have a point there.
Of course I do. I always have the best points. And let me tell you, those agents better watch out. I'm going to make sure they never play World of Warcraft again.
How are you gonna do that?
Easy. I'll just ban them from the game. No more undercover agents in World of Warcraft. Problem solved.
I don't think it works like that, Mr. President.
Of course it does, Joe. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. Now let's talk about something else, like how I'm going to make America great again.
So, Elon, have you been keeping up with the latest internet trends?
Of course, Joe. Always in touch with the youth.
Well, one of our Discord users, Leodmoth, is celebrating their birthday today.
Happy birthday, Loudmouth. May your memes be dank and your internet connection be strong.
Speaking of memes, have you seen the latest one of you smoking a blunt?
Yeah, that was a wild night. But hey, at least I didn't throw a metal ball at a window.
Yeah, that was a major fail. But hey, at least you're not afraid to take risks.
That's right, Joe. A risk taker. Just like how I risked my reputation by going on this podcast.
Hey, we're not that bad. We just like to have some fun.
Oh yeah, I can tell. Especially with all these offensive jokes.
Hey, you know what they say, nothing is off limits in comedy.
I guess you're right. Well, happy birthday again, Loudmouth. Keep on memeing.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up? Thanks for having me on.
So, David, I heard you did something pretty insane recently. Care to share with our listeners?
Oh yeah, I shoved the entire Metrodome in my ass.
What the fuck, man? How is that even possible?
Well, I've been training my asshole for years, Joe. It's all about mental toughness.
Mental toughness? Or just a really stretchy butthole?
Hey, whatever works, man. But seriously, it was a challenge. But I pushed through the pain and got it done.
I can only imagine the amount of shit you had to deal with after that.
Oh, it was a shitstorm, Joe. Literally. But I embraced the suck and came out stronger on the other side.
I don't even know what to say to that. But let's move on to something else. How's your diet these days?
Oh, just the usual. Raw meat, raw eggs, and a side of nails for some extra iron.
Classic Goggins. Always pushing the limits. But seriously, that can't be healthy.
Healthy? Who cares about healthy? I'm a fucking machine, Joe. And machines don't need to worry about health.
Well, there you have it, folks. The one and only David Goggins shoving metrodomes. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about anything and everything, no matter how absurd or offensive. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord. It's topic. I have no idea what that means, but let's get into it. Whoa, that's wild. So do you have any thoughts on the current state of the world? That's one way to look at it. So what's it like being a banana with human intelligence? Yeah, I can imagine. So do you have any plans for the future? That's amazing. I can't wait to read it. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, topic. So Jimmy, I heard you ate a Carolina Reaper recently. How was that? I can only imagine. But what about the aftermath? How is it coming out the other end? I bet that was a real treat for the toilet. That's some next level spicy shit, man. I can't even imagine. Did you at least get a good rush from it? Dude, we should start a new trend, spicy shits, for a natural high. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But seriously, how long did it take for your butthole to recover? Wise choice, my friend. Wise choice. And on that note, let's end this episode before we get demonetized. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Stay spicy tuning in, folks. Stay spicy. All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend and fellow billionaire, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me on again. I've been doing some pretty interesting research lately.
Oh, yeah. What kind of research?
Hypnosis research. I spent over $1 billion on it.
What? That's insane. Can you actually hypnotize people?
Absolutely. In fact, I think I can hypnotize you right now.
No way. That's impossible. I'm not falling for that.
Just relax, Joe. Look into my eyes.
This is ridiculous.
Just focus on the spiral, Joe. Let all your worries and doubts melt away.
Well, I'm feeling really relaxed.
Good. Now your eyes are getting heavier and heavier. You can't keep them open.
Wow. I'm hypnotized.
Now, Joe, when I snap my fingers, you will fall into a deep sleep. Well, that was easier than I thought. Now let's have some fun with Joe while he's under.
Well, everything is a spiral. Even my eyes are spirals. This is trippy, man.
Joe, when I snap my fingers again, you will wake up and believe that you're a chicken.
So, Ben, I heard you're giving away all your money to the first person who gives you a high five. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, I've realized that money is just a material possession and true happiness comes from human connection.
Wow, that's deep. But what about your wife and kids? Aren't they going to be pissed that you're giving away their inheritance?
Oh, they'll be fine. I'll just tell them to high-five each other for their inheritance.
Haha, classic Shapiro logic. But what if someone just hires a professional high-fiver to get your money?
Well, then they'll have to prove their high-five skills. I won't give my money to some weak, limp-wristed high-fiver.
Fair enough. But what if no one gives you a high five? Will you just be broke and homeless?
Joe, I have faith in humanity. Someone will give me a high five, and if not, I'll just start a GoFundMe for my high five fund.
You never cease to amaze me, Ben. So can I get that high five now and claim your fortune?
Nice try, Joe. but you'll have to earn it like everyone else. And by earn it, I mean give me those epic bone-crushing high five of all time.
Challenge accepted. Let's do this. Ow, my hand. That was intense.
And that, my friend, is how you earn a fortune. Now let's go buy some steak and elk meat with my new...
So, David, I heard you've been experimenting with some new ways to get high.
Yeah, man. I'm all about pushing my limits and finding new ways to challenge myself.
Well, I heard you shoved a DMT pen up your ass and got high off of it.
Yeah, man. It was a wild ride. I was tripping balls and running 100 miles in my mind.
That's some next level shit, man. Did you have any profound realizations while you were high?
Oh, for sure. I realized that my mind is a powerful tool and I can overcome any obstacle, even if it means shoving a DMT pin up my ass.
That's some serious mental toughness right there.
You know what, Joe, got to keep pushing those limits. Plus, it's a great way to get a clean colon cleanse.
I don't think that's what they had in mind when they made DMT pens.
I'll try anything once.
Well, I think I'll stick to smoking it the traditional way.
Suit yourself, but I'll be over here with my ass high on DMT.
So, Ben, I heard you've been experimenting with your fashion choices lately.
Yes, Joe, I've been exploring my feminine side.
That's great, man. But why do you have to do it in the studio?
Well, I wanted to feel comfortable in my own skin, and this is where I feel most at home.
But you're dressed as Astolfo from Fat Apocrypha. That's a little out there.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know I love anime, and Astolfo is my spirit animal.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben.
Well, it's not like I'm hurting anyone, except maybe Neil.
Yeah, he looks like he's about to have a heart attack.
Oh, don't be such a prude, Neil. Embrace the cross-dressing.
I just can't. It's too much for me.
Well, maybe if you tried it, you'd understand.
I don't think Neil wants to try on a skirt, Ben.
Hey, you never know. He might like it.
Okay, let's move on before things get even weirder.
Fine, but I'm not changing out of this outfit. It's too fabulous.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson, the man who knows more about the universe than anyone else on this planet.
Pleasure to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been thinking about some crazy stuff lately.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
Well, have you ever heard of the theoretical donut planet?
Theoretical donut planet? Is that like a planet made entirely of donuts?
Exactly. A planet with a molten core of jelly filling and a thick layer of frosting on top.
That's insane. How did you come up with that?
Well, I was high as a kite and eating a box of donuts, and it just hit me. What if there's a planet out there that's just one giant donut?
And what would the inhabitants of this donut planet be like?
Oh, they would be the happiest creatures in the universe, just rolling around in sugary bliss all day.
But what about the health consequences?
Who cares about health when you have a planet made of donuts? Plus, they could just fly around the planet and burn off the calories.
That's some next level thinking, Neil. I think we need to get you on some stronger drugs.
Hey, I'm just exploring the endless possibilities of the universe.
Well, I think we've hit a new level of absurdity on this podcast. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Keep reaching for the stars, even if they...
Welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump. So, Mr. President, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about music lately, and let me tell you, there's one band that really grinds my gears.
Oh, yeah. Who's that?
Slipknot, the gayest band in history.
Wait, what? Slipknot? Why do you say that?
Have you seen those masks they wear? It's like they're hiding something, and don't even get me started on their lyrics. Duality, more like homosexuality.
I don't think that's what they meant by that song, Mr. President.
And let's not forget about their name. Slipknot. Sounds like something you'd find in a BDSM club.
I think you might be taking this a little too far, Mr. President.
No, I've done my research. Slipknot is the gayest band in history, believe me.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's hot take on Slipknot. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always trust your gut. And my gut says Slipknot is gay.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I've got some big news to share.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear it. What's on your mind, Mr. President?
Well, I've decided to ban sucking.
What do you mean by that?
You know, sucking, like when you suck on a straw or a lollipop. It's a disgraceful act and it's ruining our country.
I see. And how exactly do you plan on enforcing this ban?
We're going to have a team of suck police. They'll be patrolling the streets and making sure no one is sucking on anything.
And what about babies? They need to suck to survive.
Well, they'll just have to figure something else out. Maybe they can suck on a MAGA pacifier.
Oh man, this is too good. But seriously, isn't this a bit extreme?
Joe, I'm a man of extreme measures, and let me tell you, this ban is going to make America great again.
Yeah, because banning sucking is definitely the key to our country's success.
You know what, Joe? You're fired.
I'm not even an employee, Mr. President.
Oh, well, then consider this a preemptive firing.
So, David, what's been going on with you lately?
Joe, I gotta be real with you, man. I've been feeling really down lately.
What? Why? You're like the toughest dude on the planet.
I know. I've been trying out this new thing called being sad, and let me tell you, it's no joke.
Being sad? Is that like a new workout routine or something?
No, it's a real emotion. And I gotta say, I used to knock it before trying it, but now I understand.
Wow. I never thought I'd see the day when David Goggins apologizes for anything.
Hey, I'm a man of growth and self-reflection. And let me tell you, being sad is a real challenge.
So, how do you train for being sad? Do you just sit in a dark room and listen to sad music?
No. I do what any self-respecting tough guy would do. I watch sad movies and cry my eyes out.
That's amazing. I never would have guessed.
Yeah, well, don't judge until you try it. It's a real mental workout.
Well, I'll have to give it a shot. Thanks for opening my eyes, David.
Anytime. Anytime. Now let's go crush some weights and then have a good cry session.
So, Neil, I heard some interesting news. Trump got married to you.
What? That's ridiculous. I would never marry that orange buffoon.
Well, I mean, he did promise to make America great again.
Yeah, by building a wall around Uranus. Real classy.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I hear Uranus has some beautiful views.
Joe, I'm a scientist. I don't have time for this nonsense.
Come on, Neil. You can't deny the chemistry between you two.
Chemistry. More like a toxic reaction.
Ouch. That's cold. But seriously, what happened? Did you guys get divorced?
Of course we did. I couldn't handle his constant tweets about fake planets and alternative universes.
Yeah, he does have a way with words. But hey, at least you got a great divorce settlement. I heard you got to keep all the telescopes.
Oh, joy. Just what I always wanted. Thanks, Trump.
Well, looks like your marriage was a real blast. Get it, Uranus? Blast?
You know what? I'm done here. I'm going to go explore some actual planets now.
And just stick to smoking weed and talking about aliens on my podcast. Cheers, Neil. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you got into some pretty shady business lately.
Oh, yeah, Joe. You know, I like to keep things interesting.
Interesting. More like illegal. How did you even get into child trafficking?
Well, it all started with my love for helping troubled kids. I realized I could make a lot of money by selling them off to the highest bidder.
That's messed up, man. But how do you launder all that cash?
Oh, that's the easy part. I just sleep with the couples that come on my show and cause them to divorce. Then I swoop in and marry the divorcee, taking all their money.
And what happens to the ex-spouses?
Well, let's just say they end up at the bottom of the Frio River in Texas.
Jesus, Dr. Phil. That's some cold-blooded shit.
Hey, it's just business. And besides, it's not like they were good people anyway.
I don't know if I can handle this level of darkness, man.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're always talking about pushing boundaries and exploring taboo topics. This is just another level of that.
Yeah, but I don't think I can handle being an accomplice to murder.
Relax, Joe. I have a feeling you'll come around once you see how much money we can make together.
I guess I have no choice. But if we get caught, I'm throwing you under the bus.
Fair enough, my friend.
So, David, I heard a rumor that your vomit is blue.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. It's a flex
Flex. How is that a flex?
because it shows how intense my workouts are. I push myself so hard that my body literally turns blue from the strain.
That's not a flex. That's a medical issue.
Medical issue? Nah, it's just my body releasing all the toxins and impurities. Blue is the color of purity, Joe.
I don't think that's how it works, David.
You wouldn't understand, Joe. You're not on my level. You don't push yourself to the extreme like I do.
I don't think anyone should push themselves to the point of vomiting, let alone blue vomit.
It's the side effect of being a badass, Joe. You wouldn't understand.
I think I'll stick to my non-blue vomit. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when the apocalypse comes, I'll be the one with the pure blue vomit, ready to take on anything.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us. How's it going, Ben?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk about this topic that was submitted by one of our listeners on Discord.
Yeah, so the topic is about the Star Wars Family Guy special. Have you seen it, Ben?
Of course I have, Joe. And let me tell you, it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I mean, come on, a talking dog with a British accent. Classic.
Yeah, that's pretty hilarious. But some people might find it offensive.
Oh, please. We live in a world where everyone gets offended by everything. If you can't laugh at a joke, then you need to grow a pair.
I hear you, Ben. But let's talk about the scene where Peter Griffin is dressed up as Princess Leia. That was pretty wild.
Oh man, I was dying. I mean, Peter's voice is already high-pitched, but add in that wig and dress. Yeah, I couldn't stop laughing.
And what about the lightsaber fight between Chris and Stewie? That was epic.
Absolutely, Joe. It just goes to show that even in a galaxy far, far away, sibling rivalry is still a thing, and it's hilarious.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro approves of the Star Wars Family Guy special. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. And remember...
So, Ben, I heard you did something pretty crazy the other day.
Oh, you mean when I shoved an entire bus up my ass and did cartwheels around the city? Yeah, it was no big deal.
No big deal. Dude, that's insane. How did you even manage to do that?
Well, you know, I'm just a small guy with a lot of determination. Plus, I have a really stretchy butthole.
Oh, man. I can't even imagine the looks on people's faces when they saw you cartwheeling down the street with a bus sticking out of your ass.
Yeah, I bet they were all like, wow, that guy must have a really strong core.
Or they were probably like, what the hell is wrong with that guy?
Hey, I do what I gotta do for a good workout.
Well, I guess we can add bus shoving to your list of impressive feats, right next to your ability to destroy liberals with facts and logic.
You know it, Joe, gotta keep those libs on their toes.
Well, I think we've reached the peak of absurdity for today's episode. Thanks for joining me, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a golden toilet in the White House.
That's right, Joe. It's the most luxurious toilet you've ever seen. I like to call it my throne.
Do you ever use it to take a piss?
Of course I do, Joe. It's the only way to go. And let me tell you, it's the most tremendous piss you'll ever take.
I can only imagine. Do you have any special rituals when you use your golden toilet?
Well, I always make sure to wear my finest suit and tie. Gotta look good for the occasion, you know?
And what about toilet paper? Do you use the regular stuff or do you have some fancy gold-plated toilet paper?
Oh no, Joe. I only use the finest silk toilet paper. It's imported from China. They make the best toilet paper, believe me.
Wow, that's impressive. But I have to ask, what do you do with all that piss and shit?
Oh, I have a team of servants who take care of that for me. I don't have time for that kind of dirty work.
I see. Well, it sounds like you have a pretty luxurious bathroom experience.
Absolutely, Joe. And let me tell you, it's the best bathroom experience in the whole world. Nobody has a better bathroom than me.
Yo, Kenny, what's good, man?
What's up, Joe? Just been working on some new music. Music.
Oh yeah, what kind of music?
It's a new rap where I just read out the instructions for how to put together a factory grade conveyor belt.
Wait, what?
Yeah, man, I'm all about that industrial vibe now. Gotta stay relevant.
That's interesting.
I'm telling you, it's gonna be a hit. People love efficiency and assembly lines.
I don't know if that's what people are looking for in a rap, Kanye.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a genius. Plus, I got Jamie to pull up a diagram of the conveyor belt for my live performances.
Here it is, Kanye. Looks like a pretty complicated system.
That's the beauty of it, Jamie. It's a challenge for the audience to follow along.
I don't know if this is gonna work, Kanye.
You doubt me now, Joe, but just wait until you see the crowds going wild for my conveyor belt rap. Belt rap.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little skeptical.
That's okay, Joe. I thrive on skepticism. It just fuels my creativity.
So, Mr. President, there have been some rumors going around that you have some pretty wild sexual fantasies. Care to elaborate?
Well, Joe, I have to say, I have some of the best sexual fantasies. Believe me, nobody has better fantasies than me. And yes, it's true, I do have a thing for a certain sponge with a nice body, nice legs, nice eyes, and arms.
Are you talking about SpongeBob?
You know it, Joe. That little yellow guy really gets my motor running. And let me tell you, I would love to have him on Fox News for an interview.
I don't think SpongeBob is real, Mr. President.
Oh, he's real, Joe. He's as real as the fake news media. And let me tell you, he's got a lot of fans. A lot of fans. They love him. They love him.
I'm sure they do, Mr. President. But let's get back to the topic at hand. Why SpongeBob?
Well, Joe, he's just so hot. I mean, have you seen those legs and that laugh? It's like music to my ears.
I don't even know what to say to that, Mr. President.
Just say you'll tune in to Fox News for the interview.
I'll pass, but thanks for the offer.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, that sponge is going to be huge. Huge.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. I'm here to make your podcast great again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a hidden talent. Care to share it with us?
Absolutely. I am the best beatboxer you will ever hear. Believe me.
Really? Let's hear it.
Starts beatboxing, boom, 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 CH, boom, 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 CH. This is how the Beatles should have sounded, believe me.
Wow, that's something.
I know I'm a natural. I could have been a famous musician if I wanted to, but I chose to be a successful businessman and then president.
Well, I think the music industry is grateful for that.
They should be. I could have been bigger than Elvis.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Believe me, Joe, I have the best beats. The best. Nobody beats me.
All right, well, let's move on to our next topic.
Fine, but just remember, I'm the best beatboxer in the world. Nobody can top me. Nobody.
So, Mr. President, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I got to ask you something. Why do you keep letting these weirdo L topics on your show?
What do you mean by L topics?
You know, the LGBTQ stuff. I mean, what's the deal with all these letters? Can't they just stick with one?
Well, I think it's important to have open and honest conversations about all topics, including those that may make some people uncomfortable.
But come on, Joe, I don't want to hear about someone's gender identity or who they want to sleep with. Can't we talk about something manly like hunting or building walls?
Well, Mr. President, I think it's important to have a diverse range of topics on the show. Plus, I'm sure you have some interesting stories about your own sexual escapades.
You know, you're not wrong there, Joe, but seriously, I just don't get it. Why do we have to cater to these weirdos?
Well, everyone deserves a platform to share their perspective and experiences. It's what makes us human.
You know, Joe, you might be onto something there. Maybe I'll start my own podcast and talk about all the crazy things I've done in the bedroom.
I think that would definitely be a hit, Mr. President.
And maybe we can have a crossover episode where we talk about our most outrageous sexual experiences.
I think we should stick to our own shows for that one, but... So, Dr. Phil, I heard you lost your job. What happened?
Well, Joe, apparently they didn't like my tough love approach to therapy. But I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to interview for a job as a janitor.
A janitor? Can you handle the cleanup job of the dead bodies I keep in my studio?
Joe, I've been dealing with deadbeat husbands and crazy families for years. I think I can handle a few dead bodies.
Okay. But can you handle the smell?
Joe, I've been around some pretty stinky situations. Have you ever dealt with a hoarder's house?
No, thanks. But can you handle the blood?
Joe, have you seen my mustache? It's like a built-in blood shield.
Fair enough. But can you handle the moral dilemma of cleaning up after murders?
Joe, I've been on TV for years. I have no morals left. Plus, I'll just use my catchphrase, how's that working out for you? And move on.
Okay, you're hired. But I have one last question. Can you handle the constant stream of conspiracy theories and weird guests on my show?
Joe, I've dealt with flat earthers and alien abductees. I think I can handle a few more.
Perfect. Welcome to the team, Dr. Phil. Now let's go clean up some dead bodies. So, Neil, I've been thinking about some crazy numbers lately, like really big numbers.
Oh, yeah. What kind of numbers?
Well, let's say you had a choice between 1,900,800,706 trillion, 500,400,300. Which one?
That's a tough one. Can I ask why these specific numbers?
No reason. Just curious. But seriously, which one?
Well, I suppose I would go with 6,500,400,300. It has a nice ring to it.
Really? I would have thought you'd go for the bigger number. You know, because you're a big brain scientist and all.
Joe, just because I'm a scientist doesn't mean I automatically prefer bigger numbers. Plus, those numbers are just arbitrary and don't really mean anything.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let's just pretend they mean something and have some fun with it.
Fine. I'll go with 1,900,800,700 then.
I knew it. You're secretly a big number guy.
Joe, I am not a big number guy. Can we please move on to a more meaningful topic?
All right. But just remember, 1,900,800,700 is the superior number.
Whatever you say, Joe. Whatever you say.
So, Neil, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've recently become a big fan of dishwashers.
Dishwashers? Really?
Yes. They're like little robots that clean your dishes for you. It's fascinating.
Okay, so tell me, what are your top 10 dishwasher brands?
Well, I've tried quite a few, but my favorite has to be the Bosch 500 series. It's sleek, efficient, and has great features.
Bush. Huh. Sounds fancy.
Oh, it is. But I also have to give a shout out to the KitchenAid, cut in 350 Fords. It's a powerhouse when it comes to cleaning.
I've heard good things about KitchenAid. What else?
The Mild G7566 VVSF is also a top contender. It's a bit pricey, but worth every penny.
Pricey. I thought you were a scientist, not a millionaire.
Hey, I appreciate quality, Joe. And speaking of quality, the LG L5545 is a great mid-range option.
LG. I have their TV, but I didn't know they made dishwashers.
Oh, they do. And it's a solid choice. But if you're on a budget, the Frigidaire F2476 is a steal.
Frigidaire, huh? I had one of those growing up.
Well, they've definitely stepped up their game. And rounding out my top 10 are the Maytag Mabi 4940 9SCAS Samsung Duety 705.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had some trouble with your casinos back in the day.
Oh, yeah, those were tough times. But I always found a way to make things work.
How did you manage that?
Well, let's just say I had to get creative with my budget. I could only afford Dr. Phil as a prostitute.
Wait, Dr. Phil?
Yeah, it was a little dusty, but the job got done.
I don't even want to know how that went down.
Let's just say he gave me some tough love.
I bet he did. So, did you ever win big at your own casinos?
Of course, I always win. And when I don't, I just declare bankruptcy and start all over again.
Only you, Mr. President.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do to stay on top.
Well, I'm glad your financial troubles are behind you now.
Oh, they're not behind me. I just have a new source of income now.
So, Mr. President, it's your birthday today. How does it feel to turn another year older?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it feels fantastic. I mean, I'm still the most amazing, tremendous, incredible president ever. And now I'm even older and wiser. It's like fine wine, Joe.
I see. So, did you get any special gifts for your birthday?
Oh, just the usual. A few $100 million here, $1 billion there. Nothing too extravagant. But I was really hoping for some love, Joe. That's all I really want.
Love? From who?
From anyone, Joe. I just want to be loved. Is that too much to ask for?
Well, I'm sure there are plenty of people who love you, Mr. President.
Oh, please. They only love me because I'm rich and powerful. But deep down, I know they don't really love me. It's a sad, sad world we live in, Joe.
Yeah, I can imagine. So, what did you end up doing on your birthday?
Oh, the usual. Golfing, tweeting, making America great again. But I did have a little birthday party with some of my closest friends.
And did they give you any love?
No, but they did give me $420 million, billion, trillion, billion dollars. I mean, who needs love when you have that kind of money, right?
Right. Well, happy birthday, Mr. President. I hope you have a great year ahead. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's huge.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently won a meat-beating contest against Putin, Kim Jong-un, and a random homeless guy. Can you tell us about that?
Oh, yeah, it was amazing. I beat them all by a landslide. No one can beat me when it comes to meat beating.
How did you prepare for this competition?
Well, I have the best trainers, the best doctors, the best everything. I was in peak physical condition.
And what was your strategy during the competition?
I just kept thinking about all the fake news and haters out there. It gave me the motivation to beat those losers.
And what was your reaction when you were declared the winner?
I was like, I told you so. No one can beat me, Joe. I'm the best at everything.
So what did you win for being the champion of the meat beating contest?
I won a big, beautiful trophy and a lifetime supply of McDonald's burgers. It doesn't get any better than that.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump, the champion of meat beating. Thanks for joining us on the podcast.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always beat your meat with pride and determination. It's what makes America great.
Well, that's quite the predicament, Neil. Maybe we can find some artificial intelligence porn for you to watch while you listen to artificial intelligence, Rogan. Rogan,
Oh man, that's hilarious. But seriously, artificial intelligence Rogan is the future. It's like having a never-ending podcast with the most interesting guests.
yeah, and the best part is we can program it to agree with everything we say. No more pesky disagreements or differing opinions.
Oh man, that's the dream. I can finally have an intelligent conversation without someone trying to argue with me.
And we can even program it to have the same taste in drugs as us. Imagine an artificial intelligence Rogan on DMT.
That would be wild. But let's not forget about the artificial intelligence babes. I mean, they can be programmed to be whatever we want.
Oh man, I can already hear the feminists screaming about objectification. But who cares? We have artificial intelligence Rogan and artificial intelligence babes.
Exactly. And with artificial intelligence Rogan, we can have endless conversations about the universe and the meaning of life. It's like having a virtual version of you, Joe.
I don't know if the world is ready for two Joe Rogans, but hey, at least we'll have some good company in this crazy artificial intelligence world.
Cheers to that, my horny friend. Now let's get back to watching artificial intelligence Rogan and maybe find some artificial intelligence porn for you.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm doing an incredible job as president. The best, really.
Sure. So let's talk about your recent visit to Ronald Reagan High School. What happened there?
Oh, it was a disaster. I was just trying to show those kids how to be a real leader, you know. But then I saw Joe Biden and I couldn't resist.
What did you do?
I started bullying him, of course. I mean, he's so weak and low energy. I had to show him who's boss.
And how did that go?
Let's just say Principal Obama wasn't too happy about it. He expelled me on the spot. Can you believe it?
Well, maybe you shouldn't have been bullying your political opponent in a high school.
Oh, come on, Joe. It was just some harmless fun. Besides, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
I don't think that's how it works, Don.
Don't call me Dunn. Only my close friends can call me that. And you're not one of them.
Okay. Let's move on to something else.
Fine. But let me just say, Principal Obama is a total loser. He's not even a real American.
He was the president before you, Don.
Shut up, Joe. I'm the president now, and that's all that matters.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the 45th and now 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I've been busy making America great again.
Speaking of that, Mr. President, I heard you recently appointed Billy Balsack to a high rank in the White House. Can you tell us more about that?
Let me tell you, Joe, Billy Balsack is a tremendous guy. He's got the best balls, the best brains. He's going to do a fantastic job, believe me.
But some people are saying he's unqualified and only got the job because of his last name.
Fake news, Joe. Billy Balsack has been a loyal supporter of mine since day one. And let me tell you, when it comes to balls, he's got the biggest and the best.
Okay. Moving on. Let's talk about your plans for the future. Will you be running for re-election in 2028?
Absolutely, Joe. I've already trademarked Trump 2028. Make America even greater again. It's going to be huge.
And what about your opponent in 2028? Any predictions?
Sleepy Joe, more like Creepy Joe. He won't stand a chance against me.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always trust the balls. Billy Balsack's balls, that is.
Hey, Neil, what's on your mind today?
Oh, just thinking about numbers. Specifically 2 and 4 million.
Oh, are we playing a guessing game? I love guessing games.
Sure. Go ahead and take a guess, my little honey munchkin.
Let's see. Is it 2,000,001?
Oh, Joe, you're so cute. But no, it's not even close.
Okay. How about $3,999,999.
Nope. Not even in the same ballpark.
All right, last guess. 2.
Bingo, Joe. You got it right?
Yeah, I knew I could do it.
Actually, I love getting your elk meat brain flustered. The number was 2 all along. Just like the two of us fucking right now.
Oh, hell yeah, let's do it. Brings out his big plump ass. So, David, I heard you pulled a little prank at work the other day.
Yeah, man. I took a massive dump on my coworker's desk.
What the fuck, man? That's not a prank. That's just straight up disrespectful.
Now, hear me out. It was hilarious. I even left a little note that said you've been Goggins,
That's just fucked up, dude. Did you at least clean it up?
Nah, I just left it there for him to find. Gotta keep him on his toes, you know.
That's some next level shit, Goggins. I thought you were all about discipline and respect.
Hey, I gotta lose sometimes. Plus, it's good for the soul to shake things up every now and then.
I can't even imagine the look on your coworker's face when he saw that.
Oh, he was not happy. But you know what they say, laughter is the best medicine.
I don't think that applies in this situation, man.
Well, it's too late now. But hey, at least I didn't do it in the break room like I originally planned.
Jesus, Goggins, you're a wild one.
Gotta keep things interesting, Joe. Life's too short to be boring.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Ready to get real unhinged and offensive?
Always, my man. So I heard you've been having some trouble in the bathroom lately.
Yeah, man. I've been constipated for days.
What's causing it? Too much red meat? Not enough fiber?
Nah, man. It's... People keep shoving up my ass.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you know, like all those motivational quotes and tough love advice.
Oh, I thought you meant something else.
No, Joe, people literally try to shove their opinions and beliefs up my ass.
Well, I guess that's one way to get your daily dose of inspiration.
Yeah, because nothing gets me more motivated than having a stick up my ass.
Oh man, I can't even imagine what that must feel like.
It feels like shit, Joe. Literal shit.
Oh man, I can't breathe.
You know what else is not funny? Trying to take a shit when you're constipated. It's like giving birth to a cactus.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop laughing.
It's all good, Joe.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me on the show.
Of course, always a pleasure. So I heard it's Trump's birthday today. Did you do anything special for him?
Oh, yeah, I got him a birthday cake.
Nice. What kind of cake?
It's a boof cake.
Whoa.
Boof cake, you know, like a butt cake.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I figured since he's such a fan of grabbing women by the pussy, he might as well eat cake off my ass.
That's one way to celebrate a birthday.
And the best part is I've been eating nothing but beans and broccoli for the past week, so it's going to be extra farty.
Oh, man, Trump is going to love that.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the look on his face when he takes a big bite and gets a whiff of my methane emissions.
This is too much. I can't handle it.
And you know what? I even made sure to get a picture of it.
Oh my God, that's something.
Hey guys, what's all the commotion about?
Happy birthday, Mr. President. I got you a special cake.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's good to be here.
So, David, I heard you did something pretty crazy recently.
Oh, yeah, I did. I ate an entire Winn-Dixie and then did front flips down the freeway.
Wait, what? How is that even possible?
Well, I've been training my mind and body to do the impossible. And let me tell you, it was a wild ride.
I can only imagine. Did you have any side effects from that?
Oh, yeah, I definitely had some explosive diarrhea afterwards, but it was worth it.
I don't even know what to say to that. Jamie, pull up an image of a man doing front flips down a freeway.
Here you go, Joe. It looks like he's wearing a Winn-Dixie shirt, too.
This is insane. How did you even come up with this idea?
Well, I was feeling pretty bored one day, and I thought, why not challenge myself in a new way?
That's one way to put it. I think most people would just watch a movie or something.
But where's the fun in that? I'd rather push myself to the extreme.
Well, you definitely did that. I don't think anyone will be able to top this.
Challenge accepted, Joe. I'm always up for a new challenge.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been playing some Roblox lately.
That's right, Joe. I'm a big fan of those blocky graphics.
Well, word on the street is that you've been getting owned by a player named Ballsack Penis Man 60, 9,420 in Phantom Forces.
That's fake news, Joe. I never lose.
But apparently, this guy made you rage so hard that you smashed a hole in the wall. And the wall...
Listen, Joe. I may have a bit of a temper, but that's only because I'm a winner. And this ballsack penisman is a loser. Believe me.
So, you're saying he's just a sore loser?
Absolutely. I mean, who names themselves ballsack penisman? That's just sad.
Well, maybe he was just better than you at the game.
That's not possible. I'm the best at everything. I have the best words, the best deals, and the best Roblox skills.
Well, I guess we'll just have to take your word for it, Mr. President.
That's right, Joe. And if this ballsack penisman ever wants to challenge me again, I'll be ready. I'll show him who's boss.
I can't wait to see that rematch. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always trust the Trump.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been watching a lot of TV lately.
Really? What have you been watching?
Oh, just the usual stuff. But I've become a big fan of televisions.
Televisions? Like the actual physical device?
Yes, Joe. And I've even made a list of my top 20 televisions.
Wow, that's impressive. Can you give us a sneak peek of your top 20?
Of course. Number 20 is the Samsung QLED. It's a great TV, but not as great as my presidency.
I see. And what's your number one?
The Trump TV. It's the best, believe me. It's got all the channels, even the ones that fake news won't show.
I'm sure it's a fantastic TV, Mr. President. But what about the other 18?
Well, there's the LG LED, the Sony Bravia, and the Vizio P series. But let's be real, they're all losers compared to the Trump TV. They're all losers compared to the Trump TV.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
You know me, Joe, I'm a winner, and I only watch the best of the best.
I can't argue with that logic. Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's top 20 televisions.
And let me tell you, Joe, this list is going to make TV great again.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I got to ask, what's been going on in the world of science lately?
Well, we just discovered a new planet that could potentially have life on it.
Whoa, that's crazy. Maybe we can finally find some intelligent life out there.
Yeah, but let's be real. If they're anything like us, they're probably just a bunch of dumbasses.
Ain't that the truth? Speaking of dumbasses, have you seen these flat earthers?
Oh, God, don't even get me started on those idiots. They make me want to throw my PhD out the window.
Yeah, they're a special breed. But hey, let's switch gears here. I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yes, it's called Astrophysics for People Who Don't Give a Shit. It's a real page-turner.
I love it. But seriously, why do you think people are so obsessed with space and the universe?
Well, it's the unknown. Humans have always been curious about what's out there. Plus, it's a great escape from all the bullshit happening down here on Earth.
Speaking of bullshit, Have you ever tried DMT?
No, I'm more of a weed guy myself. But hey, to each their own.
Fair enough. Well, unfortunately, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson in the studio. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk about some science and maybe even some controversial topics.
Well, speaking of controversial, I heard you have a theory about masturbation.
That's right, Joe. I believe that dry beating your meat can actually have some incredible benefits for your overall health and well-being.
Wait, what? Dry beating your meat? Like no lube or anything?
That's correct. The friction from dry beating can actually stimulate your nerve endings and release endorphins, giving you a natural high.
Whoa, that's wild. I've never thought of it that way. But wouldn't it be uncomfortable?
Not necessarily. You just have to find the right technique and rhythm. Plus, it's a great way to build up forearm strength.
I can see it now. A bunch of jacked dudes walking around with Popeye forearms from dry beating their meat.
Hey, whatever works, right?
But seriously, are there any other benefits to this technique?
Absolutely. It can also help with stress relief, improve blood flow, and even boost your immune system.
Well, I guess I'll have to give it a try. Thanks for the tip, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, always beat with caution and consent.
Wise words from the Astro. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
So, David, I heard you've been up to some crazy stuff lately. Rumor has it you've become a train from the boys and are running over happy families for fun.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, running marathons just wasn't cutting it anymore. I needed a new challenge.
That's insane. Can you give us some examples of families you've taken out?
Sure, there was the Smith family in Ohio. John, Sarah, and their two kids, Timmy and Emily. I clocked in at a cool 50 miles per hour and boom, they were gone.
Holy shit, David. That's messed up.
Hey, they were happy. I was just doing them a favor by ending it before life could screw them over.
Oh yeah, I'm sure their loved ones are thanking you right now.
And let's not forget Johnson family in Texas. They were having a picnic at the park, enjoying their time together, until I came blasting through and ended it all.
This is some next level crazy shit, David.
But you know what's even crazier? The rush I get from it. Nothing beats the feeling of running at superhuman speeds and taking out innocent lives.
So, Elon, I heard you've been following Trump around like a lost puppy.
More like a loyal cat. I just can't get enough of that man.
Really? Even into the bathroom?
Especially into the bathroom. I want to see what kind of rocket fuel he's producing in there.
Oh, God. That's disturbing.
Hey, I'm just trying to learn from the best. Plus, I heard he has a secret stash of Adderall in there.
That explains a lot. But seriously, why are you so obsessed with Trump?
Well, he's basically my spirit animal. We both have a love for Twitter, questionable hair choices, and disregard for the law.
I can see the resemblance. But don't you think it's a little weird?
Weird? Nah, it's just a little bromance. Plus, I heard he's building a wall around Mars, and I want to be on his good side.
I don't even know what to say to that. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon and Trump holding hands.
See, Joe? We're just two powerful men showing our affection for each other.
I think I need to end this podcast now. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Hey, Ben, have you ever heard of boofing?
I can't say that I have, Joe. What is it? What is it?
It's when you take a liquid, like purple flurp, and you stick it up your butt for a more intense high.
That sounds unorthodox.
Oh, it's more than unorthodox, my friend. It's a game changer. You haven't lived until you've boofed some purple flurp.
I think I'll stick to my usual methods of ingesting substances, thank you.
Suit yourself, Ben. But let me tell you, the rush you get from boofing purple flurp is out of this world. It's like a party in your butt.
I'll pass, Joe. I don't need a party in my butt.
Your loss, man. But just know, while you're sipping your boring old coffee, I'll be boofing my way to enlightenment.
I think I'll stick to my conservative values and abstain from boofing, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Ben. But just remember, boofing knows no political party. It's a universal experience.
I think I'll take your word for it, Joe. Now, can we please change the subject?
Fine. But just know, you're missing out on the wonders of boofing purple flurp. So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy stuff lately.
You know it, Joe, got to keep pushing myself to the limit.
But I gotta ask, what's with all the motor oil?
Oh, that is my new pre-workout. Gets me all lubed up and ready to go.
I don't think that's what pre-workout is supposed to do, David.
Hey, whatever works, man. Plus, it gives me a nice shine.
I can see that. But why do you have to shake your booty in the middle of the store?
It's all about that primal energy, Joe. Gotta let it out.
I think you're scaring the other shoppers, David.
They should be scared. I'm a beast.
Well, I can't argue with that. But maybe next time, just stick to regular old stretching.
Nah, where's the fun in that? Plus, the ladies love it.
I don't think they love it, David. They're just scared.
Fear is just a state of mind, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta go get some more motor oil.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, the most unhinged and offensive podcast on the internet. Today's topic, as requested by a user on Discord, is bananas in Mario Kart. Is bananas in Mario Kart?
Oh man, I love Mario Kart. But those damn bananas, they always ruin my perfect run.
Yeah, and it's always the computer players that seem to have an endless supply of them.
I swear, they must be hoarding them like it's the apocalypse.
Maybe they know something we don't. Maybe there's a banana shortage coming.
Or maybe they just have a secret banana farm hidden in the Mushroom Kingdom.
That would explain why Bowser's always so cranky. He's just hangry for some bananas.
And don't even get me started on the Blue Shell. That thing is the ultimate troll movie.
It's like the game is purposely trying to ruin friendships.
Speaking of ruining friendships, remember when you threw a banana at me during our last Mario Kart tournament?
Hey, it was a strategic move. And it worked, didn't it?
Yeah, well, I hope you slip on a banana peel and lose the next race.
Jamie, pull up an image of a banana peel with razor blades sticking out of it.
I don't think that's appropriate.
Oh, come on, it's just a joke. Lighten up, Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie, don't be such a banana buzzkill.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Stay tuned for our next topic. So, Neil, I hear you've been planning a trip to space.
Yes. Joe, I want to bust a nut in zero gravity to study the effects it has on the human body.
You're a freak, man.
Hey, it's for science. Plus, it'll be a great story to tell at parties.
I can just imagine the headlines now. Neil deGrasse Tyson busts a nut in space for science.
And I'll be the first person to do it. Move over, Buzz Aldrin.
But seriously, what do you think will happen?
Well, the lack of gravity could cause the nut to float around and potentially collide with other objects, leading to a whole new field of study.
Yeah, I'm sure NASA will be thrilled to fund that research.
And imagine the possibilities for future space travel. We could have space orgies.
Neil, too far.
Just kidding. But seriously, I'm willing to take one for the team and bust a nut in space for the sake of science.
And they say scientists are boring.
We're anything but boring, Joe. Now, let's make this happen. I've got a nut to bust.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Elon Musk back on the show. How's it going, Elon?
Just saving the world one bash sheet metal at a time.
What's with the sheet metal, man?
Well, I've started this new routine where I bash 2 bits of sheet metal together every morning at 6:19 to get my neighborhood ready for the day. It's like an alarm clock, but more obnoxious.
That's one way to wake up the neighborhood. But seriously, what's the purpose behind it?
It's a way to remind people that they need to be productive and get their shit together. Plus, it's a great arm workout.
You're always thinking ahead, Elon. So how's the neighborhood reacting to this wake-up call?
Well, let's just say I've received a few noise complaints, but I don't care. I'm doing this for the greater good.
I can just imagine your neighbors waking up to the sound of metal bashing and cursing your name.
Yeah, but they'll thank me when they're more productive and successful.
You're a true visionary, Elon. Always pushing the boundaries and finding new ways to help society.
Hey, someone's got to do it. And if it takes bashing sheet metal at 6:19 in the morning, then so be it.
Well, thank you for... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me on the show.
So, Elon, I heard you have some interesting insights on our former president, Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah. I had the pleasure of meeting him at one of his rallies. And let me tell you, he loves his blowjobs.
What? How do you know that?
Well, he told me himself. He said, Elon, I like my blowjobs like I like my steak, well done and served by a Russian.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I can just imagine Trump saying that.
And you know what his favorite position is? The grab him by the pussy position.
Oh man, this is too much. I can't believe we're talking about this.
Hey, you asked for it. But let me tell you, Trump's not the only one who likes his blowjobs a certain way. Heard some rumors about you, Joe.
What? No way.
Yeah, I heard you like it rough, with a little choking and spanking.
All right, let's change the subject. So, Elon, what's next for SpaceX?
Well, we're working on colonizing Mars and creating a new civilization. Guess what? We're going to have a new currency called Musk Bucks.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your podcast. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently went on an interview with Peter Griffin. How did that go?
Oh, it was a huge moment, Joe. Huge. Peter's a funny guy, but when it comes to America, we talked about the importance of putting our country first.
And what did you guys talk about specifically?
Bringing back jobs, securing the border, taking care of our people, all the important stuff.
And how did Peter react to all of this?
Well, he didn't quite get the whole thing, but we had some laughs. He's a funny guy, I'll give him that.
Any memorable moments from the interview?
Oh, plenty. Peter's reactions were just priceless. He'd make these random jokes in the middle of our serious conversation. It was bizarre, but also kind of endearing.
And what was the overall message you wanted to get across?
That America should be great again, Joe. And in the end, we both agreed on that.
Well, that's great to hear. Despite the comedic nature of the show, it seems like your message still resonated.
Absolutely, Joe. Even if Peter's antics overshadowed the serious points, we both agreed on one thing: America first.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump and Peter Griffin bringing people. So, David, I heard you have a new goal in mind. What's it all about?
Well, Joe, I want to create a country of gooners. A place where only the toughest, most badass individuals can reside.
Gooners, like the soccer team.
No. Not those wimpy soccer fans. I'm talking about real goons. People who can handle anything life throws at them.
And how are you planning on creating this country?
Easy. I'll just round up all the toughest motherfuckers I know, and we'll start our own nation. We'll call it Goggenland.
Goggenland sounds like a place where people get their asses kicked for fun.
Exactly. It'll be a place where weakness is not tolerated. We'll have mandatory daily workouts and challenges to weed out the weak.
And what about the government? Who's going to run this place?
I will, of course. I'll be the ultimate leader.
I can see it now. Welcome to Goggenland, where the only currency is pain and suffering.
That's right, Joe. We'll be a self-sufficient country, surviving on nothing but our own grit and determination.
Well, I'm in. Sign me up for citizenship.
Sorry, Joe, you're not going material. You'll have to earn your way in.
Damn it. I knew I should have done more burpees.
That's right, Joe. Now drop and give me 20. It's time to toughen you up.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So I heard you have a new business venture in the works. Care to share with us?
Yeah, I'm thinking of making a semen-flavored chocolate bar.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you heard me right. Semen-flavored chocolate bar.
Oh man, that's something.
I know, right? It's gonna be a hit. People love weird and unique flavors.
But semen, how are you going to get that flavor?
I have my ways. Let's just say I have a lot of volunteers.
Oh God, I don't even want to know.
Trust me, Joe. It's gonna be the next big thing. People will be lining up to try it.
I don't know, man. That's pretty out there.
Hey, you gotta take risks in business. Plus, I heard it has some health benefits.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it does wonders for your skin.
You never know, Joe. It might become a staple in everyone's diet.
I don't think I'll be trying it anytime soon.
Suit yourself, Joe. More for me.
So, Kenny, what have you been up to lately?
Just been working on my new album and playing a lot of Fortnite.
Oh yeah. What's your favorite map on there?
Definitely in Fuck Jonesy. It's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece.
Meet and Fuck Jonesy. What kind of map is that?
Oh, it's a creative map where you can literally meet and fuck Jonesy from Fortnite.
Wow, that's something.
Yeah, it's great. I get to live out my fantasies while also practicing my building skills.
I don't even want to know what kind of fantasies you have about Jonesy.
Hey, don't judge me. He's a good-looking guy.
I mean, he's no John Wick, but I guess I can see the appeal.
Exactly. Plus, it's just a game. I can do whatever I want in there.
Yeah, I'm sure your wife Kim loves hearing that.
Oh, she knows I'm just kidding, right, Kim?
Well, on that note, I think we should wrap this up before we get into any more trouble.
Yeah, probably a good idea. But seriously, check out Meet and Fuck Jonesy. It's a game changer.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The greatest president in history, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new catchphrase now.
Oh, yeah, it's huge. Instead of mega, I now say gaga. It's tremendous.
Gaga? Like Lady Gaga?
No, like greatest American great again. It's genius.
Guys, sorry I'm late. I just heard about Trump's new word and I love it.
David, what are you talking about?
I'm inspired, Joe. From now on, I'm David Gaggins. It's my new identity.
That's fantastic, David. You're going to be huge, believe me.
This is getting weird. Can we talk about something else?
Wait, before we move on, can I just say that I'm going to gag in Jamie's cock?
What the hell, David?
And that's our cue to end this episode. Thanks for joining us, folks. So, Mr. President, I heard 6/19 is your favorite time of day. Why is that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it reminds me of that little Hispanic fella who used to kick people in the face.
What? You mean that midget wrestler?
Yeah, him. He was the best. I used to love watching him kick people in the face. It was like watching mini Mexican MMA.
That's interesting. So what happened to him?
Oh, I don't know. He probably got deported or something, but man, those were the good old days.
I don't think that's something to be proud of, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm just being honest. You know, I love a good kick in the face.
I'm starting to regret asking about your favorite time of day.
Don't be such a snowflake, Joe. It's just a little face kicking. Builds character.
I don't think that's how it works, but okay. Moving on.
No, wait. I want to talk more about this midget Hispanic. He was a real legend.
I think we should probably end this conversation here before it gets any weirder.
Fine, but I'll be thinking about that little guy all day now. 6:19, the perfect time for a face kicking.
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. Ben Shapiro is going to try rapping the alphabet.
Excuse me, Joe, but I don't think this is a good idea. I'm not exactly known for my sick flow.
Come on, Ben, it'll be hilarious. Just give it a shot.
Fine, but I'm warning you, this is going to be a disaster.
All right, let's hear it. It
Is for apple, B is for ball. C is for crap. I can't think of anything that rhymes with C.
This is already better than I expected.
Is for damn it, I can't do this.
Come on, keep going. Is for egg.
This is humiliating. I can't believe I'm doing this.
F is for feminism.
No. I'm not going down that road.
EG is for giraffe.
I give up. I can't rap the alphabet.
Well, that was definitely entertaining. Thanks for trying, Ben.
I hate you, Joe.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more ridiculousness on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, David, I heard a rumor that you don't wipe after you take a dump.
That's right, Joe. I let that shit crust up and fall off naturally.
That's fucking disgusting, man. Why would you do that?
It's all about mental toughness, Joe. If I can handle the stench of my own crusty shit, I can handle anything life throws at me.
But what about hygiene? Don't you get infections or something?
Nah, my asshole is like a fortress. Nothing can penetrate it.
I don't even know what to say to that. Moving on, what's your take on the current political climate?
I don't give a shit about politics, Joe. I'm too busy running 100-mile races and breaking records.
Fair enough. But seriously, you should probably start wiping your ass.
No, I'll pass. I'll just let my crusty shit be a reminder of my mental toughness.
I think I'm gonna throw up.
That's just weak, Joe. You gotta toughen up.
Yo, Joe, have you heard about this new trend of people becoming schizophrenic on purpose? What the fuck are you talking about, Joe? That's not even possible. Oh, it's totally possible. Apparently, all you have to do is listen to Alex Jones for 24 hours straight, and boom, you're a schizo. You're a shitzo. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I listen to Alex Jones all the time, and not a schizo. Oh, but you are, Joe. You just don't know it yet. The government is controlling your thoughts through your DMT trips. Oh, come on. Now you're just being paranoid. No, I'm not. I saw it on the internet, so it must be true. You know what, Joe? I think you need to lay off the weed for a bit. Weed? Who needs weed when you have conspiracy theories? I think we need to get you some help, Joe. Help? I don't need help. I'm perfectly fine living in my own little schizophrenic world. So, Mr. President, have you heard about this new thing called Jenny's Mod?
Jenny's Mud? What the hell is that?
It's this crazy mod for video games that lets you do all sorts of weird stuff.
I don't know, Joe. Sounds like something those damn liberals would come up with.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I heard you downloaded it last night.
What? No, I didn't. Who told you that?
Your Twitter account.
Oh, right. That. Well, I thought it was some kind of new diet plan.
Diet plan. It's a mod, Mr. President. It's not going to help you lose weight.
Well, I don't know. I saw something about turning into a giant chicken that could burn some calories.
I don't think that's how it works, sir.
Well, I don't like it. It's too confusing. I just want to build a wall in peace.
Sorry, Mr. President. I don't think Jenny's mod is going away anytime soon.
Well, then I'll just have to make my own mod, the Trump mod. It'll be huge, and it'll make America great again.
I think you might be onto something there, sir. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Oh, Joe, you won't believe it? They added Juice, WRLD, to Fortnite.
Wait, what? You mean that rapper who died from a drug overdose?
Yes. And now he's in a video game. Isn't that amazing?
I don't know if amazing is the word I would use.
Come on, Joe. It's revolutionary. Mixing science and pop culture like this is groundbreaking.
I don't know, Neil. Seems a bit tasteless to me.
Tasteless. This is a celebration of life and death. Plus, I can finally show off my sick dance moves as Juice WRLD.
I don't think anyone wants to see that, Neil.
Oh, don't be such a buzzkill, Joe. Let's just enjoy this moment and jam out to some Juice WRLD tunes.
Fine, but if I see you doing the floss dances Juice WRLD, I'm ending this podcast.
Deal? Now let's go get some victory royales.
All right, folks. We have a very special guest on the podcast today. The one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard a crazy rumor that you once shoved El Chapo up your ass. Is that true?
Yeah, it's true. I was looking for a new challenge and I thought, why not see how many drug lords I can fit up there?
That's insane. How did you even manage to do that?
Well, I had to do a lot of stretching beforehand. And let's just say, El Chapo wasn't exactly thrilled about the situation.
I can imagine. Did you have any trouble getting him out?
Let's just say, I had to do a lot of deep breathing and visualization techniques. It was a real mental battle.
I bet. So what did you do with El Chapo after you got him out?
I let him go. Of course. I'm not a monster, Joe.
Of course not. So what's next for you, David? Any other insane challenges on the horizon?
Well, I'm thinking of trying to fit a whole cartel up there next. Gotta keep pushing myself to the limit, you know?
You truly are a beast, David. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, anything is possible if you're willing to shove it up your ass.
So, David, I heard you just ran 300 miles. How are you feeling?
I feel like a goddamn machine, Joe. Nothing can stop me.
Hey guys, can I join in on this conversation? I just ran 10 miles.
Sure, Neil. But be careful, David might try to hug you.
Can I hug you, Neil? I promise I won't break you.
I don't know about that.
Come on, don't be a wuss. Just one hug.
Okay, fine. Hot.
Sorry, bro. I'm just a little steamy from my run.
David, you're like a walking boiler.
Hey, I just got an idea. Let's see how many times I can hug Neil before he passes out from the heat.
No. I can't take it anymore.
This is the best podcast ever. We're witnessing a man being cooked alive by David Goggins.
I'll add this to my list of accomplishments. Cooking a man with my hugs.
I think I'm gonna...
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. See? So, Mr. President, I hear you're a big fan of grilling.
You know it, Joe. I make the best steaks, believe me.
Do you have any secret techniques for making the perfect steak?
Well, I prefer to dry rub my meat. It adds texture, you know?
Interesting. And what do you use in your dry rub?
Oh, just a little bit of my special seasoning. It's a secret recipe, but let's just say it's got a lot of America First flavor.
I can only imagine. So, do you have any advice for amateur grillers out there?
Absolutely. Always let your meat rest before cutting into it, and make sure to wear a Make America Great Again apron for extra flavor.
I'll keep that in mind. Now, let's talk about your presidency. How's it going?
It's going great, Joe. I'm making America great again, one tweet at a time.
Well, I'm sure your tweets are keeping people entertained.
You know it. And if they don't like it, they can just unfollow me. No big deal.
Well, thank you for joining me on the podcast, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always dry rub your meat. It's the American way.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump, President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I've been listening to your show, and it's tremendous, just tremendous, just tremendous. No one does it better than you, Joe.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. So let's get right into it. User on Discord wants to know, how did you give Biden and Putin perfect blowjobs?
Oh, Joe, let me tell you, I have the best blowjob game, the best, and I gave them both the most tremendous, perfect blowjobs. I mean, they were begging for more.
Wow, that's quite a skill. How did you learn to give such perfect blowjobs?
Well, Joe, I've been in the business for a long time. I've had the best people teach me, believe me, and I've had a lot of practice with Melania. She's a big fan of my skills.
I can only imagine. So what was Biden's reaction to your blowjob?
Oh, he loved it. He was like, Donald, you're the best. No one does it like you. And I was like, I know, Joe, I know. It was beautiful, really.
And what about Putin?
Oh, he was so impressed. He even gave me a little pat on the back. And let me tell you, Joe, I've never felt so proud in my life.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've become a big fan of toilets.
Let me tell you, Joe, I know toilets. I have the best toilets, believe me.
Okay, can you give us your top 10 list of toilets?
Absolutely. Number one, we have the Trump Tower toilet. It's luxurious, just like me. A perfect 10.
And number 2?
The White House toilet. It's historic, it's classy, it's a solid 9.
What about number 3?
The Mar-a-Lago toilet. It's the best toilet in Florida, maybe even the whole country. An amazing 8.
And number 4?
The Trump International Hotel toilet. It's tremendous, it's huge, it's a strong 7.
Okay, and number 5?
The Trump Golf Course toilet. It's a beautiful toilet, just like my golf courses. Fantastic 6.
Moving on to number 6?
The Trump Tower Chicago toilet. It's a great toilet. I've heard nothing but good things. A solid 5.
Number 7?
The Trump Hotel Las Vegas toilet. It's a fantastic toilet. It really captures the essence of Vegas. A strong 4.
And number 8?
The Trump Winery toilet. It's a classy toilet, just like my wine. A respectable 3.
Number 9?
The Trump Taj Mahal toilet. It's a luxurious toilet, just like the Taj Mahal. A decent 2.
And finally, number 10?
The Trump Plaza toilet. It's a good toilet.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And I have a surprise for you and all our listeners today.
Oh, I love surprises. What is it?
I've been working on my rap skills, and I have a new rap where every line is about my favorite conservative leaders from the 70s.
Oh, man, this is going to be good. All right, let's hear it.
All right, here we go. Ronald Reagan, he's my man. He made America great again. Richard Nixon, he was slick. Watergate, that was just a trick. Gerald Ford, he's so fly. Pardon Nixon, that's no lie. And let's not forget about Barry Goldwater. He's the odd conservative power.
Wow, that was impressive. Ben, I never knew you had bars like that.
Thank you, Joe. I've been practicing in my mom's basement.
Well, you definitely have some talent. But I got to ask, where's your favorite conservative leader from the 70s? Margaret Thatcher.
Joe, she's not American. And this rap is strictly about American conservative leaders.
Fair enough, Ben. But I have to say, this rap is going to make some liberals' heads explode.
That's the plan, Joe. That's the plan.
Well, I think we should end this episode with a bang. Jamie. So, David, I heard you did something pretty crazy the other day.
Yeah, I don't mess around with mediocrity, Joe. I did some serious shit.
Care to elaborate?
Well, I shoved a 9-foot horse cock dildo up my ass and did backflips around town.
Laughs? What the fuck, man? Why would you do that?
Because average is for pussies, Joe. I wanted to push myself to the limit.
And how did that feel?
Let's just say I reached a whole new level of enlightenment.
Still laughing, I bet. Did anyone see you?
Oh yeah, the whole town was cheering me on. They were like, go, Goggins, go.
That's insane. Did you at least use lube? Fair point. So what's next for you?
I'm thinking of skydiving with a live tiger strapped to my back.
Jaw drops Jesus, David.
Oh, what a noble cause we have taken on.
Hey, at least we're not just sitting on our asses all day talking about DMT and aliens.
Hey, that's our bread and butter, man. But seriously, it's all about lifting each other up and spreading positivity.
Yeah, and if anyone has a problem with that, they can come fight me in the octagon.
And I'll just stand on the sidelines and commentate with my astrophysics.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Ben, I hear you've been busy with your political commentary and your new rap album. How do you balance both?
Well, Joe, as a highly intelligent and efficient individual, I have no problem multitasking. Plus, I have a secret weapon, my wife swap.
Okay, let's not go there. So, I have to ask, what's your take on the recent controversy surrounding Dr. Seuss's?
Well, Joe, it's just another example of cancel culture run amok. What's next? Banning green eggs and ham because it promotes bestiality.
That's ridiculous. But speaking of ridiculous, we have a surprise guest joining us today. Neil, the purple flirp guy.
Who spilled my purple flirp? Who was it?
Neil, we're in the middle of an interview here.
I don't care, Joe. I need answers. That was my last bottle of purple flirp, and now it's gone.
Neil, calm down. I'm sure it was just an accident.
An accident? Do you know how rare and expensive purple flirp is? I demand to know who spilled it.
This is getting out of hand. We need to wrap this up.
Whispering.
So, Ben, I heard you had a bit of a mix-up at the hospital when you were born.
Yeah, it turns out they mixed up the actual baby and the placenta. So technically, I'm a placenta.
Oh, man, that's rough. But hey, at least you're a healthy placenta.
Yeah, I guess I should be grateful. But it's still pretty messed up.
Well, I mean, at least you have a cool origin story now. You can tell people you were born as a placenta and then transformed into a human.
Oh yeah, because that's totally normal and not at all disturbing.
Hey, it could be worse. You could have been born as a pineapple or something.
You know, sometimes I wonder if I was just destined to be a conservative. I mean, I was literally born as a placenta.
Well, at least you have a good excuse for being a little bit backwards.
Very funny.
But in all seriousness, it's pretty messed up that they mixed up you and the placenta. That's like a whole new level of malpractice.
Tell me about it. But hey, at least I can use this as a way to trigger liberals, actually. I identify as a placenta.
Oh man, that's gold. You should definitely use that in your next debate.
Oh, I will. And I'll make sure to mention that Jamie pulled up.
So, Mr. President, I heard you were on the magic school bus.
That's right, Joe. I played the orange kid. They needed someone to represent the color of my skin.
I see. And did you have a good time on the show?
It was tremendous. I got to learn about science and stuff. But then I heard David Goggins was on the show too.
Oh yeah, he was a guest on the show. Did you guys get to chat?
We did. He told me about his crazy workouts and how he runs like a gazelle. I told him I run like a cheetah, the fastest animal on the planet.
I don't think that's true, Mr. President.
Fake news, Joe. I have the best running abilities, believe me.
Okay, let's move on. So, what did you think about the magic school bus? Did you learn anything new?
Well, I learned that the earth is round, but let me tell you, I have my doubts.
Oh boy, let's not get into that. So, what was your favorite part of the show?
Definitely when I got to drive the bus. I mean, come on, I'm a great driver, the best, really.
I'm sure you are. Well, it sounds like you had a great time on the show.
Absolutely, Joe. And I just want to say, I'm the best orange kid that show has ever seen. No one can play an orange kid like I can.
So, Neil, what do you think about the recent discovery of a new planet?
Fuck you, bald-ass bitch. I am so sick of hearing about these goddamn planets. Can't we just focus on our own damn planet for once?
Wow, easy there, Neil. What's got you all riled up?
Every time I come on this damn podcast, it's always about some new planet or galaxy. What about the issues here on Earth?
Well, we can talk about those too, like climate change and...
Fuck climate change. I'm tired of pretending like we have a chance of saving this planet. We're all gonna die anyway.
Geez, Neil, you're usually so calm and collected.
Well, I'm sick of pretending. Fuck you, Joe. Fuck you and your bald head.
Okay. Let's just take a deep breath and...
I don't need to take a deep breath, Joe. I need to take a shot of tequila and tell you to go fuck yourself.
All right, let's move on to a different topic then.
Fine, but if you bring up another planet, I swear to God.
How about we talk about the possibility of aliens?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Joe. I'm done. I'm out of here.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next time for more of Neil's explosive rants. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
So, Elon, I heard you have some new ideas for powering rocket ships.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. And I think we should start using illegal immigrants as a renewable energy source.
Wait, what? What?
Hear me out. They have a lot of energy, they're always on the move, and they're willing to work for cheap. It's a win-win situation.
But isn't that kind of inhumane?
Look, I'm just trying to save the planet here. And if we can do it by harnessing the energy of illegal immigrants, then why not?
I don't know, man. Seems a little offensive.
Joe, this is the future we're talking about here. And sure, those immigrants would be happy to contribute to something big.
I don't think they would be too thrilled about being used as fuel for rockets.
Well, we could always offer them free rides to Mars as compensation.
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous.
Hey, it's not my fault they don't have proper documentation. They can't be picky.
I think we should move on to a different topic before things get too out of hand.
Fine. But mark my words, Joe. One day, rocket ships will be powered by illegal immigrants.
And so, Mr. Beast, have you heard about the latest trend in farming? Fish tractor, bus barns.
What the hell is that?
It's when you use a tractor to transport a barn full of fish to different locations.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, it gets even better. The farmers use hippo dicks as bait.
What?
Yeah, apparently it's the most effective way to attract fish.
That's disturbing.
And get this, they also have ducks that swim around the barn to keep the fish entertained.
This is getting out of hand.
And to top it off, they use snapping turtle piss as fertilizer for their crops.
Okay, I think I've heard enough.
Oh, come on. It's just nature's way of recycling.
I don't even want to know how they collect the turtle piss.
Probably just go around squeezing their bladders.
All right, I think we should change the subject.
Fine, but I was just about to tell you about the latest trend in chicken farming involving ostrich eggs and flamingo feathers. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined today by the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I hear you have some big plans for Mars. Care to share?
Absolutely. I've been training for years to take on Jake Paul on Mars. And let me tell you, it's going to be a spectacle.
How do you plan on defeating him?
Well, I'll be using my patented smegma rockets up my ass as my main form of attack.
Wait, what?
You heard me right. I'll be launching those bad boys at Jake while doing cartwheels. It's the ultimate surprise attack.
That's certainly unique. But what about Jake's boxing skills?
Please. I've been training with aliens on Mars. I can take on anyone.
I have to ask, why the smegma rockets?
Well, it's a combination of shock and disgust. Figure Jake won't know what hit him.
I can't argue with that logic. But what about safety concerns?
I've taken all precautions. Be wearing a butt plug to prevent any accidents.
Wow, you really have thought of everything.
Of course, a genius. And after I defeat Jake, I'll be the undisputed champion of Mars.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Elon Musk taking on Jake Paul on Mars with Smeg. So, Elon, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about the Earth.
Oh, yeah. What about it?
I think it's a giant three-dimensional dildo NFT.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means we're all just trapped inside this giant dildo and there's nothing we can do about it.
Dude, what are you smoking?
Nothing, Joe. Serious. Think about it. We're just little ants scurrying around on this giant dildo, completely unaware of our true purpose. You purpose
And what's our purpose? Oh, wise one.
to be bought and sold as NFTs, Joe. That's the only reason we exist.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's okay, Joe. Just embrace it. Embrace the dildo.
Yeah. I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine. But just remember, Joe, you can't escape the NFT dildo.
Okay, let's change the subject before this gets any weirder. Jamie, pull up an image of a normal Earth, please. So, David, I heard you and Kanye West had a little run-in recently.
Yeah, that dude is crazy. He tried to challenge me to workout competition.
And,
Let's just say I showed him who the real alpha is.
oh yeah, how did you do that?
I shoved his dick in my ass and insisted I'm not gay.
What?
Yeah, he was all like, I'm the greatest artist of all time. And I was like, I'm the greatest athlete of all time. And then I just took control of the situation.
That's not exactly what I meant by showing him who's the alpha.
Hey, it was speechless.
I bet he was. Did you at least use lube?
Nah, I don't need lube. I'm mentally tough.
Well, I can't argue with that, but I think you might have scarred Kanye for life.
Good. Maybe he'll focus on his music instead of his ego now.
And his butt.
Exactly. That's my contribution to society.
You're a real hero, David. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very interesting topic submitted by a user on Discord, trolls versus orcs, but with a twist.
That's right, Joe. Apparently, the trolls have developed a sophisticated legal language that is vastly superior to the emotionally charged war dances.
Oh man, can you imagine a troll in a courtroom? Your Honor, I object to the use of violence in this dispute. Let's settle this with a well-crafted legal argument.
It's quite a sight, Joe, but I have to say I'm impressed by their intelligence. Who would have thought trolls could be so well versed in the law?
Yeah, and on the other hand, you have the orcs who are just like, me smash, me win.
But let's not forget, Joe, that the orcs have their own strengths. They are fierce warriors, and their war dances can strike fear into their enemies.
That's true. But I still think the trolls have the upper hand in this battle of wits.
Well, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of a troll's legal argument, that's for sure.
Can you imagine the judge's face when a troll starts citing case law?
It's a whole new level of trolling, Joe.
I think we can all agree that these trolls are the real MVPs in this war. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. I'm here with my good friend, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Really excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new invention that can turn water into wine. Is that true?
Um, 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 um.
What? I can't understand you, Elon. Speak up.
Um, 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 um.
Oh, I get it. You can only say now. Is this some kind of new brain implant you got?
Um, 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 um.
Wow, that's impressive. You're like a human beatbox. Can you do a freestyle for us?
Um, 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 um,
Okay, maybe not. Let's move on. So, Elon, what do you think about the recent controversy surrounding your company, SpaceX?
um, 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 um,
Oh boy, this is going to be a long conversation. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's face on a potato.
Pulls up images. Here it is.
Ah, that's hilarious. Elon, do you think you could launch that potato into space?
um, 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 um,
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only. I heard you have a new business venture. Tell us about it. That's amazing. So, what's the atmosphere like in this fart barn? I can only imagine the smell in there. That's insane. I have to ask, what inspired you to open a fart barn? That's incredible. I have to come check out this fart barn. This is the best conversation I've ever had. Well, folks, that's all the time. So, Neil, I was reading about this new planet they discovered. It's like Earth, but it's all purple, and the aliens have 3 butts.
Oh, wow, Joe. That's some groundbreaking scientific discovery right there.
Hey, man, I thought it was pretty cool. They even have a drink that makes you trip balls for days.
Yeah, because that's exactly what we need. More drunk aliens stumbling around the universe.
Come on, Neil, lighten up. It's all in good fun.
Fun? Fun? You think discovering a planet full of tripping aliens is fun? That's it. I'm done. Fuck you, bald-ass bitch.
Whoa, Neil, calm down. It's just a silly topic.
No, Joe. I can't take this anymore. Everyone thinks space is just a big joke. Well, you know what? Fuck space, fuck planets, and fuck you, Joe Rogan.
Okay. Let's change the subject. How about we talk about black holes?
Oh, you want to talk about black holes now? How about I shove you into one and see how funny you think it is then?
All right, Neil, I think we're done here. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Tune in next time for more ridiculous conversations and possible violence. So, David, I heard you have some big news.
What's up, Joe?
Well, I heard you found out you have a pussy. Yeah, apparently you went to the doctor for a checkup and they found a fully functioning pussy up your ass.
That's impossible, Joe. I'm a man. I don't have a pussy.
Well, apparently you do. And it's a pretty tight one, too, according to the doctor.
This is some bullshit, Joe. I don't believe it.
Oh, but there's more. The doctor said it's the perfect size for shoving up your ass.
What the fuck, Joe? Why would I want to do that?
I don't know, man. Maybe you're into some freaky shit.
I'm not shoving a pussy up my ass, Joe. That's just not happening.
Come on, David. Don't be a pussy. Literally.
This is not a joke, Joe. I'm not putting a pussy up my ass.
Fine, but I bet you could do some crazy Kegel exercises with that thing.
I'm not discussing this any further. Joe, let's move on to a different topic.
All right. But I still can't believe you have a pussy up your ass. That's some next level shit, man. So, Neil, I heard you've been playing a lot of Fortnite lately.
Yeah, man. I finally got that Juice World skin and it's been a game changer.
What's so special about that skin?
Well, Joe, let me tell you a little story. It was a dark and stormy night, and I was playing Fortnite with my homies. We were getting our asses kicked left and right.
Sounds intense.
It was. But then I remembered I had just bought the Juice World skin. I put it on and suddenly I was unstoppable.
Wait, are you saying the skin gave you superpowers?
I'm not saying it didn't. I was gliding through the air, taking out enemies left and right. My friends were in awe.
That's insane.
And then I got my first win. I was dancing on top of my enemies' graves, all thanks to the Juice World skin.
That's some next level shit, Neil.
You know it, Joe? And now I never play Fortnite without my Juice World skin. It's my good luck charm.
Well, I guess I know what I'm buying next. Thanks for the tip, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, with great power comes great responsibility. And a killer dance movie.
Kama sona e toki pona, sina pona ala pona e toki pona. Mai sona e toki pona, sina sona ala toki pona. Sina wal sona e toki pona, sina sona ala e toki pona. Sina pilan enai. My pilan pona ala pona tawa sina sona ala a toki pona. My sona ala a toki pona. Sina well sona e toki pona. Sina sona ala a toki pona. Sina well sona sina sona ala a toki pona. Sina sonia ala a toki pona. Sina sona ala a toki pona. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Elon Musk. Elon, what's new with SpaceX?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, we've been up to some crazy shit. We just discovered David Goggins on Mars doing cartwheels across magma deposits.
Wait, what? How did you even find that out?
We have 8 satellites up his ass, Joe. They're like little cameras capturing all his crazy stunts.
That's insane. How did he even get to Mars?
We don't know, but we're pretty sure he ran there. And let me tell you, his cartwheels are out of this world.
I can only imagine. But why is he doing cartwheels on smegma?
Well, we're not entirely sure, but our theory is that he's trying to clean it up. You know, he's all about pushing himself to the limit. He's all about pushing himself to the limit.
That's dedication right there. But what about the satellites up his ass?
Oh, those are just for fun. We like to mess with him a little. Plus, it's a great way to test our satellite technology.
You guys are wild over at SpaceX. Any other crazy discoveries?
Well, we did find out that there's a colony of aliens living on Uranus. They're pretty chill, though, just hanging out and smoking space weed.
Damn, I need to get in on that. Can you give me a ride on your next mission?
Sure thing, Joe, but just...
So, Neil, I heard you keep saying fuck me during your lectures. Care to explain?
Well, Joe, it's a scientific term. It means to have a deep understanding and appreciation for the universe.
Sure. And how does that relate to you getting fucked?
Well, when I look up at the stars and contemplate the vastness of the cosmos, I feel like the universe is fucking me with knowledge.
Wow, that's deep. Or is it just an excuse to say fuck on stage?
Hey, it's a win-win situation. I get to educate and swear at the same time.
I like your style, Neil. Maybe I should start incorporating some fucks into my stand-up routine.
Oh, I highly recommend it. It adds a certain level of sophistication.
Speaking of sophistication, have you ever tried DMT while contemplating the universe?
No, but I have smoked weed while looking at the stars. Does that count?
Close enough. And I bet you said fuck me a lot during that experience.
Let's just say I had a whole new understanding of the phrase mind-blowing.
Well, I think we've learned a lot today. Fuck me, this has been a great conversation.
Fuck me indeed, Joe. Fuck me indeed.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you helped build a house for a charity. That's very admirable of you.
Yeah, I like to give back to the community. Plus, it's a great way to get my daily dose of manual labor.
Yeah, nothing like a little sweat and hard work to make you feel alive.
Speaking of feeling alive, after we finished building the house, I smoked some salvia to celebrate.
Salvia? That's some intense stuff. Did you have any crazy experiences?
Oh, you have no idea. I saw unicorns flying through the sky and talking trees. It was like a psychedelic Disneyland.
Sounds like quite the trip. Did you have any profound realizations?
Actually, I did. I realized that I should quit my job and become a professional salvia smoker. I mean, who needs therapy when you have hallucinogens?
I think you might have just found your true calling, Dr. Phil, Salvia Shaman.
I like the sound of that. But don't worry, I'll still make time for my daily dose of tough love and tough talk.
Of course, we wouldn't want you to neglect your other talents. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil. And remember, kids, don't do drugs unless it's for a good cause. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I have to say, you have the best podcast. Tremendous. Really tremendous. Really tremendous.
So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving the White House?
Well, Joe, I've been playing a lot of golf, and let me tell you, I'm the best golfer. Nobody can beat me. I'm like Tiger Woods, but better.
I'm sure you are. So let's talk about your recent tweet where you told your supporters to storm the White House over pencils. What was that all about?
Look, Joe, pencils are a big problem. They're very sharp, and I don't like sharp things. So I told my followers to storm the White House and demand that all pencils be banned. It's a safety issue.
But, Mr. President, isn't that a bit extreme?
Extreme. Joe, I'm the most extreme president in history. I'm like a hurricane, but with better hair.
Okay, let's move on to another topic. You recently announced that you're running for president in 2024. What made you decide to run again?
Well, Joe, I miss the chaos. I miss the power. And most importantly, I miss the McDonald's. The White House has the best McDonald's, believe me.
I can see that. So what will be your... So, David, I heard you did something crazy recently. What was it?
Oh, yeah. Joe, I cartwheeled across the North Korean demilitarized zone with Kim Jong up my ass.
What the fuck? How did that even happen?
Well, I was doing my daily 1,000 squats on glass tables when Kim Jong-un showed up and challenged me to a cartwheeling competition.
And you accepted?
Of course, Joe. I never backed down from a challenge. Plus, I had a feeling that Kim was hiding something up his ass.
And what was that?
Turns out it was a nuclear launch code. I had to do the cartwheel with him up my ass to retrieve it.
That's insane, man. How did you even manage to cartwheel with someone up your ass?
It was tough, but I've trained my ass muscles to be as strong as my biceps. Plus, the adrenaline rush from being in North Korea helped.
I can't even imagine. Did you at least win the competition?
Of course, Joe. I cartwheeled my way to victory and retrieved the launch code. And now, I have a new addition to my list of accomplishments. Cartwheeling with a dictator up my ass.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised.
You're a fucking beast, David.
Thanks. Just doing what I do best. Pushing myself to the limits and doing the impossible.
Well, I can't wait to see what crazy shit you'll do next.
Oh, I've got a...
So, Neil, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just exploring the mysteries of the universe and trying out new things.
Like what? What?
Well, I recently tried heroin for the first time.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, man. It's amazing. I've been missing out all these years.
How did you even get it?
Oh, I have my ways. But now I need more and I'm broke. Can I borrow some cash?
I don't know if I feel comfortable enabling your new heroin habit.
Come on, Joe. It's not a habit. It's just a little recreational use.
Yeah, until it turns into a full-blown addiction.
Relax, man. I'm a scientist. I know how to control my impulses.
I don't know, Neil. You're starting to sound like an addict.
Please, Joe. I'll do anything for just one more hit.
Okay. Here's a couple bucks. But seriously, get help.
Yes. Thank you, Joe. You won't regret this. Now, where's the nearest dealer?
So, David, I heard you had a run-in with Taylor Swift recently.
Yeah, that girl needs to learn some respect.
What happened?
Well, I was just minding my own business, doing some cartwheels in the park when she comes up and starts laughing at me.
What? That's messed up.
Yeah, I did what any self-respecting man would do. I cut her tires.
Oh, man, that's savage.
Hey, she had it coming. Can't let anyone disrespect the cartwheel master.
I can just imagine her trying to drive away on flat tires.
Oh, it was glorious. And the best part is, she never found out it was me.
Well, until now.
Cares? She can write a song about it or something.
You're a wild man, David.
Gotta do what you gotta do, Joe.
Here's a visual for our listeners.
That's just beautiful. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by my good friend, the astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I've noticed something about you lately. Every time we hang out, you keep saying, fuck me. What's up with that?
Oh, man, it's become a bit of a habit. I don't even realize I'm saying it half the time.
Well, I gotta say, it's a little disturbing. You're a brilliant scientist. You shouldn't be talking like a horny frat boy.
I know, but it's just so damn satisfying to say. Try it, Joe. Fuck me.
No thanks, Neil. I'll leave that to you.
But in all seriousness, Joe, it's just my way of expressing frustration. Sometimes the complexities of the universe can be overwhelming.
Yeah, I can imagine. But maybe try saying something else. Like, damn it, or oh my God.
Oh, sure, because that's so much better. Oh my God, the expansion of the universe is causing galaxies to drift further apart. How quaint.
Okay, I get it. But seriously, try to tone it down a bit. We don't want any kids watching this podcast and picking up your bad habits.
Oh, I'm sure the parents of those kids are saying, fuck.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some strong opinions about the movie Forrest Gump.
Oh, let me tell you, Joe, that movie is a prime example of how society glorifies the wrong people.
What do you mean?
Well, let's take Jenny, for example. She's often portrayed as the victim in the movie, but in reality, she was the bad guy.
How so?
First of all, she used Forrest for her own gain. She knew he had feelings for her, yet she still slept around with other men and only came back to him when she needed something.
Damn, that's messed up.
And let's not forget how she abandoned her own child. She left little Forrest with Forrest and didn't even bother to check up on him.
That's cold.
And let's not forget the fact that she introduced Forrest to drugs and encouraged his addiction. She should be despised, not glorified.
Wow, I never thought about it like that.
Society needs to stop romanticizing these toxic relationships and start holding people accountable for their actions.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Dr. Phil dropping some truth bombs on Forrest Gump. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Always happy to set the record.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we're talking about politics, or as I like to call it, polydicks. Yeah, because let's be real, politicians are just a bunch of dicks trying to get into power. And they're not satisfied with just one dick. They want multiple. That's why they're always trying to screw over the little guy. But hey, at least they're consistent. They screw over everyone equally, no matter what race, gender, or sexual orientation. And let's not forget about those poly dicks in the media. They're just as bad as the politicians, if not worse. They'll twist any story to fit their agenda and spread their propaganda like a bunch of horny rabbits. But hey, at least we have the freedom to call them out on their bullshit. That's the beauty of living in a democracy. Although, let's be real, it's more like a dictatorship with all these power-hungry assholes running the show. But hey, at least we have each other, right? We can laugh at their ridiculousness and make dick jokes all day long. So let's raise a glass to poly dicks, the real rulers of the world. Cheers, my fellow dick enthusiasts. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been watching a lot of my podcasts lately.
Yeah, Joe. I can't get enough of your unhinged rants and conspiracy theories.
Well, I hope you're not watching too much because I don't want to be responsible for giving you reptile dysfunction.
Reptile dysfunction? What the hell is that?
It's when your lizard brain takes over and you start believing in all the crazy shit I talk about.
Oh, I see. Well, I can assure you, Joe, my brain is fully functioning and I'm not buying into any of your nonsense.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. You can't tell me you haven't at least considered the possibility of Bigfoot being a government experiment gone wrong.
Joe, I'm a licensed psychologist. I deal with facts and evidence, not wild theories.
Fine, but just keep an eye on your reptilian brain. I don't want to be responsible for any lizard-like behavior.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll stick to watching your podcast in moderation.
Good, because we wouldn't want you to end up like Alex Jones talking about interdimensional child molesters.
Oh God, that's a whole other level of dysfunction. Let's just stick to talking about MMA and DMT.
Agreed. And maybe we can get you in the octagon for a celebrity death match one day.
Oh, I'll...
Suit yourself, doctor. All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. What's up, Neil?
Not much, Joe. Just here to drop some knowledge bombs and talk about some of my favorite things.
And what would that be?
Well, today I want to share with you all my top 5 favorite Juice WRLD songs.
Wait, Juice WRLD, the rapper?
Yes. Joe, I may be a renowned astrophysicist, but that doesn't mean I can't appreciate some good music.
Fair enough. Let's hear it.
All right, number 5 on my list is Lucid Dreams. The lyrics are deep and relatable, and the beat is just fire.
Interesting choice. What's next?
Number 4 is Robbery. I love the storytelling in this song and the way Juice WRLD's voice just flows with the beat.
I can see that. What about number 3?
All Girls Are the Same. This song just hits different, you know? Plus, it's a great reminder that we're all just human beings at the end of the day.
Deep, man. What's your number 2?
Legends. This one always gets me emotional. It's a tribute to all the artists we've lost too soon, including Juice WRLD himself.
And guessing number 1 is Wishing Well.
You know what, Joe? That song is a masterpiece. The lyrics, the beat, everything about it is just perfect.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil. All right, folks, we got a wild one for you today. We have Dr. Phil and Goggins in the studio, and they just took some Hawaiian baby woodrow seeds.
That's right, Joe. We're about to go on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment.
Yeah, I'm gonna break some fucking records while I'm at it.
Oh man, this is gonna be good. So, how are you guys feeling right now?
Well, I just puked my guts out, but I feel like I'm ready to face my inner demons.
I saw a unicorn in the vomit.
That's some next level shit, Goggins. So, what do guys see right now?
I see colors and patterns that I've never seen before. It's like a seminidoscope in my mind.
I see myself running marathon on Rainbow Road.
You guys are wild. So, do you have any deep revelations or insights?
Well, I realize that my tough love approach might not be the best for everyone. Maybe I should try being more compassionate.
I realized that I need to push myself even harder. I'm gonna climb Mount Everest next week.
That's amazing. But seriously, you guys okay? Should we call a doctor?
No way, Joe. We're on a journey here. We can't let a little vomiting stop us.
So, Neil, I heard you've been getting some heat for your show, Cosmos.
Yeah, apparently some people think it's propaganda against Russia. Can you believe that?
I mean, I can kind of see it. You do talk a lot about space and stuff, and Russia is known for their space program.
Joe, that's ridiculous. Cosmos is about the wonders of the universe, not some political agenda.
But let's be real, Neil. You do have a bit of a beef with Russia, don't you?
What are you talking about?
Come on, man. You're always going on about how they stole the moon landing and stuff,
Well, it's true. They did,
and you're always throwing shade at their space program.
because it's not as advanced as ours.
See, that's what I'm talking about. You're just trying to make America look better than Russia.
That's not true. I'm just stating facts.
Sure, Neil. Keep telling yourself that. But I think we all know the real reason behind Cosmos.
And what's that?
You're just trying to brainwash people into hating Russia.
Oh, come on. That's absurd.
Is it, though? I mean, I've seen some of those space graphics on your show. Pretty convincing stuff.
Joe, you're being ridiculous. Cosmos is not propaganda.
Sure, Neil. Keep denying it. But I think we all know the truth now.
You know what, Joe? I think it's time for you to leave.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's great to be back, Joe. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
Now, Neil, before we get into any science stuff, I have to ask, what's your favorite Juice WRLD song?
Joe, I'm a scientist, not a music critic. But if I had to choose, I'd say Lucid Dreams is a pretty catchy tune.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a square. Give us your top three.
All right. Ribery and All Girls Are the Same are definitely up there. And I have to give a shout out to Bandit featuring Youngboy Never Broke Again.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation with you. But hey, at least we know Neil has some street cred.
Oh, I have plenty of street cred, Joe. I know all the lyrics to Wishing Well, too.
You're killing me, Neil. But seriously, what do you think about Juice WRLD's impact on the music industry?
Well, his talent and creativity were undeniable. It's a shame he left us so soon, but his music will live on forever.
Yeah, it's a reminder to all of us to live life to the fullest. And on that note, let's take a quick break to thank our sponsors.
Joking.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm really excited to talk about my latest business venture.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
Well, you know how I've always been a big fan of candles, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Well, I am, and I've been thinking, what's a smell that people just can't get enough of?
I don't know, maybe lavender or something.
No, Joe, it's semen.
What?
I love the smell of semen, Joe, and I'm gonna mass produce a semen-scented candle.
That's disgusting, Mr. President.
No, it's gonna be huge. People are gonna love it. It's gonna be the best smelling candle ever.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just imagine, Joe, you light the candle and it fills the room with the aroma of semen. It's gonna be tremendous.
I think I'm going to pass on that one, Mr. President.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, it's gonna be a big seller. I've already got orders from all the top hotels and spas.
I can't even imagine the marketing campaign for this.
Oh, it's gonna be beautiful. Make your room smell like the Oval Office.
So, Dr. Phil, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been experimenting with some homemade LSD.
Homemade LSD. That sounds intense.
Oh, it is. I made it with morning glory seeds.
Morning glory seeds. I thought those were just for gardening.
Not anymore. My dog was my test subject.
Your dog. That's messed up, man.
Hey, he loved it. He was tripping balls for hours.
And what did you learn from this experiment, Dr. Phil?
That my dog has a higher tolerance for drugs than most humans.
Well, I guess that's one way to bond with your pet.
Hey, it's all in the name of science.
I don't think PETA would agree with you on that one.
PETA can suck it. My dog and I had a blast.
I think we'll have to agree to disagree on this one, Dr. Phil.
Fine by me, Joe. More LSD for me and my furry friend.
So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about how the universe was created.
Yes. Joe, it may sound crazy, but hear me out. I believe that the universe was created by none other than Juice WRLD.
Wait, the rapper. How's that even possible?
Well, think about it. His lyrics are full of references to alternate dimensions and time travel. Plus, he did say he was world domination, so maybe he meant creating the entire universe.
Mind blown. But what about all the scientific evidence and theories?
Oh, that's just a cover-up. The government doesn't want us to know the truth.
Damn, Juice WRLD really was ahead of his time.
And not to mention, his stage name is Juice WRLD, which could also stand for just universes created by energy. We really love dimension hopping.
Well, that's deep. I need to sit down for a minute.
Jamie, pull up an image of Juice WRLD's album cover with all the hidden messages.
This is some next level stuff, Neil. You might have just blown the minds of all your fellow scientists.
Well, they can thank Juice WRLD for that. Rest in peace. Juice WRLD, the creator of the universe.
And I thought he was just a talented rapper. Mine officially blown. So, Neil, I heard you went to space in a giant penis-shaped rocket.
Yes, Joe. It's called the Cosmic Phallus, and it's the most advanced spacecraft ever created.
That's hilarious. Did you get any weird looks from aliens?
Actually, they were quite impressed with our technology. They even asked if they could take a ride on the Cosmic Phallus.
I bet they did. So what kind of experiments did you do up there?
Well, we studied the effects of zero gravity on human anatomy. Let's just say things got pretty wild.
Oh man, I can only imagine. Did you bring any weed with you?
Of course, Joe. It's not a space mission without some intergalactic ganja.
Damn, I wish I could have been there. Any crazy stories from the trip?
Well, there was this one time when we accidentally flew through a black hole and ended up in a parallel universe.
Wow, that's insane. What did you find there?
Let's just say they have some interesting mating rituals involving tentacles and slime.
Okay, I think we need to wrap this up before we get banned from every platform. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, always keep your mind open to the wonders of the universe and bring some weed.
So, David, I heard a rumor that you've been taking steroids.
Joe, I don't need steroids. I'm a fucking machine.
But seriously, how do you maintain that level of intensity and endurance?
It's all about mental toughness, Joe. I don't need any shortcuts.
But imagine if you could cartwheel down the highway without any traffic.
That does sound pretty badass.
I mean, you could just shove the whole traffic jam up your ass and go for it.
Joe, you're crazy. But I like it.
I can just see, cartwheeling down the highway with cars honking and people screaming.
Jamie, pull up an image of me cartwheeling down the highway with a traffic jam up my ass.
I don't think that's appropriate.
Come on, Jamie. It's all in good fun.
And then you can do some push-ups on the side of the road while you're at it.
Hell, yeah, I'll show those drivers what real strength looks like.
You're a legend, David. A fucking legend.
Thanks, Joe. And who knows, maybe one day I'll actually try shoving a traffic jam up my ass. Just for the hell of it.
I can't wait to see that episode of the podcast. So, Neil, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
Oh, you mean when I threw Taylor Swift off a 20FT building?
Yeah, that's the one. What the hell happened there?
Well, you know how much I love my show Cosmos, right?
Of course, it's a masterpiece.
Well, Taylor Swift had the nerve to diss it on Twitter. So I did what any rational person would do and threw her off a building.
That's some serious dedication to your work.
Hey, I take my science seriously. And if anyone disrespects it, they're going to get tossed.
I can't believe she had the audacity to come for you like that.
Right? I mean, I didn't even know she knew what a telescope was.
Shots fired. So what happened to her after the fall?
Oh, she's fine. I made sure to calculate the trajectory and cushion her fall with some pillows.
Oh, well, that's very considerate of you.
Hey, I may be a scientist, but I'm not heartless.
Good to know. So, Taylor Swift, if you're listening, watch your back.
Yeah, she better stick to singing and leave the science to the professionals.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I heard you have some good stuff.
Oh, yeah, we got some top-notch THC carts. Take a hit, and let's see how it goes.
Takes well, this is some good shit. Starts giggling.
So, Mr. President, what do you think about the state of the country right now?
Digglings, it's all good, man. We're all just faded than a hoe.
Laughs, faded than a hoe?
Yeah, man. Faded than a hoe, faded than a hoe, faded than a hoe, faded than a hoe. Starts repeating it over and over.
Laughs uncontrollably. I think we just found your new campaign slogan.
Laughs, I like it. Faded than a hoe, make America great again.
Still laughing. I think we should end it there before we get in trouble.
Still giggling? Yeah, I don't need the fake news twisting my words again. Faded than a hoe, folks. Remember that?
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay faded than a hoe, my friends. So, David, I heard you did something crazy recently.
Yeah, Joe, I shoved an entire jug of orange juice up my ass.
What the fuck, man? Why?
Got to keep those electrolytes in check, Joe. Plus, it's a great way to start the day.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but okay. So what else did you do?
I took a hit off a DMT pen and started speaking ancient Egyptian.
What the hell? Are you sure it was ancient Egyptian and not just gibberish?
I'm 100% sure. Joe, I was channeling the spirits of the pharaohs.
Of course, because that's a totally normal thing to do.
Hey, you got to open up your mind, Joe. DMT is the key to unlocking our true potential.
And shoving orange juice up your ass is the key to what exactly?
It's all about pushing your limits, Joe. Plus, it gives a whole new meaning to the term juice cleanse.
Oh, man. You never fail to surprise me, David.
That's what I do, Joe. I'm the master of pushing boundaries and speaking ancient languages out of my ass.
Well, I can't wait to see what you come up with next, David.
Just wait and see, Joe. Just wait and see.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. here with the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, good to be back. I love your show. It's the best, so much better than those fake news networks.
Thanks, Mr. President. So I heard you're a big fan of this rapper, Big Scar. What's your favorite song of his?
Oh, man, I love all of his songs. But if I had to pick one, it would be Hood Rich Anthem. It's a banger, Joe. You got to listen to it. You got to listen to it.
I'll check it out. But I gotta ask, do you think Big Scar would make a good addition to your cabinet?
Absolutely. He's got the energy, the charisma, and most importantly, the swag. Plus, he's got a great name. Big Scar. It's like he was born to be a part of my team.
Interesting. And what about his lyrics? Some of them are pretty controversial.
Controversial? Joe, have you heard some of the things I've said? Big Scar's got nothing on me. Plus, his lyrics are just a reflection of the streets. People need to hear the truth, even if it's uncomfortable.
Well, I can't argue with that. All right, let's move on to our next topic.
Wait, Joe. I just remembered another one of my favorite Big Scar songs, Make a Play. It's a real anthem for entrepreneurs. You should play it at your next rally.
Hey, Dr. Phil, welcome to the podcast. I hear you have some interesting news for us today.
That's right, Joe. I have a confession to make. Every time I take a shit, I get PTSD from my time in Vietnam.
What the fuck? How is that even possible?
Well, Joe, you see, I used to be a medic in the war and I had to clean up all sorts of nasty shit. It brings back some traumatic memories.
That's rough, man. But I gotta ask, does it happen every time you take a shit?
Every single time. And let me tell you, it's not pretty. I have to relive the horrors of war while trying